Okay. Okay. Are we ready to stand up for law and order across this great nation? I'm ready. Hope you guys are. Oh! Why the fuck is this? Okay. Okay. I've had to configure the fucking chat a little bit because it seems like you can't edit the CSS for YouTube chat in my OBS right now. I don't know why it's not letting me do that, but weird. Not good. Stand back and stand by. True. Get the camera a bit higher than that. Come on. That all right? Seems reasonable. COVID voice? What, me? What? I don't think this is COVID voice. This is, I think it's Vivant's voice. Vivant's makes me like a little bit short of breath, so makes my voice a bit different. Anyway. I feel like we need to do so much. I feel like this debate is going to be so... It's going to be so anecdote driven. Same chat as Chud Logic. Well, it's the restream. It's just restream. Embed. But it's really annoying because I don't think it separates the subscribe chatters from the non-subscribe chatters, which is a bit of a dick. Whatever. Jared Gaines, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. There must be a way to edit the embed, but I can do appearance maybe. Colorize author names. Scale, show avatars. What does this do? Did that change anything? Nothing but whataboutism. I don't know if it'll be whataboutism, but definitely the 2-tier cure shit is going to be quite is going to be quite relevant. Do you want to see the Finkel Irving thing today? Wait, what? What Finkel Irving thing? I've seen the video where he gives props to David Irving, but that was a while ago now. Is there any way to change the color of these names in the restream? Oh. I don't know if there is. Custom CSS, would that do it? But apparently the custom CSS doesn't fucking work, so... Heh. Bit cringe. It's not even a nice blue, bro. It's a fucking shit blue. Okay. And this one, he says he's a good historian, doesn't care what Richard Evans says. Yeah, I watched that. I've seen that video. We've seen that on stream a few times. It's our go-to. Which means he's referring to the Holocaust denial shit, right? Like, because that's what Richard Evans had to go at Irving for. Bit weird. Oh well. At least the good thing about this is that it consolidates YouTube and Twitch chat. So if we do ever have Twitch chatters, all three of them, then they'll just show up in the same chat. Did you lose the old chat display? I didn't lose it. It's still there, but OBS is not recognizing the custom CSS that makes it, so it's just defaulting to the YouTube one. His 10-page article on the Holocaust industry. No, I have not read that, no. Anyway, I'm wondering what I should do first. Because there's a lot of these, I've realized there's a lot of these we need to keep up with. We need to keep up with lots of these stories. 55-year-old woman arrested on suspicion of a number of offenses related to a social media post containing inaccurate information about the identity of the Southport attacker. So, did they say what she actually said?
We have some breaking news now, and a woman has been arrested by Cheshire Police in relation to an inaccurate information on social media about the attacker in the Southport murders. It says a 55-year-old woman from near Chester was arrested earlier today, Thursday the 8th, of course, on suspicion of publishing written material to stir up racial hatred and false communications. She is currently being held in police custody. Chief Superintendent Alison Ross has also made a statement saying that this is in relation to a post which has been fueled by malicious and the process rather has been fueled by malicious and inaccurate communications online. It is a stark reminder of the dangers of posting information on social media platforms without checking the accuracy. It's also a warning that we are all accountable for our actions.
So, is there any indication of what happened here? Because I'm wanting to give it like a what should we say? I feel like it's about a 50-50 chance that this person was actually inciting violence, but who knows? Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Thank you. And is the gradient doing anything at all there? Yeah, it is. Okay. Right. What is this story? 55 woman from Chester. Year old. Arrested over false posts. Okay. Just show us what the actual posts are. I feel like that would be so much more valuable. Oh, it doesn't even draw around the fucking font. Oh, that's really shit. Okay. Oh, well. Might just have to get a .gg. It's the only way out of this predicament. I've been needing to do it for ages anyway, so. Written material to stir up hatred and false communications. Okay. Spreading an incorrect name. False story. Lawrence Fox, Andrew Tate. So they don't tell you anything at all. Okay. Why don't they say what the post was? This is her, apparently. Bonnie Spofford.
How much of the debate do you think is going to be about needing free speech laws like the US?
I don't know. Maybe some of it. But again, we can just look through some of the anecdotes and find out that a lot of them are more than that. But yeah, we do have problems in the UK in terms of speech laws. They're not great. Thanks for the £10. So she said... On the day of the attack, she said Ali al-Shakati was the suspect. He was an asylum seeker who came to the UK by boat last year and was on an MI6 watch list. If this is true, then all hell is about to break loose. Ooh. The businesswoman who lives in a £1.5 million farmhouse in Cheshire first received this information from somebody in Southport. I did not make it up. I acknowledge it may have been the source for the information used. Okay, let's see. Let's just do a little bit of prep, okay? Okay. So, there'll be a whole free speech section here. Speech crimes. Speech crimes. Crimes. "55-year-old woman from Chester arrested So you're being identified as the source of initial claim about Southport Stabber was called. Okay. All right. Post text. I don't think this is enough for incitement. So she's been arrested. She hasn't been charged, has she? Or has she been anything? Because I know they're trying to charge people really quickly. Disinformation researcher Mark Owen Jones. Fueled by inaccurate communications. Okay. It's difficult because I think you don't need intent to be charged with these crimes in the UK. It just needs to be the case that what you said was likely to cause a form of incitement. Wait, why is that there? Okay. Okay. It's probably the best example in their favor that I've been able to find. Stirring up racial hatred. Okay. She has been accused of stirring up. Now, the thing is about this crime, we'll need to bring this in as well, is that there are very, very few convictions for this crime, stirring up racial hatred, or any kind of hatred. And I know that because I already covered it from here. Only 80 convictions in the last 10 years. Is it from here? So it's quite difficult to get sentenced for this crime. 80. This is in the entire UK, isn't it? Crown Court. Very... whoa. Sentence for this crime. Okay. Jesus Christ. Why do we have Twitch chat again? Okay. All right. That's one out of the way. There's another one that I managed to grab already. Where was it? The Independent. Why do they do this? I've never understood why they do this. The Independent says, man jailed for 20 months for racist Facebook post as 6,000 police stand by ahead of weekend. 6,000 have been arrested now. Okay, man jailed for 20 months for racist Facebook posts. What the fuck does this mean? Do you know how many racist Facebook posts there are every day? Are we really going to arrest everyone? Well, that's crazy, chat. Unbelievable. Well... what did he say? He said, every man and their dog should be out smashing fuck out Britannia Hotel. This is an incitement issue, not fucking...
remember the Holodomor?
Random racism. Swampertle, thanks for the sub. Why do they do this? Why do they put the headline as if they just said something fucking edgy, like some spicy shit, and then they have to clarify in the bulk of the article, which less than half the people are going to read, and clarify that what he did was a form of incitement. So this is the person who actually got jailed. Okay, this is the 28-year-old. Jailed for 20 months. And the crime was what? What was he sentenced for? Stirring up hatred, right? Did they tell you what the crime was? Stir up racial hatred. The quote cited clearly incitement to violence. Should be smashing fuck out. Okay. So if anyone brings this up, they are getting absolutely crucified for trying to say that this was to do with like racial spicy quotes or whatever. The debate is 11 p.m. for UK twats. Yep. Oh, fuck me. The restream chat doesn't show emotes. Oh, it's so bad. Fuck. Please add BST to your title. No. Hang on. 12 people have been jailed. Crimes. Other. Charges. $600 people arrested as of August 9th. And 12 jailed. At least 12. Okay. What else do we have for sentencing? 2 men jailed after fight at Leeds protests. Okay, this is today as well. 2, this is going to be valuable as well. 2 Muslims, I'm guessing. Or, hang on. Protesters jailed.
Remember the Holodomor?
Jotin, thanks for the Twitch sub. Really appreciate that. So, 2 men from Leeds went jailed after pleading guilty to a fray following a protest. Okay, leading role, not known to each other. Walking a group of 17 people. Encountered a group of 4 men at Great George Street. 2 of whom were draped in Union Jack flags. The third was wearing a mask. Racist comments were made by one of the 4 men. Ali punched 2 of them before grabbing another man's flag and attacking him. Then returned to the other men and continued to attack them. He said that it was provoked by Islamophobic threats and abuse. Showed no emotion during the hearing. Okay. Personal trainer, 2 convictions for racially or religiously aggravated common assault. God. Dangerous driving. Short-lived moment of madness, targeting a male restrained by others. Ooh.
Remember the Holodomor?
Asarch, thanks for the sub. Did Labour bring Islam yet? I don't know. I hope so. We'll find out. Who's this guy? Guy who made racist gestures. Okay. Making monkey noises. Jesus. Okay, wait. Jailed after fight in Leeds. 20 months for assault and...
Your Miyashima take was based AF. I listened to it twice. BTW who names their theory realism? It's like naming your physics theory Big Bang is BS.
Well, you know, it just gives you a bit more fucking... I think it made sense during the Cold War or whatever, based on the past, but... Yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, it seems like a way to just say like the correct theory, like my correct theory of economics, as opposed to all the bullshit ones. All right, 20 months for assault and 2.5 years for assault plus breaching. Suspended sentence for driving offenses. Okay. Who's this white dude? Jordan. Making monkey noises towards Sarata Sawo. What happened to him? Meanwhile, another man was jailed for 8 months at Leeds Crown Court on Friday after pleading guilty to using threatening or abusive words or behaviour with intent to cause alarm or distress at the same protest. The court heard that Jordan Plain, 30, from Horsworth, had made monkey noises and other racist gestures towards Sarata Sawo. In a victim impact statement, Ms. Sawo told the court, many people have defended Jordan for what he did to me and said it was right. It was not right. I was born in Leeds and I've lived here my whole life. It's such a beautiful, diverse city. I don't even feel welcome in my own home. I don't even feel safe in my own house or area. Ms. Sawo, a full-time student, said she had taken time off work because of the impact of the incident. Plain, who heard the court, had an 8-year-old child with a woman of mixed race heritage, had been in attendance at an English Defence League protest on Saturday, Ms. Gilmore said. He had numerous previous convictions, including for racially or religiously aggravated criminal damage and fear or provocation of violence. Plain given 8 months jail for making monkey noises and other racist gestures towards a woman. EDL doesn't exist. It's like all the fucking retards who were like, oh, those guys weren't Hamas. They were in civilian clothing when they attacked on October 7th. Like, shut the fuck up, man. It's quite okay to use a catch-all term for, like, everyone knows what you mean when you say EDL protest. Like, the fuck? You think just because they disbanded, no one else identifies as the EDL, or no one chants the EDL? What the fuck is wrong with you? The EDL organization versus EDL the movement. Okay, cool. All right. The double standards, it's so fucking atrocious. Okay. Full-time student, okay. Had his previous convictions. Racially aggravated criminal damage. Violence. A probation officer said Plain had been drinking on the day of the protest and had been binge drinking while unemployed and in receipt of state benefits, having previously worked as a roofer. He told a probation interview he was ashamed of his behavior and added, I don't want to make any excuses for what I've done. Genuine remorse, not just finding himself in custody, given context. Designed to stir up racial hatred at a time of heightened social tension. Okay. Judge, given the context in which this incident, the nature of your conduct, was designed to stir up an immediate custodial sentence cannot be avoided. This is all just the same playbook as Keir Starmer in the fucking 2011 London riots again. Disproportionate sentencing, given the context of the situation. Okay. Hey! What else do we have? So we've got a few of the anecdotes out of the way here. Are there any other ones? Are there any other ones that people are going to be expected to soya the fuck out over? Because I know this is going to play a big part in the fucking debate, is people talking about the two-tier system. What percentage of Muslims are in the prisoner population again? Oh wait, what's this guy? Sargon. Oh, he'll be doing all the fucking memes. More than 2 years in jail for shouting at the police. That is insanely harsh. Britain's a full-on police state if you're not a minority. Okay, even though minorities have also got long jail sentences, but okay. Stephen Mylan, the first person to be sentenced in Teesside for his involvement in the violent disorder in Hartlepool. Judge Laird jailed him for 26 months. Constantly in the face of officers gesticulating and shouting at them. Okay. What's the story here? Mr. Spudgun of Blockhead. Oh, this is the actual story. Okay. This is him, Stephen Malin. Ms. Masters said a large group gathered, and by 8 o'clock, the protest had begun to turn violent. She said the group clashed with police officers on Murray Street, and Stephen Malin, 54, and of Arch Court, was one of the main instigators of the violence. Stephen Malin and Ryan Shears. What does the BBC article say about them? Admitting to disorder. Oh, I've already looked at this, have I? Jailed. Which one is it? So what's the most detailed one? This one? Attempted to incite the crowd to use violence. Very forefront of the mob, the judge said they tried to push their way through a police cordon with Malin taunting officers and encouraging others to use violence against them. Okay. Apparently these guys are a gay couple. Okay. Hey. Here's given 26 months, 2 years and 2 months. Each. For shouting at the police. the main instigators by the judge. Push their way through a police cordon. I'll put the Sargon tweet up anyway, why not? Okay. Big memes, big memes, big memes. That or... Okay. This is the same person, right? Two-tier cure. They've got a fucking hashtag, bro. Oh, God. Come on! Yeah. Okay. Is calling for an intifada and incitement as well. So I think the law in the UK is... We'll just look it up. It has to either be that you intend to stir up hatred, or having regard to all the circumstances that racial hatred is likely to be stirred up thereby. You can cope your fucking tits off about it if you want. And you know full well that I opposed people in the UK calling for intifada and River to the Sea and shit. The fact is that those protests of hundreds of thousands of people did not result in intifada or fucking like rioting against fucking synagogues and shit like that. The violence against Jews that happened in the UK around October 7th and afterwards were isolated hate crimes. That was the problem. The riots did not, like, the protests did not become what's happened here. Sorry. Like, yeah, get used to the fucking law. Let's have a look at how many Muslims are in fucking jail given their proportion to the population. Muslim jail population. Two-tier policing, but somehow Muslims are like fucking 18% of the prison population, despite being 6% of the general population. What the fuck? Cope harder. Where's the cope? You can't just say cope because I called you out for coping, Corey. Stop. Where does this come from? House of Commons. They should both be arrested, if not two-tier. Charge them then. Show us the intent, or show us that it's likely to cause the outcome thereby. I don't think that happened in the case of people shouting for intifada, because there's literally hundreds of thousands of people saying it, and it didn't cause fucking riots. Like, there's been more riots from these fucking wankers in the last 6 or 7 days than there were for the entire pro-Palestine protests in the UK. So, sorry. The judge said that, so the sentence was justified. Are you fucking kidding me? Hagato, wait. Sorry. Why are there so many fucking right-wing shitheads in my chat? Like, do you think the judge lied? It's either that this person was in jail for shouting at the police, or it's that their sentence was given because they were, according to the judge, inciting the violence. What do you want me to say? Do you think the judge lied? If you think the judge lied, then go and say that. Like, ignored demands to leave, struck in the leg by an officer with an extendable baton, prompted his partner to approach the police with footage showing him shouting at officers not to touch him, and that he paid their wages. A police dog then bit Shears in the buttocks, and both of them were arrested. So it took at least 5 officers to restrain them, who the court heard used to be a school governor and postmaster. They'd been at the bingo during the afternoon, buy more drink. They'd been cheeky to police officers. They said that and they were sorry. They said the pair despised far-right ideology because they were gay men in Hartlepool. Damn. That Corey dude sounds fun. The Palestine protests were organized with the police. Yeah, they had a date set for them. They were planned, and the police knew ahead of time what they were doing, and they had all the fucking measures in place. Fuck me. Okay. Let's see. Do we have any of the other charges here? Are you getting too centrist and attracting right-wing fucks to your channel? No. The problem is that if I call out the far left on anything, there will be right-wingers who come in and they feel very validated by what I'm doing because they feel like, oh, at least if it's coming from someone who would normally disagree with me, it must be more valid, and then they just enjoy that. And then they think that they're being enticed by some kind of like fucking fairness or anything like that, but they're actually just being enticed the fact that someone on the left is attacking the left and it makes them happy. That's just whatever. You deal with it. You move on. Okay. Pensioner arrested. Oh no. Is this the guy that got, is this the one that got bonked? What happened here? 69-year-old armed himself with a small truncheon. Okay. I don't know if anyone's going to contest these ones. There's a huge list here. This judge's hair.
John O'Malley and William Nelson Morgan, you can both remain seated for the time being.
Bruh.
You have both been committed for sentence for separate...
We don't normally film trials in the UK, do we? I don't think the camera's going to pan to them at all. I don't think that's what we do in the UK. We don't film inside courts usually. I wonder why they filmed him, though. Oh, well. That's how we dress in the Commonwealth. True. We're the jewel of the earth. Oh, is Dustin watching the Demon Mama drama that I got bored of yesterday? Oh, no. What part is he on? The Vosh part.
Revolves around the use of sexual innuendo and even outright gross sexual imposition against.
So I watched some of this off stream today. The interview actually is a little bit damning. It's if it's all true, it sounds really bad. It sounds pretty bad. But
to others.
Don't make me. Fuck.
What's he saying? Don't make me defend Vosh. Oh.
I usually take my vitamins either when I start streaming or about an hour before. So the highest concentration of it and the best mood that I have is usually 1 to 4 or 5 hours after I take it. So in my best mood, I want to be charitable to Vosh. Because what he just said is not very accurate. It's just not. Also, why are we showing logs of him talking to Poppy 7 years ago to talk about how he structures debates? But whatever, I won't get into it.
Some of the best known memes regarding the, at the time of writing, 457,000 sub YouTuber.
This Tyler person is he's very aggressive. I think this video ends with him basically recommending criminal charges for Demon Mama. He alleges like criminality to do with minors and CP or porn. Or not CP, just porn, but minors, including minors, like to and from and shit. So, yeah, it gets pretty big. Also, some wage theft that goes on as well.
Mind possession of these sorts of materials.
I know you would throw a fit if I didn't.
Sorry, just so you know, everyone who spells my name incorrectly because they think they're being fucking charming by identifying me by their name because they read fucking one page of how to win friends and influence people and they think they're going to become the next like Tyler Durden. Stop. It's really annoying, okay? I hate you. You are nothing to me. I have no respect for you. Michelle, thanks for the £10. Oh yeah, we got that one already. Soljo, I already got that too. Sorry. I'm thanking people for chats that already came my way. Damn. Craig, true. Okay, do I want to keep doing riot stuff? Or... Do I want to keep doing riot stuff, or do I want to... Do I want to keep doing riot stuff, or do I want to watch the Trump speech? Or do I want to... Oh, God. Or watch Stephen watch the drama. Or just watch the drama. Fuck. I could have broken this story. I was the first big streamer to notice it. Big streamer. Okay, 1's in chat for riot research, 2 for drama, 3 for Trump. Go! Fly! That's a lot of Trump. Okay. Wait, is this a new one? Is this a live one now? Or is this a live replay of the one from yesterday? Wait, what? This is the one from yesterday, right? Why is CNN playing it live? This is from yesterday. It's here.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. Both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing. Took many years, took decades to recover from it.
Oh, yeah.
And we're very close to that, and we're very close.
Pope John Balls, thanks for the 6 Canadian 99. Thoughts on the IDF prison rape allegations? They sound really bad. I hope the cunts are come to justice. It's a good thing that the people who work in the Israeli hospitals and the authorities have tried to take them to justice and have not tried to hide things. Because it was because people in the hospitals confirmed the injuries of that person who was sodomized, you know? Also, the fucking minority of people, the Ben Gvirioids, who are supporting the fucking alleged, the suspects, those guys are mental. They don't belong in any fucking democracy, but okay, cool.
To a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it. They're not respected. All over the world, they're laughed at. And we can't have that. Most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. With that being said, we have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me.
Yeah?
But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else. But that was their choice. They decided to do that because Kamala's record is horrible.
Yeah.
She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left man that is, he's got things done that he has positions
He hasn't had time to gather all the examples.
that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that they exist. He's going for things that nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want to have walls. He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people coming in from prisons, and neither does she, I guess, because she couldn't care less. She's the border czar. By the way, she was the border czar 100%. And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore, like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media becomes more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing. That was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse, in my opinion. And fortunately, we've had some very good polls over the last fairly short period of time. Rasmussen came out today. We're substantially leading, and others came out today that we're leading, and in some cases substantially. I guess MSNBC came out, or CNBC came out also with a poll that was, has us leading, and leading fairly big in swing states. In some polls, I'm leading very big in swing states because they want safety. People want safety. They want security. They want respect all around the world for our country. They don't want this horrible culture that is developing, a culture of no common sense. It's really a culture of no common sense, and it's not what anyone wants. We want to have a safe country. We want to have a strong military. We want low interest rates, and we want to be able to have the American dream. We want to be able to have our youth be able to buy homes, housing, get good jobs. And we're really just at the opposite right now. It's so sad to see. But as a border czar, she's been the worst border czar in history, in the world history. I think the number is 20 million, but whether it's 15 or 20, it's numbers that nobody's ever heard before. 20 million people came over.
So apparently Muslims make up 18% of the prison population of the UK. Despite being 6% of the population. Okay. Wait, no, this says 4%. I don't trust this. Where did they get this data from? They're 6% of the population. Hang on. The fuck? Apparently this is from House of Commons UK. Okay. Why is there not a fucking House of Commons UK data Muslims Proportion of population. Prison. Ministry of Justice. Telegraph. Evidence. This is a fucking submission to the House of Commons. Bruh. Inside Time. 2021 census. Did the census talk about prison populations that were Muslim? Okay. Where did they get that from? Oh, this is just the general population. Okay, that's where I got that from. Fine. 2022, 17. I'll just use this one. This one seems accurate because they're drawing from other accurate sources. Okay. Two-tier... Despite the two-tier police system, Muslims make up 17 of the prison population, despite only being 6.5% of the general population. All right. Got him. Despite. Okay. So many despites. All right.
The border in the last, during the Biden-Harris
Just ask
administration.
ChatGPT. Bro, what the fuck was that about? I watched that debate for like an hour and a half and I got really bored because I thought that was going to go on forever. Was Rob Noor using ChatGPT for his arguments? Fuck do you want?
Yep.
Yeah, hello. What are you doing? Hey! Stop running! Why do you fear me? Who's this guy? Maruzzi, who's that guy? What happened? What do you have to say? Okay, I'm gonna watch Trump.
20 million people.
Yeah?
Hello?
Hello?
Finally. Before it kept kicking me.
Oh, okay. What do you want?
What do I want? I'm just wondering why I got banned. Was it for my anti-Hamas rhetoric?
Yeah, we always ban people if they don't like Hamas. That's exactly what happens. If you say, I don't like Hamas, you'll get banned. What did you actually say?
What did I get banned from YouTube for?
I don't know. What did you say? What do you think you got banned for?
I'm Corey.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, you said you got banned for anti-Hamas rhetoric. What were you actually,
Yeah,
what did you actually say?
From YouTube for? What did I actually say exactly?
Well, I'm asking you why you think, because you don't sincerely think you got banned for just not liking Hamas. People in this chat hate Hamas.
Annoyed by me.
No,
Maruzzi was annoyed by me,
Corey,
and then
I have the fucking
banned me.
DMs of the shit that you sent. I
Oh.
have
Okay,
the
what?
fucking DMs of the shit that you sent.
Oh, is this because this guy's like a
What?
schizo fucking DM spammer because he's done that before?
Oh, it's from something I did in the past, so you can just
No, it's
just
from
take
something
it
you
for
did like
something in
2
the
days
future.
ago, you
Okay, I see how it
stupid
works.
fuck. Now you're gonna speedrun getting banned from everything.
Hmm.
Oh, you want to talk about anything in the past? We can do that. So
Yeah,
many of your
okay,
friends are
okay,
fucking
let's talk
losers.
about that. Let's talk about that. Or maybe we don't.
Did he just, did you kick him?
Yes.
Okay. What were the DMs?
He was like threatening Sev. He was saying all sorts of like seriously awful shit to Sev. I can send you some of the screenshots that I got if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. He's very hot and cold, this guy.
Right.
this
Sev,
is-
speak now if you don't want me to show these to Loner Box. I'm DMing
I already
them.
sent it, but I just don't like. One sec, maybe
I mean, that's just the two most recent
Yeah,
ones.
no. He also sided with the rioters because against the rioters there was people waving the Palestinian flag, and he also
Right.
defended the IDF rapist soldiers like just a week ago.
Oh no.
The guy is insane. And he also says like every pro-Palestinian protest is a pro-Hamas protest. Basically, in his mind, Palestine is Hamas. That's it.
Hmm. Yeah. Well.
You know, that's about it. He says insane shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, anything else? Because I'm playing a video game, Mirutsi.
Damn.
No, I'm good. If Loner's good.
Alright, can't chat you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Loner, if he keeps jumping into the waiting room, I'm just gonna time him out on Discord too.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, well, just one question.
Can I talk again? Because you're fucking Mediasoning me. You're fucking doing.
No, I just. Oh. I didn't do that. I didn't even do that. Okay. I just wanted to ask him why he has this habit for calling people terrorists just because they're Arabs who disagree with him. He'd done this to me before as well. This is the guy who, the first guy who ever called me jihadi box back in the day. Okay.
And it could be very much higher than that. Nobody really knows what the number is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue. And the gotaways, they call them the gotaways. The gotaways are at numbers. Somebody was quizzing me on it the other day. No, I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. They have no idea what those numbers are. But they're much higher than you would think. Just like far more people were killed in the Ukraine-Russia war than you ever report. Just like the October 7th would have never happened. Russia would have never hit Ukraine had the election result been called differently. It was a very bad call, but Russia...
Called differently. I love how he's still saying, like, it's not had I lost, it's had the call been different. Brilliant.
Would not have attacked Ukraine. October 7th in Israel would have never happened. You wouldn't have inflation. A lot of great things would have happened, but now you have millions and millions of dead people. And you have people...
Hang on, this might be a fucking phone call that I have to take. Oh! All right, 1 minute. 1 moment. Okay. What's going on? Drama.
People dying financially because they can't buy bacon, they can't buy food, they can't buy groceries.
I've heard him say this more than once. People can't buy bacon. What's he talking about? Like it's World War II and we're fucking rationing and shit. Bacon. What? Okay.
Can't do anything. And they're living
They're fighting for
horribly
eggs
in our country right now. With all of that being said, I think it's very important to have debates. And we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th. We've agreed with NBC, fairly full agreement, subject to them, on September 10th. And we've agreed with ABC on September 25th.
Nice.
So we have
three
those
debates.
3 dates, and those networks, they're very anxiously awaiting that date and those dates. So we have September 4th, September 10th, and September 25th. We have spoken to the heads of the network, and it's all been confirmed, other than some fairly minor details. Audience, some location, which city would we put it into, but all things that will be settled very easily, I think it'll be very easy. The other side has to agree to the terms. They may or may not agree. I don't know if they're going to agree. She hasn't done an interview. She can't do an interview. She's barely competent, and she can't do an interview. But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people were allowed to come into our...
Wait, did Stephen get bored of the... someone's saying Stephen got bored of the Demon Mama video as well. Wait, why? What did he
Governor
say?
seats last.
I'm just curious because it seems to be like... I just... someone mentioned it and I just looked through the fucking thing and it looks like he stopped watching at the exact same time that I stopped. What the fuck? What happened here? What's the pattern?
The timing.
And
Can I ask you a little bit about those? So how did you first meet for real? Like, well,
Yeah, how did you first meet? Hold on, somebody sent me a link. What is this?
The timing of a
it's
cell
just
phone.
tangent. Okay, whatever.
country, from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions. And
the thing about that Demon Mama video is that the presentation is not quite as like bam 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 as you'd want it to be for like a big takedown like that, but the that West Side Tyler guy is just like he's kind of mental. Like he's very shouty when he talks to people. I ended up watching a debate of him and fucking Vivian Wolf, and it's just like it's a fucking full-on scream off. Oh well, who knows?
insane asylums, even insane asylums.
Like if what that person's saying is true, though, it's it's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
It's a mental institution on steroids. That's what it is. When you see the people that are coming into these are institutions that are being emptied out, not in South America, all over the world, including South America, all over the world. Prisons are being emptied out into our country because we have a president that's the worst president in the history of our country. We have a vice president who is the least admired, least respected, and the worst vice president in the history of our country. The most unpopular vice president.
Well, the poll that he's going on there is a little bit old, though, right? That's not the case anymore. Her approval rating went quite high after she became the nominee. Wait, does this mean that Kamala is going to certify her own election if she wins? Because if she's the vice president, what's going to happen on January 6th? Is she going to be the one who opens the fucking votes from the Electoral College? Okay. Wouldn't be the first time. Wasn't it Thomas Jefferson? Didn't he do that? Didn't he certify his own election? Bro, that'll be fucking funny. Oh, God.
President. And
George
because
H.W.
of political reasons or because of being politically correct, even though she never received a vote. Don't forget, she was the first one defeated, as I remember it, because I watched it very closely, but she was the first one. She never made it to Iowa, the first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one that was defeated. She was the nasty.
Yeah, how did Trump's presidential fucking aspirations go in 2012? Things can change, buddy. Welcome to politics. I don't know why he's bringing this up as any example of anything, but okay.
As to him, she was nasty with the calling him a racist and the school bus and all of the different things. She was very nasty to Biden. And shockingly, he appointed her, asked her to serve as vice president. Well, I don't know if he's happy about that decision right now. This was taken away. The presidency was taken away from Joe Biden. And I'm no Biden fan, but I'll tell you what, from a constitutional standpoint, from any standpoint you look at, they took the presidency away.
What is this about the Constitution? Does the Constitution say how private parties are supposed to choose their candidates? Is that in the Constitution? Where? Trump
was saying he lost after the debate. He couldn't win. Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily. But whether he could win or he couldn't win, he had the right to run. And they took it away. They said they're going to use the 25th Amendment. They're going to hit you hard. Either we can do it the nice. I know exactly because I know a lot of people on the other side, believe it or not. And they said, we'll do it the nice way or we'll do it the hard way. And he said, all right. So that, I mean, they've really taken, what they've done is pretty incredible. And now I'm running against somebody else and we're leading. We're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's for a country with a constitution that we cherish. We cherish this constitution. To have done it this way is pretty severe, pretty horrible. You would have thought they would have gone out to a vote. They would have had a primary system. They would have done something. But to just take it away from him like he was a child. And he's a very angry man right now, I can tell you that. He's not happy with Obama. And he's not happy with Nancy Pelosi, crazy Nancy. She is crazy, too. She's not happy with any of the people that told him that you've got to leave. He's very unhappy, very angry. And I think he also blames her. He's trying to put up a good face. But it's a very bad thing in terms of a country when you do that. I'm not a fan of his, as you probably have noticed. And he had a rough debate. But that doesn't mean that you just take it away like that. Or you go out to a vote. You do something. He had 14 million votes. She had no votes. She got no votes. And I think she's crashing. I think when people find out, and I think people are starting to find out what a bad job she did, what a bad job she did on the border. She's trying to say she had nothing to do with the border. She had everything. She was appointed to head the border. And then they said, border czar, oh, she loved that name, but she never went there. She went to a location once along the border, but that was a location that you would love to go and have dinner with your husband or whoever. That was a location that was not part of the problem. That was not really going to the border. So essentially, she never went to the border. And if you listen to Tom Homan, if you listen to the great...
He's qualifying these statements a lot more than he usually would. That's quite funny.
Border people, Brandon Judd from Border Patrol, if you listen to Paul, I mean, so many different people. I speak to them all the time. And I did when I was president. We had the best border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Millions of people coming in. And our country cannot sustain it. Our country is going...
Farage's net favorability has been a bit fucking tanked by these riots. So he's fine. Reform voters are still fine with him, but Leave voters have actually gone negative towards him. Conservative voters have gone against him. All Brits, consistent across the left-leaning types, but the problem is he's very stuck, Farage, because he's supposed to try and appeal over to moderate right-wingers as well, whilst also appeasing the absolute fucking psychos who are the most likely ones to prop him up. It's not easy. Oh, God. Because Farage is the kind of person who might have to try and convince people that immigration is bad for the economy and it causes wage suppression and shit like that, even though it doesn't, because the true people, the true right-wingers, the true racists would be saying, we don't care about the economy, it's worth preserving the culture. But Farage is stuck because he doesn't really say that.
Down because of this, because of incompetent people. So I just look forward to these debates. I think it's very important that we have them. I hope she agrees to them. September 4th, September 10th, September 25th. And I think they'll be very revealing. I think they'll be very revealing. Do you have any questions, please? I haven't recalibrated strategy at all. It's the same policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than Biden because he got forced into the position. She was there long before. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California as the AG. But as the DA, she destroyed San Francisco. A friend of mine, Bob Tisch, you all know the Tisch family. He was in many cities with companies. He said the greatest city in the country is San Francisco. That was about 20 years ago. And he passed away a while ago, and he would be looking down and said, what happened? He thought it was the best city in the country He had divisions there, lows. And he would be looking down in horror now when he sees she
Horror.
destroyed no cash bail,
Oh, there's a
weak on
few.
crime.
There's this.
It's terrible. And yet they weaponized the system against me. They
But then
have
that
me. I got
stops
so many
this
lawyers.
coming.
Now they want to delay cases. I won the big case in Florida.
Well,
I won the big case. Nobody even wrote about it. The big
Really?
case, the judge was a brilliant judge.
like
And all
that,
they do is
yeah?
they play the ref with the judges. But this judge was a fair but brilliant judge. And as you probably
Brilliant.
heard, the big documents case, I won it. Now, Biden lost it because he didn't have presidential immunity. He didn't have the Presidential Records Act. He lost it. But the special, I call it prosecutor, special counsel, special prosecutor to me, he, appointed by him, appointed by Garland, he said the man's incompetent. He can't stand trial, but he can run for president. But we no longer have to worry about that because we have somebody that, in my opinion, is more incompetent. She couldn't pass her bar exam and lots of other things. And she should not be in a position because if she becomes president, our country is going to be a giant fail. It's going to fail. It's going to be a failure the likes of which this world has never seen.
God.
Yeah, please. No, how about you?
Ooh. Something.
You have to speak louder.
A big part of the strategy for your campaign before Harris became the nominee was appealing to black voters.
Yeah.
Yeah. The blacks.
And I'm wondering how you are going to go after black voters now that she's the nominee and really making them vote.
Well, it changes around a little bit. I'm getting other voters. Perhaps, I was doing very well with black voters, and I still am. I seem to be doing very well with black males. This is according to polls, as you know.
Nice.
It's possible that I won't do as well with black women, but I do seem to be doing very well with other segments, extremely well with Hispanic. Jewish voters way up. White males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up. No, I don't know. All we're
Nice.
doing is giving you the stats that you have. It could be that I'll be affected somewhat with black
it's hard to-
females, where we're doing pretty well.
All right,
And I think ultimately they'll like me better because I'm going to give them security, safety, and jobs. I'm going to give them a good economy. We have a very bad economy right now. We could literally be on the throes of a depression, not recession, a depression. And they can't have that. They can't have that. So I think I'm going to do well with everybody, especially
What's
when
he
the facts are
basing
right.
that
Yeah,
on?
please, in the back.
I feel like the economy in America right now is doing quite well. By every metric, anyway.
Well, I don't know. I know Josh Shapiro. He's a terrible guy, and he's not very popular with anybody. I think that this election maybe is better than Josh Shapiro would have been. But I think other than Josh Shapiro, I think she had some good choices. But Josh Shapiro is not one of them. He's caused a lot of damage with a lot of people.
So like that.
And I don't think he would have been better. I think he would have been maybe
Is that a sequence?
the equivalent,
Hang
maybe
on.
not as good. But they had some people that they were looking at that were good, far superior to her. They actually had a story where they had everybody, including, they had like 10 people that she was looking at and her. And
Could
they
be
said she
that,
was the
though.
worst of all. In
Fuck.
other words, she was the worst out of the 10 people and her.
Okay. Not good.
I don't know how that's going to work out. We'd like to do 3 debates. We think we should do 3 debates. We think Fox and ABC. And we also have CBS is going to do the vice presidential debate. So CBS will do vice presidential. And I have to tell you, J.D. Vance has really stepped up. He's doing a fantastic job.
Oh, no. He's keeping J.D. Vance on the train.
Say it. Oh, give me a break. Listen, I had 107,000 people in New Jersey. You didn't report it.
Oh, the crowd
I'm so glad you
sizes.
asked. What did she have yesterday? 2,000 people? If I ever had 2,000 people, you'd say my campaign is finished. It's so dishonest, the press. And here's a great example. I had in Michigan recently 25,000 people, and 25,000 people we just couldn't get them in.
Hang on. How many people were at this rally? 2,000, Trump says. Apparently it's 12,000 according to that one. Okay. 12,000 people. Okay. Then on Detroit. Okay. Trump rally, Michigan. Trump filled the seats. 100,000 people. Where the fuck is he getting that from? So it seems like they're about equal now. The big rallies do say something, though, don't they? They do have a lot of energy behind them. I can see why Republicans are so fucking fixated on it. 14,000. Trump 4,000. Where's Michigan? Where's he getting 100,000? The only rally that Trump said brought such large audience was May 24 in Wildwood, New Jersey. 107,000 people. Based on faulty information. Fox brought it down to 30,000. 25,500 more than Biden had. Oh no. Poor Biden. Okay. Huh. All right. So he's just lying. Okay, nice.
We had in Harrisburg 25,000 people, and 20,000 people couldn't get in. We had so many. Nobody ever mentions that. When she gets 1,500 people, and I saw it yesterday on ABC.
You can't block with the rook. Why am I so fucking stupid? All right, wait.
I have 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the crowd size. And no, they never say the crowd was big. That's why I'm always saying turn around the cameras. I'm so glad you asked that. I think it's so terrible when you say, well, she has 1,500 people, 1,000 people, and they talk about,
it's
the
this, right?
enthusiasm.
Fuck.
Let me tell you, we have the enthusiasm.
Why?
The Republican Party, and me as a candidate, but the Republican Party has the enthusiasm because people want to see crime stopped. They want to see a country that's respected. Think of it.
Because of this.
If I were president, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine, where it never happened. Zero chance. You wouldn't have had October 7th of Israel. You wouldn't have the horrible withdrawal. And I don't mean the withdrawal because the withdrawal was fine. I was ready to withdraw from Afghanistan, and we were going to do it with dignity and strength.
Yeah.
And we were keeping our equipment. We weren't leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind. And we wouldn't have had 13 great soldiers. I know the families of those soldiers well. We wouldn't have had the soldiers killed. And we wouldn't have had 45 soldiers obliterated. No legs, no arms, the face. None of that would have happened. And you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had any inflation because inflation was caused by their bad energy problems. Now they've gone back to the Trump thing because they need the votes. I don't know if you know, they're drilling now because they had to go back because gasoline was going up to $7, $8, $9 a barrel. So they said, we better do what Trump. But the day after the election, if they won, you're going to have fuel prices go through the roof. Everybody's going to be forced to buy an electric car, which they're not going to do because they don't want that. It's got a great market. It's got a market. It's really a sub-market. People want gasoline-propelled cars. They want hybrids. They want to have everything. And they want electric.
Okay, it's this, right?
But they want everybody to have an electric car. We don't have
okay.
enough electricity. We couldn't make enough electricity for that. And you know what else? The weight of a car, the weight of a truck. They want all trucks to be electric.
Trucks.
Little things that a lot of people don't talk about. The weight of a truck is 2.5 times heavier. You would have to rebuild every bridge in this country if you were going to do this ridiculous policy. So, but on crowd size, in history, for any country, nobody's had crowds like I have, and you know that. And when she gets 1,000 people and everybody starts jumping, you know that if I had 1,000 people would say, that's the end of his campaign. I have hundreds of thousands of people. In South Carolina, I had 88,000 people. In Alabama, I had 68,000 people. Nobody says about crowd size with me. But she has 1,000 people or 1,500 people, and they say, oh, the enthusiasm's back. No. The enthusiasm is with me and the Republican Party because they want to stop crime. They want to stop people from pouring into our country from places unknown and from countries unknown, from countries that nobody ever heard of. That's where the enthusiasm. Yeah. I don't know if I can or not. I got him elected. Without me, he wouldn't be governor. I got him elected. He was doing terribly. I got him elected. With that being said, I hope we can repair it. But if we don't, the people are still the people, and they're going to vote. We're leading in Georgia by a lot. We're leading in Pennsylvania by a lot. So, but I don't know. Now, in Pennsylvania, I have great relationships. In Georgia, I do too, but unfortunately not with the governor. I've never understood it. When you get somebody elected, they're supposed to like you. He's not exactly, for some reason, and you'll have to ask him about that.
I just put pressure on the night.
I'd love to see it get repaired. I think that if we don't win Georgia, Georgia's a big win. It's a big state. So I won Alabama by a record. Nobody's ever gotten that many votes. I won South Carolina by a record. You don't win Alabama and South Carolina by records and lose Georgia. It doesn't happen. And the people of Georgia understand that. There was tremendous anxiety and problems in Georgia. A lot of people say, what happened? And we have to, all we want is honest elections. If we have honest elections in Georgia, and we have honest elections in Pennsylvania, we're going to win them by a lot.
Honest meaning if I win. Okay. You know, Trump's election denial goes way past 2020. It goes way before that. I don't think Trump ever accepted that he legitimately lost the popular vote to Hillary. He said that she won the popular vote because illegal migrants were voting. Like illegally, because they're not supposed to. 2012 with Obama? Yeah, there's a whole article about it on NBC. You see, Trump election denial. Like they have a whole list of the timeline. It was at ABC, sorry. Yeah, this article here, it goes over like a whole history of his false claims. What did he say about 2012? Yeah, he said Obama's re-election was a total sham. He said the Emmys are all politics because The Apprentice never won an award. Okay. He accused Ted Cruz of committing fraud during the Iowa caucus. Oh no. Popular vote wrongdoing. Yep. Because of illegal voters. Warned of fraud in the midterms. I didn't know about this either. Law enforcement has been strongly notified to watch closely for any illegal voting which may take place in Tuesday's election. Anyone caught will be subject to the maximum criminal penalties allowed by law. Should be concerned about rampant voter fraud. This is Rick Scott. And then obviously 2020, he went absolutely fucking schizo. God. Cenk is debating son of Hamas. Nice. Let him go.
Well, he actually said it two ways. First, he said it incorrectly, then he corrected himself. Do you agree with that, right? You know, if you watch him, he said it two ways. No. I mean, he said it two ways because he doesn't really know what he said. Why didn't he bring it up at the debate? You know, he had a chance for 90 minutes to bring it up at the debate. He could have talked about that at the debate.
I said that because...
And he didn't do it. Everyone said, he said this and he said that.
Yeah.
He's just, you know, they give him something to read off. He read it very badly because he actually said it the opposite. Then he had to go back and correct himself. He said the opposite. He should have brought this up at the debate. If he had a problem, of course there'll be a peaceful transfer. And there was last time, and there'll be a peaceful transfer.
Yeah.
I just hope we're going to have honest elections. That's all. Okay?
All I want. Honest election. Whoa. Ho, 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 ho. Take care, boys.
What a stupid question this is.
Why don't they mic up the questions?
Because I'm leading by a lot and because I'm letting their convention go through.
Fuck.
And I am campaigning a lot. I'm doing tremendous amounts of taping here. We have commercials that are at a level I don't think that anybody's ever done before. Plus, in certain cases, I see many of you in the room where I'm speaking to you on phones, I'm speaking to radio, I'm speaking to television. Television's coming over here. Excuse me, what are we doing right now? She's not doing any news conference. You know why she's not doing it? Because she can't do a news conference. She doesn't know how to do a news conference. She's not smart enough to do a news conference. And I'm sorry, we need smart people to lead this country because our country's never been in this danger before, both economically and from an outside perspective.
Yeah?
Russia doesn't respect us anymore. China doesn't respect us anymore. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, liked me a lot. He doesn't like this group. We are
like me because I saluted their fucking army and got fuck all back for it. Okay.
Great danger.
Nice.
We're in great danger of being in World War III. That could happen. No, after their convention, yeah. And I'm going out, actually, I'm going out to certain places to help certain senators get elected. Not even for me. I'm trying to help when I go out to Wyoming or when I go out to Montana, or I'm going to different places to help people. And I don't have to go there because I'm leading those states, as you know, by 35, 40, 50 points. I'm leading by record numbers. I'm going because I want to help senators and congressmen get elected. Congressmen and women get elected. Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead. The upcoming what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Elon Musk. So, yeah, sure. So Elon called me. As you know, he endorsed me full-throated. Great endorsement. I respect Elon a lot. He respects me.
Ugh.
And not easy for him to endorse, to be honest with you. You know, it takes courage to endorse
Gaping throat.
People. Many people have courage and many people don't. He does have courage.
This.
And Elon endorsed me. He asked me whether or not I'd do a show on Monday, and I think it's going to be Monday night. And I believe he's the host of the show. So it'll be very interesting. A lot of people are talking about it. I look forward to it. That'll be done on Monday night.
The deepest throat from Elon Musk.
Well, you have a lot of misinformation spread about China, and you have a lot of misinformation spread about a lot of different places. I think I'm going to get along great with China. President Xi of China and I were very good friends. We met right
Is
here,
it-
right in that, except we had a
We've
beautiful
got
sofa
breathing
there,
space,
as opposed to what we
so
have right
I think
now.
it's
Right now we
this,
have you.
because then I go there.
But
and they got
President
nothing.
Xi
They have no way out
and
of
I
this.
had a very good relationship until COVID.
Yeah.
And I held him responsible for COVID.
Okay, we're on a
Broke up
roll.
our
What the
relationship.
fuck,
but I think
man?
we're going to have a great relationship. And I think
Vivance.
it's going to be mutually beneficial. But we cannot have it where China is taking advantage of the United States. And that's what they were doing, as you very well know. Yes, please.
Ooh.
What's your question?
Oh.
No, I think the people that, if you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much, I think those people were treated very harshly when you compare them to other things that took place in this country where a lot of people were killed. Nobody was killed on January 6th. But I think that the people of January 6th were treated very unfairly.
He really wrote off Ashley Babbitt there, didn't they? Fuck.
And they were there to complain, not through me, they were there to complain about an election. And,
Not through
it's
you.
very
Oh,
interesting.
my
The biggest
God.
crowd I've ever spoken to, and I said
Trump.
peacefully and patriotically, which nobody wants to say, but I said peacefully and patriotically. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and you've seen, Maggie, I was at the mall, I was at the
Is
Washington
it
Monument,
this?
I was at the whole thing. I had crowds, I don't know who's ever
So
had
we
a
need
bigger
to
crowd than
go
I have, but I had it many times. The biggest
here.
crowd I've ever spoken before was
here.
that day. And I'll tell you,
Oh, yeah, you have to go here.
it's very hard to find a picture of that crowd. You see the picture of
And then
a
this
small
block
number of
doesn't
people
work.
relatively going to the Capitol, but you never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken, I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people, if not, we had
no.
more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's
Storming the Capitol because you don't like the results of an election is and threatening to hang the vice president is the language of the unheard. Let's go. The fuck.
the same, because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all
Bro,
the
what
way
are the
back.
Republicans going to do after this guy? Even if he wins and then dies of old age, what the fuck are they going to do next? Is it because someone commented the crowd size once and it's just hurt his fucking ego so much that he's referring every question back to the fucking crowd size? That's how fucking sensitive he is. Oh, God. That's how much of a birthday boy he is, that someone in the first question commented on his crowd size and now he's just referring back to it in every single answer. Bruh.
From Lincoln to Washington, and you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd, we actually had more.
Oh, one of the debate panelists is grumbling at me on Twitter. She's found my Twitter, now she's having a pop. This is over the wedding. There have been many more videos. Daily Mail, man with sword shot by police baton gun after confrontation. When is this from? Daily Mail Online. Samurai sword. Who is this guy? This guy's white, isn't he? Is this guy a Muslim? Okay, and there's the cops. Wait, did they actually fucking shoot him? Where's the gunshot? Wait, I don't know if I can show this on stream. Why would the Daily Mail show a video of a guy getting shot? Oh, they actually do proper fucking pop a cap in his leg. They shot him in the leg and then they fucked him up. When is this from? Do they have? Is there not a date on this story? Daily Mail? Hello? Hey! Read article. 2018. Followed 6 days of violence and bloodshed when 5 young men were stabbed to death in the streets of London. Who is the guy? Why did you send me this? Why? John Taylor. He's shot in the leg, right? What's a baton gun? Circular, non-lethal plastic rounds. This person might be insane. I don't know. Darwinian gender studies, non-feminist majority. Writing a book, The Rise of Female Chauvinism. Two-tier Kier, socialist Islamist coup. Okay. Oh, who's this guy? Palestinian Jordanian asylum seeker. Assaulted a female police officer and only fined £26 and couldn't do community service because he can't speak English. What is this story? Why is there no article? Who is this guy? Sentence for assaulting police officer? July, so it's quite recent. Cannot do community service because of health and safety. Needs a full-time translator. He pestered female joggers. Cop went to arrest him for being drunk and disorderly. He shoved her and hit her on the head with his jacket. He said he didn't know she was a police officer because she was aggressive towards him. Okay. He didn't speak English, lived in Bournemouth for 4 months, studying at Roundhouse Hotel. Jordanian, came here from Turkey. Conditional discharge. Oh, because he's a first-time offender. Is that unusual to get a conditional discharge for swinging your jacket at a cop? Okay, I'll put this in as well. Might be an example of a little bit of bias, but who knows? Because I think a lot of these people are repeat offenders. Okay. Palestinian asylum seeker. Find. You should become an Arabic translator for the cops. Yeah. £6 for assaulting an emergency worker. Couldn't speak English. So no community service. Pleaded guilty. Resisted. Did arrest by pushing. Cops don't arrest Muslims, which is why Muslims are disproportionately represented in the jail system right now. Yeah. Okay. By pushing officers. Pushing officer and swinging his jacket at her. Apparently he couldn't really be fined because he only received £9 a week. Couldn't really be fined. Only receiving. So 12-month conditional discharge. Okay. What?
People.
Okay.
They said I had 25,000 and he had 1 million people. And I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah, please.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sure. We have a constitution. It's a very important document, and we live by it. She has no votes, and I'm very happy to run against her. I'm not complaining from that standpoint. And I hate to be defending him, but he did not want to leave. He wanted to see if he could win. They said, you're not going to win. After the debate, they said, you're not going to win, you can't win, you're out. And at first they said it nicely, and he wasn't leaving, and then you know it better than anybody. Wait a minute, so when you think about it, they said, at first, they were going to go out to another vote. They were going to go through a primary system, a quick primary system, which it would have to be. And then it all disappeared, and they just picked a person that was the first out. She was the first loser, okay? So we call her the first loser. She was the first loser when, during the primary system. During the Democrat primary system, she was the first one to quit, and she quit. She had no votes, no support, and she was a bad debater, by the way, very bad debater. And that's not the thing I'm looking forward to, but she was a bad debater. She did, obviously, a bad job. She never made it to Iowa. Then for some reason, and I know he regrets it, you do too, he picked her, and she turned on him too. She was working with the people that wanted him out. But the fact that you can get no votes, lose in the primary system, in other words, you had 14 or 15 people, she was the first one out, and that you can then be picked to run for president, it seems to me actually unconstitutional. Perhaps it's not. Please. So I've run against Hillary, and I've run against various other people. I would say that in terms of intelligence, Hillary was far superior. I would say that. Hillary was smart. She was her own worst enemy in many ways, but she was smart, very smart.
Uh-oh.
Okay? If you ask me to compare them. Please.
It's a very tactical thing to say, just to make Kamala look worse.
Would you repeat that question, please? You have to speak up. It's a hard room because it's very big, if you know. So this is worth $18 million. Oh, I see.
Jesus.
Yeah. So I think the abortion issue has been very much tempered down, and I've answered, I think, very well in the debate, and it seems to be much less of an issue, especially for those where they have the exceptions, as you know. And I think it's, when I look for 52 years, they wanted to bring abortion back to the states. They wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade, and that's Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and everybody, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back in the states, and I did that. Now the states are voting. And frankly, some of the votes are much more, if you could say, liberal than you would think. Ohio turned out to be, they had a big vote, and it turned out to be a much more liberal standing than people would have thought. Kansas, the same thing. And then you have Texas, and you have other places where it may be different. But the issue has been brought back to the states now. And like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly. I think that that's a very important thing. I think when you have to follow your heart. But when you don't believe in the exceptions, I think it's much tougher. It's a much tougher issue. But about 82% of Republicans do believe in exceptions. I think and a lot of them are changing their mind and coming even further. I think that abortion has become much less of an issue. It's I think it's actually going to be a very small issue. What I've done is I've done what every Democrat and every Republican wanted to have done, and we brought that issue back to the states. And now the states are voting on it. And frankly, some of the votes are a lot different than people would have thought. But it's the vote of the people that's taking care of it. And, when you think about the Democrats are really the radical ones on this because they're allowed to do abortion on the 8th and 9th month and even after birth. If you look at your new governor from Minnesota, he's talking about, he's like the governor previous, the former governor. I don't want to get him mixed up because Glenn is doing a good job and he's leading our whole campaign in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. But previous to Glenn, the governor, he said the baby will be born, we will put the baby aside, and we will decide with the mother what we're going to do. In other words, whether or not we're going to kill the baby. The Minnesota gentleman, this guy agrees with that. He is the most liberal. Look, between her and him, there's never been anything like this. There's never been a combination. So I'll use the word progressive. They want to go progressive. They don't like the word liberal. I like liberal better. I think it's more appropriate because nobody knows what progressive means. But they now like to use the word progressive. But there's certainly never been anybody so liberal like these two, or even close. I think the abortion issue has been taken down many notches. I don't think it's a big factor anymore, really. And when people hear what I said in the debate, and I think I said it very well during the debate, we brought it back to the states. Everybody wanted it in the states. And very importantly, and you think about this, assuming you have exceptions. If you don't have exceptions, it's a more difficult thing. At the same time, there are people that strongly feel that way, and you have to follow your heart, and you should follow your heart. But that issue is very much subdued. Yeah, thank you. About who? Yes. No, I didn't. Look, if you take away guns, she wants to take away everyone's gun. If you take away guns, you can't do it because people need the guns for protection. Now, entertainment, they want it, hunting, they want, different things. But they need weapons for protection in this country. People live out in the woods and they're not going to have a gun. If you look at some countries, I don't want to get them in trouble, but some countries have actually gone the opposite way. They had very strong gun laws, and now they have gone the opposite way, where they allowed people to have guns, where in one case they encouraged people to go out and get guns, and crime is down 29%. And remember this, what is the toughest gun law in the United States? Chicago. On July 4th, 117 people were shot and 17 died. The toughest gun laws in the United States are in the city of Chicago. You know that. They had 117 people shot. Afghanistan does not have that. Afghanistan, by the way, was the lowest point in the history of our country, in my opinion. That was the worst embarrassment to the history of this country, and I say Putin would not have gone into Ukraine if that didn't happen. When he saw the incompetence of Milley and all these guys that are incompetent, when he saw that happen, when they took out the soldiers first, they took out the soldiers first. If you go back and check your records, for 18 months, I had a talk with Abdul. Abdul was the leader of the Taliban, still is. But I had a strong talk with him. For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot at or killed, but not even shot at.
He's still trying to fucking damage control his pullout plan that was followed by Biden from Afghanistan that resulted in the fucking chaos that we saw because he basically locked out the Afghan authorities that we propped up for fucking decades. Just left them, basically hung them out to dry, excluded them from negotiations. I think part of the deal with Trump and Doha was to release a whole bunch of Taliban fighters. That was part of the deal when they were negotiating the pullout of Afghanistan. Whew. It's crazy that the popular vote doesn't matter in the United States. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Prevented October 7th. Yeah, I know, it's so stupid. Actually, we have... this is a new story, actually. Look at this. I was supposed to cover this a while ago. A couple of days ago, anyway. You guys know about this? The King's Act.
Which the Constitution...
The No Kings Act, I'm so sorry. Chuck Schumer, go.
Today, along with 33 of my Democratic colleagues, I am introducing the No Kings Act. This legislation is as simple as the name it bears. It reaffirms that presidents do not have immunity from violations of criminal law and removes the Supreme Court's jurisdiction to hear appeals related to the presidential immunity, which the Constitution explicitly empowers Congress to do. The MAGA Supreme Court's decision on presidential immunity was the very antithesis of the kind of accountability our framers envisioned. It just goes to show you what a morass the Supreme Court is in right now. They're in a mess. They're in an ethical morass, and they're in a substantive morass. Today,
Okay, I'll have to probably tell you the story from the start here so this makes sense to everyone. I wonder if I can just give like a really, really quick breakdown. Okay, so what is this No Kings Act from Chuck Schumer? Well, okay, it begins with the 2020 election, right? Trump loses the election. He loses the popular vote by 7 million, which is quite big. He loses a whole bunch of the swing states. He's big mad, and he obviously doesn't accept the result. He takes over a month to even do anything that's close to conceding and alleges voter fraud. He challenges the results of the swing states, alleging voter fraud in various different states. He is shot down by everyone close to him, virtually everyone, his attorney generals. He's shot down by governors of each of the states. He's shot down by the courts. He is not just shot down because he can't claim standing for his cases. A lot of these courts actually did assess the merits as well, also found out that wasn't true. We know now it's not true because a lot of the claims, for example, the Dominion voting machines, Giuliani admitted that he lied about the fraudulent Dominion machines. He just said it was his First Amendment right to lie about it. So we know full well that these were lies and that Trump knew they were lies because he was told by everyone that he trusted that they were lies. He persists anyway and finds himself left with a small handful of yes men, people like John Eastman, Giuliani, and Kenneth Chesebro, who come up with this plan for Trump to effectively contest the results in these swing states. So they come forward with this scheme where they send fake electors to the counting of the votes, people who basically say, oh, we represent the Electoral College slates from Arizona or from Georgia or from Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, and we actually assert that Trump wins, not Biden. And the idea was that to use that confusion, to pressure Pence to use that confusion of conflicting electoral slates to basically go through a whole bunch of different options that would result in Trump becoming president. One of them would be sending it to the states with the House, which would have been majority Republican, to vote in favor of Trump just becoming president. The other idea was for Pence to just unilaterally recognize the fake electors and make Trump president there on the spot, or to send it back to the states to investigate voter fraud further, which would give Trump more time to pressure people, governors of the respective states, to vote in his favor. It was knowingly a violation of the Electoral Count Act from 1887 because the vice president doesn't actually have the power to do any of those things. We know that Trump utilized the violence on January 6th to get Mike Pence to try and certify these fake electoral slates. We know that people have already been found guilty, people who were involved in this fake electoral vote conspiracy. We know that there have been indictments against Trump for this particular scheme, which included conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. We know that Trump basically has not challenged the facts of these indictments at all. His challenge was to go to the Supreme Court and to say, I was acting in my official capacity as president, and I should actually have immunity. I want immunity for my official act as president. And they give it to him. They say that if you carry out an official act as president, you are criminally immune. And we know that some of the ways that Trump tried to contest the election, like trying to use his DOJ to submit false allegations of electoral fraud to the respective states, that he's off the hook for that now because that was his official act as president. We know that he did that, yeah? It doesn't let him off the hook completely. They're going to have to debate whether or not every single action he took was in his official capacity. But it is vague enough that it will massively undermine the case, because if you want to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and some of these claims fall apart because they were official acts, then your 99% drops quite quickly. Thankfully, we've got a few challenges now. One from Chuck Schumer. This is why he's passing what's called, or trying to introduce, the No Kings Act, because the idea is that he is challenging this claim from the Supreme Court that a president can just get criminal immunity if they act within their official capacity. So if Trump acts in an official capacity to do something illegal, like getting the DOJ to submit claims of voter fraud that are false to respective states where he wants to get the results turned over, resulting also in them in two of his acting and deputy acting attorney generals to resign, then the idea is that that should still be illegal. That should still be a crime, because although you're acting in official capacity, that should still be a crime. The Supreme Court thinks otherwise, and now it's being challenged. So yeah, hopefully, because it is kind of insane that Trump has these charges against him, pretty strong charges, trying to defraud the United States, trying to obstruct the official proceeding, i.e. the certification of the votes that would make Biden president, basically overseeing a coup. And he could get away with it because it was all official acts as president. That's insane. So thankfully, there's still a bit of a challenge going on there. We'll see how it goes, okay? But there's the TLDR, okay? That's why the No Kings Act is being put forward now. Will it pass? Don't know. But basically what it means is that that Congress would be the ones determining who federal criminal law is applied to, not the Supreme Court. That would be a pretty big change. Yeah. And it would ultimately reverse that decision. But the fact is that these charges have been brought towards Trump, and he still actually hasn't challenged the claims. He's just saying, I was the president, so it's not really a crime. Or it was a crime, but I've got immunity. Yeah. Mental, that. Okay, that's a TLDR, sure.
Huh. 18 months, and then we had the disaster of the lift, where people were falling off airplanes from 3 times.
And obviously, people like Drew the Dogman can only just say retarded and spell it wrong. Oh, God. Drew, were you not going to come to the Discord and debate this with me?
It was the height of the World Trade Center. I mean, terrible. But now our country has to be respected again. Please. Go ahead, please. I'd be against that. That Kamala is in favor of not giving Israel weapons? Yeah. That's what I hear. Look.
Also, I'm sorry, can maybe add this bit in as well in the editing. You can also tell that these voter fraud claims are based on nothing, because of all the states that Trump tried to get the results turned over in, why was one of them New Mexico? He asserted fraud in Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, whatever, Nevada, but why New Mexico, where Trump lost the popular vote by like 10%? Did Trump even claim to have won the popular vote in New Mexico? I think up until January 6th, I don't think he ever did. He just threw that one in. And you can tell it was kind of just thrown in because as far as submitting the false slates of electors, they had to do that on the grounds that they asserted an illegal claim, like a claim of voter fraud. The claim for New Mexico was actually submitted like 6 minutes before the deadline. Because they had to have some pending litigation to cause some kind of contest between the fake electors and the real ones. So they just threw that one in the last minute. I don't think there was ever actually any detailed, elaborate claim for New Mexico. They just threw that one in because I guess they wanted more. They just wanted to take a chance with it. Yeah. Bizarre. New legislation usually can be backtracked. Well, in this case, it would, because I don't think the case has gone through yet, would it? Because couldn't someone just, because what's it undoing? It's undoing a Supreme Court decision. And it just means that someone who wants to bring the case to Trump could. And he wouldn't be able to just say immunity. It's not backtracking as in like they're changing the law. It's a Supreme Court decision. Okay.
Look, she's been very, very bad to Israel, and she's been very bad to Jewish people. And I say it, if anybody I know is Jewish and they would vote for Kamala over me, they should have their head examined. If you think about it, I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. I even built the embassy. I gave them no Iran deal. The problem is they didn't do anything with it. Iran was broke. We could have made a deal so easily. I would have had a deal done within 1 week after the election with Iran. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We would have gotten along with Iran. I was looking forward to it. I was fine with Iran. You know, we hit them a couple of times pretty hard, but we would have been fine with Iran. But I terminated that deal. I got them the Abraham Accords. Everyone said that's impossible. I got them the Abraham Accords. She's been very, very bad.
The Abraham Accords, like, I don't think, does Trump not understand that the Abraham Accords was being pursued with countries that had all but official normalization with Israel anyway? Like, it's not like Saudi and all these fucking countries, like, was it Morocco, were chipping at the bit to invade or go to war with Israel before the Abraham Accords. But okay.
Respectful to Jewish people. And any Jewish person that votes for Kamala and her friend, her new friend, who I don't know if you knew him before, but I don't think he's too good. But anybody that votes for them, if you're Jewish or if you love Israel, you have to have your head examined.
Wow.
Go ahead, please. They have. The FBI came to see me about the shooter. I think they've done a very good job. And I think they did a very good job with respect to this other lunatic that they have in custody. Please.
Are you here?
Yeah.
Because they can't block all. Oh, no. We're here. Oh, no,
well,
I'm
I know
blocked.
Willie Brown
Fuck.
very well. In fact, I went down in a helicopter with him. We thought maybe this is the end. We were in a helicopter going to a certain location together, and there was an emergency landing. This was not a pleasant landing.
This?
And Willie was, he was a little concerned. So I know him pretty well. I mean, I haven't seen him in years. But he told me terrible things about her. But this is what you're telling me anyway, I guess. But he had a big part in what happened with Kamala. But he I don't know, maybe he's changed his tune, but he was not a fan of hers very much at that point.
I think it's this, because here.
Yeah, I do.
Here. Mr. President. No, it's this. Fuck.
On what? Well, I'm going to announce that. I'm going to actually have a press conference on that at some point in the near future, so I don't want to tell you now. But Florida does have a vote coming up on that, and I think probably the vote will go in a little more liberal way than people thought. But I'll be announcing that at the appropriate time.
Here.
Please.
What next? Oh, just like, that's good. Okay, something. Yeah, they kind of have to.
Yeah. Oh, we gave tremendous for child care and all of that. No,
8 in a row.
Our tax cuts, which are the biggest in history, our tax cuts are coming due, as you know, very soon. And if the Democrats don't renew them or make it impossible to renew because it's pretty close in terms of vote, if they don't renew them, it's the equivalent of having a 4 times tax increase from what you have right now, and it'll destroy the economy. I think they're under tremendous pressure to do it. I've never seen, all my life I grow up and I watch politics, and I used to be on the other side of politics, then I run for office. But in all the years of studying politics, I've never seen people get elected by saying, we're going to give you a tax increase. These guys get up, think of it. We're going to give you no security. We're going to give you a weak military. We're going to give you no walls, no borders, no anything. Yeah. All these things they're doing. I mean, the transgender became such a big thing. But they do all of these things. Yeah. But they always say, we're going to give you a tax increase. I never heard anybody campaign on a tax increase. A politician has always said, I will cut taxes. I'll give you one example. Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. I am going to leave Social Security. I'm not raising the years. I'm not raising the age. I will be saving Social Security, and I'm going to work it out that there's no tax on Social Security for seniors. I'm also doing no tax on tips. No tax on tips. So waiters, waitresses, caddies, people that drive cars, people that get tips who have been harassed by this government, we're going to have no tax on tips. That's a big thing. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Sure. Because other people have done far bigger things than Steve Bannon. Sure, it's politically motivated. I think it's a horrible thing they did. Look, they've weaponized government against me. Look at the Florida case. It was a totally weaponized case. All of these cases, by the way, the New York cases are totally controlled out of the Department of Justice. They sent their top person to the various places.
I
They
mean,
went
like
to the
Trump
AG's
literally
office. got
tried
that
to use his Department of Justice to submit all the fake election fucking claims.
one going. Then he went to the DA's office, got that one going, ran through it. No, this is all politics, and it's a disgrace. Never happened in this country. It's very common that it happens, but not in our country. It happens in banana republics and third world countries, and that's what we're becoming. We have no borders. We have bad voting regulations. Anytime you have
Bad.
mail-in ballots, you're going to have problems. France learned that lesson. You know, France had all mail-in voting, and they went back to paper ballots, voter identification, voter ID. They went back to a normal system, one-day voting.
Wow.
They don't want to be around, voting for 64 days. And look, the election, I keep talking about November 5th, but the election really starts on September 6th. That's when it starts because it's early voting. We should have one-day voting. We should have paper ballots. We should have voter ID, and we should have proof of citizenship. Please. No, the gentleman in back.
Apparently, the DOJ has nothing to do with the New York case. Huh, interesting.
For who?
Yeah, in France, they have 2 rounds. What the fuck is he talking about? It's not like one election day. They have 2 rounds. He would be very upset by the French system because the French electoral system was basically used by everyone who opposed Le Pen to come together and get her out. Like, what the fuck? Even though she won the first round.
Do you support the continuation of tax credits for EVs? And secondly, what's your political or policy advice to
Elon is a very different kind of a guy. He's a very big believer in the country, but he's very worried about the country. He's very worried about the country. And I don't know if it's good for him politically to have supported me, although I think we have a vast majority of this country does support me. But Elon, more than almost anybody I know, I mean, he loves this country. He loves the concept of the country. But like me, he says this country is in big trouble. It's in tremendous danger. Okay, please.
No, I don't think it's that.
I like this guy.
This is an awkward one.
I like him. Yeah. The polls have suggested. There are some polls that say we're going to win in a landslide. People are voting with their stomachs, meaning they go into the grocery store. They're paying 50, 60, 70% more for food than they did just a couple of years ago. Look at what's happened to energy. Look at what's happened not only to their cars, where gasoline's gone from $1.87, $1.87, and we had moments when it was below that, but it's gone from $1.87 to $5, $6, and $7. And they take the strategic national reserves and they take it out, even though it's peanuts compared, it doesn't last long. But they're virtually empty now. We've never had it this low.
Oh, it's that.
And he's using that to keep the gasoline prices as low as possible. He's sucked all of the oil out, essentially the gasoline, to keep the price down a little bit, and it's had very little impact. But you know what? We have no strategic national reserves now. He's emptied it. It's almost empty.
Why vote neither will help the Palestinians? If you can't see the difference between Trump and Kamala Harris on Israel-Palestine, let alone Trump and Biden, you're fucking retarded and you don't care about Palestinians. Sorry.
Never been this low. And I had it at a good level. And I would have had it more if the Democrats would have approved the deal. You know, I had a deal to buy it at $22 a barrel. And now it's going to be close to 100 pretty soon, my opinion. And the Democrats didn't want to do that. But we bought a lot anyway. And we had it pretty good. And what they've done to the national reserves, the strategic national reserves, is, as you know very well, because you cover it, but what they've done is incredible. They've just, for the sake of getting some votes, for the sake of having gasoline, you know, that's meant for wars. It's meant for, like, tragedy. It's not meant to keep a gasoline price down so that somebody can vote for Biden, or in this case, Kamala, who, by the way, is worse than Biden. And she's actually not as smart.
There's literally a fucking Palestinian chat who would have his citizenship stripped if Trump got his way on Israel-Palestine. Oh, God. Stripping citizenship from the people in the fucking triangle and just making them part of the West Bank. God.
Okay, she's actually not as smart. That's hard to believe, isn't it? Yeah, please. Okay. Sure, you could do things that would supplement, absolutely. And those things are pretty open and humane. But you have to be able to have a vote. And all I want to do is give everybody a vote. And the votes are taking place right now as we speak. Yeah. But it's there are many things on a humane basis that you can do outside of that. But you also have to give a vote, and the people are going to have to decide. Okay, yes, please. Yeah. On what? No, I think she's actually not as smart as he is. I don't think he's very smart either, by the way. I'm not a big fan of his brain, but I think that she's actually not as smart as he is.
What do you attribute her rising in the polls, becoming a more competitive race since she's taken over?
Well, she's a woman, she represents certain groups of people. But I will say this. When people find out about her, I think she'll be much less. And I see it right now. I see her going way down to the polls now. Now that people are finding out that she destroyed San Francisco, she destroyed the state of California along with Governor Gavin Newsom. He's been a terrible governor, terrible. But they did it together. And she was early. I mean, she was the first of the prosecutors,
governor, the
really.
worst
Now you
kind.
see Philadelphia, you see Los
Like
Angeles,
you've never
you see
seen.
New York, you see various people that are very bad. But she was the first of the bad prosecutors. She was early. Who? Would you repeat that, please? No, you. Would you repeat her, what she said? You have to speak up. This room is very louder. Do you hear her? A daily press briefing? Why would I do that? I would give you all the press briefings you want. Look what I'm doing here. But why would I do a daily press? You'd get tired of me very fast. No, but I will give you total access, and you'll have a lot of press briefings, and you'll have from me. Now, are you talking about from me or from a press secretary? Well, yeah, probably they'll do something. If it's not daily, it's going to be a lot. You'll have
one
more
of the debaters for today actually also reposted this. The guy. It's good you do this research. It's good you do this research. It's good to have all the examples at hand. Okay. Also, yeah, this guy was arrested on suspicion of like inciting violence as well because he wanted the protesters to get their throats cut. So, two-tier policing. Middle classes in their ivory towers think the flames will never reach them. They're very wrong. Okay. Interesting. What else has she been saying about the riots? Digital kettling. Okay. Round up and charge citizens who retweet material deemed as inciting hatred. Okay, we know the criminal, like the prosecutory record for that particular crime, so that's fine. I can just ask how many people are convicted of stirring up hatred in the UK every year. The answer on average is about 8. 3 years for punching a police officer in the face. 2 violent thugs who brutally attacked 3 armed police officers have not been charged. 2-tier justice. Okay, what's this example? Okay, who are these 2? These are just pictures. What? Who the fuck is this? Reverse image search. Oh no, images. Fuck! I just have to go Google and there's fuck me. Google.com. Right. This is the only picture. Is there any picture out that's from the fucking news of these 2? What is Apostate Prophet saying about it? Okay. No, not support. Maybe I do need support because I'm really stupid. Fuck. It's cropped. Yeah, but if it's cropped, there should be, why is there... If it's cropped, there should still be other examples, no? Oh. Oh, this is from the head stamping incident. The guys who attacked the cops. Have these guys not been charged? Hang on. Okay, Fahir. And this guy. This is the... Yeah, okay. So you think these guys have not been charged? 3 days ago, new allegations. Where's that? This is 25th of July. Is there anything else from 3 days ago? Major update 4 days ago. Okay. The family and lawyer appear to be kicked. Yeah, because this man was kicked in the fucking face after he was subdued. I wonder if that affects the trial at all. So 3 officers. Okay, so footage went viral showing moments before where they were throwing punches at the officer. Yeah, these guys assaulted police officers. They're out on bail. Okay. Okay. Where does it say that? So we know that they assaulted cops and injured them. All right. Where does it say they're out on bail? When out on bail doesn't mean they're not going to get charged. The problem is that if you're part of rioting, it's very normal for the system to try and charge you quickly because they want to set an example and kill the momentum of the riots. You'd know that if you read about Keir Starmer's record as a prosecutor. It's the same tactic he used in 2011. They're already charged. Yeah, let's see. Charged. It just doesn't say here, though. What's the name again? Fahir Amaz and Muhammad Ahmad. Men wanted over protest. Okay. Police watchdog. Complex case. So the cops are being investigated. Wikipedia. That is not the guy we're looking for. Okay. This guy was not a Sudanese religious and political leader, I don't think. Until further notice, that is not true. Bail. What? This is a completely different story by the looks of that picture. What? Oh my God. Why is this on Yahoo Malaysia? Case law? 2006. It's an old story. Okay. These are the two guys? Okay. Check stream chat. Okay. Thank you. Fresh allegations. Fuck. All right. Lawyers of the... I thought I read this. Struck firearms officer at Manchester Airport. Arrested following a violent clash. Threatened by an officer, thrown to the ground, had his neck knelt upon an area terminal without cameras. Fully cooperating with the police. Da-da-da-da. Firearms officers subjected to a violent attack. 4 men arrested. Smear the family. Okay. So the investigation's ongoing. Right, that's it. So the yeah, okay. This was Manchester Airport, right? Okay, let's just squeeze that one in. Fuck it. Chester Airport incident. In July. I know you have to be charged for bail, yeah. But I don't know if bail is how we do it in the UK. TYT just dropped Son of Hamas versus Jenk. Nice. 2 suspects. This doesn't say anything about charge, but it does say they were arrested, right? So arrested. Case still being investigated. Stated based on conflicting versions of the story and gaps in recorded footage. Chief Constable. Be balanced. The public still don't have the full facts. All right. Whatever. Trump.
Than you want. Yeah, please.
The problem is with this case is that it's like a really complex one because it's based on like fucking viral social media footage, and then new footage comes out from different angles and different times showing a different side of the story. And you've also got the cops here who are facing criminal charges as well, potentially, because of the excessive force they used on the person after he was subdued. So, okay. There's a police watchdog involved as well. Yeah, that's a complicated case. We don't know exactly what happened yet.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about it. I think it's a tragic story. You want to know the truth. And I felt that with Hillary Clinton, too. You know, with Hillary Clinton, I could have done things to her that would have made your head spin. I thought it was a very bad thing.
Uh-oh.
Take the wife of a president of the United States and put her in jail. And then I see the way they treat me. That's the way it goes. But I was very protective of her. Nobody would understand that.
You understand that Hillary sat through all the fucking Benghazi hearings and didn't plead the fifth once and wasn't found fucking guilty of anything. It's funny that Trump was chanting "lock her up" to someone who he didn't have a criminal case against. Okay.
But I think my people understand it. They used to say, lock her up, and I'd say, just relax, please. We won the election.
Did you? Is that what you did? I'm pretty sure Trump would just kind of bask. Didn't Trump himself say Clinton would be in jail?
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Why is he such a fucking liar? Why is he such a lying, degenerate cunt piece of shit? Why does he always... Okay, whatever.
I think it would be I think it would have been horrible for our country and we had her between the hammering of all of the files. And don't forget, she got a subpoena from the United States Congress. And then, after getting the subpoena, she destroyed everything that she was supposed to get. I thought it was so bad to take her and put her in jail the wife of a president of the United States. And then when it's my turn, nobody thinks that way. I thought it was a very terrible thing. And she did a lot of very bad things. I'll tell you what, she was pretty evil. But in terms of the country and in terms of unifying the country, bringing it back, to have taken her and to have put her in jail, and I think you know the things as well as I do. There were some pretty bad acts that she did. I think it would have been very bad for our country. And a lot of my people, a lot of the MAGA, as they call them, but the base, and I think the base is 75% of the country, far beyond the Republican Party, because we're a party of common sense, and I'm a person of common sense. I want to have low taxes. I want to have strong borders. I want to have a strong military so that China and Russia, look, they've allowed China.
Sorry, who else is in this fucking debate with us tonight? I think Whick actually tagged them on Twitter. One of the people we know is just a bit of a goon, so that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Who is this person? Whick TV. Whick. Where is the roster? The Troubles in Britain. Why do you call it the Troubles? Oh, it's this person. This guy who is like a ex-Muslim turned critic. Counter-extremist. Okay, let's not be prejudiced though. This guy might... I feel like every time I see a ex-Muslim turned counter-extremist are usually the kind of people who just give weight to every right-wing opinion under the sun about Muslims, but let's see. We don't know. Whilst the far right does exist, unfortunately, there is no clear accepted definition of the term in academia. People who aren't far right get labeled as such. People who are far right convincingly claim otherwise. Okay. Far right meaning, what is an academic definition of far right? Like ultranationalism, xenophobia, religious and like conservative social values. False information on social media. People who've shared... Oh, this person thinks anyone sharing falsified information unwittingly should not be arrested, but those fabricating the lies should be. So this person agrees with people who fabricate lies, okay. Which means that this woman who fabricated the lie about the person being called Al-Shakati. The problem is that this person also said that that all hell would break loose. If it's true, the person who actually might have invented the guy's name. I think this is where the Russian source picked it up from. So it might have actually just been completely fabricated by a random 55-year-old woman. Bro. Boomer power. I used to be a literalist Salafi Wahhabi, yet I read arguments for progressive Islam, was fully convinced. Oh, he's not an ex-Muslim. He's a reformed Muslim. Okay. False conspiracy theories and fake news are a threat to democracy. Is this guy going to be on my side or against me? I think he'll be on my side. Falsified screenshot of a Telegraph article promoting the PM was considering creating detainment camps in the Falkland Islands. Oh no. Bro. Growing links between the anti-immigrant far right and the domestic Islamist far right. Andrew Tate. Yeah, that's kind of weird, isn't it? The King asking for daily updates. That's cute. Okay. He supports Shamima Begum losing her citizenship appeals. Weird. Her child, when this came into the news, her newborn baby, actually died in that Syrian refugee camp because she didn't get taken to the UK instead for her arrest and trial. Her child was a British citizen when he died, before she got stripped. A really good friend warned me tonight about criticizing the two-tier policing concept, and how did I get this? It's an overlap with what one supposes has become my audience. Paraphrase reply. You have to understand how I work. I'm a loyal person, prepared to die on a hill if I believe something to be right. I don't take shekels for my Israel analysis, no matter how many times I'm accused of it. I'm not pro-Israel. I genuinely believe in the analysis I share, and I'm not very good at stepping back if I think something's worth fighting for. But in loads of work on the two-tier policing issue, as a disinformation psychology expert, I am seeing the exact same patterns with two-tier policing allegations that I see with libelous allegations against Israel. I visited the Met as an army officer specializing in public order to learn about working with the police for a job I had. I sat in planning meetings for public order. I've shadowed bronze and silver police commanders for whole days, seen how they make decisions. I've dug into the statistics. There's no evidence for two-tier policing other than anecdotal stuff from both sides. Yep, okay. The little thin blue line, okay. Peas in a pod. That's a retweet, but okay. I think this guy is going to end up on my side. John Aziz retweet. Violence is the last refuge of the incompetent. Ooh. Aaron Bastani repost. Okay, this guy's interesting. This guy's all over the shop. Keir Starmer repost. I'll be all right to have this guy on my side if that's what's happening. Nice. I bet you anything this guy is like a banger public speaker as well. I just have a feeling.
Hello, and welcome.
4 years ago. So he doesn't upload very often. Nor does he have any subs. Synagogue attacks, counter extremism expert. Okay. Goes on GB News. Interesting.
Two teenagers from Manchester have been arrested in connection with an attack on a synagogue in Texas. A 44-year-old British man, Malik Faisal Akram, originally from Blackburn.
What are we saying, bro?
Paradise.
What's your story?
The Blackburn Muslim community ought not to be posting something on Facebook, offering up their prayers and the hope that somebody will be taken into paradise.
Yeah, the optics on that one aren't very good. That's putting it mildly. But on the one hand, it makes sense. Someone's died and you're offering condolences, and it's a religious thing, right? Religious people just seek forgiveness for whoever it may be. But on the other hand, there's no condemnation of the acts of this individual. There's insinuation that somehow this person was innocent. And it just doesn't come across really well. And me, coming from the community, I know how a lot of members of the community think. And it's not right.
And it's important to call that out.
Yeah, it's important to call it out.
Do you think, I mean, community, it's almost a joke, isn't it? The self-appointed community leader who speaks for nobody but their own ego. But we're not saying that here, are we?
No.
Okay.
These are individual members who are, I'm assuming, I don't know who's running this Facebook post, but this group rather, but whoever it is better start thinking very carefully about what they write online. And also maybe perhaps they should think about what they think.
My understanding of terror attacks is people always say, where are the Muslim condemnations? Is that the fact is that they exist. It's just that no one pays any attention to them. I think there were 500 imams condemning terrorists. This is to do with vile murderers. What was this in 2017? London Bridge attackers. We strongly condemn terrorism, all types of violence, Yeah, okay. Maybe. Okay.
China and Russia to do the impossible combined. They're natural enemies. They always have been, because China needs more land and Russia has it. Okay. They've always been natural enemies. And because of Obama, started with him, and then Biden, because he didn't know what the hell he was doing, they've now become one force. And then now they're adding Iran to it, and they're adding North Korea to it. Pretty powerful force. This is something that is unthinkable that they allowed to happen. Oh, it's going to end. The honeymoon period's going to end. Look, she's got a little period. She's got a convention coming up. It's about policy. It's not about her. I think she's incompetent because I've watched her. She destroyed California. She destroyed San Francisco. Everything she's touched.
Wait, what was I supposed to fucking... Bruh! What was I supposed to watch after this? I had something in mind to watch after this, but I've completely forgotten what it was. Oh, Son of Hamas. Okay.
Has turned to bad
we'll have
things.
time for that.
I'm not going to use foul language, but everything she's touched has turned
All right,
bad.
be right back. Fuck.
She's incompetent. The reason she's not doing what I
Don't
do,
care.
and she's not doing what she should be doing, she won't even do interviews with friendly people because she can't do better than Biden. Now, he had a reason for not doing well, and he was never, 25 years ago, the sharpest or brightest bulb in the ceiling. That I can tell you, okay? He wasn't. But he could do interviews at least. Not lately, he couldn't, perhaps. But she should be doing interviews. She doesn't want to do interviews. And the reason she doesn't is, number one, her policies are so bad. Just to answer your question, I think that it's not going to change because it's really ultimately not about her as much as about her policies. She wants open borders. She wants to defund the police. She wants to defund the police. She wants to take away your guns. Anybody that thinks they're not going to come after your guns, when I was president, I totally protected the guns. And I think it's very important. And I know I take some heat sometimes for it, but you have to have safety. You have to have, when the bad guy walks in with a gun, you got to have some way of protecting yourself. And boy, you would see crime go up at levels that you've never seen. When people say on the side of the house, this house has guns, we will use the guns, they say, let's pass, we'll go someplace else. You have to have them. And for 4 years, and as you know, the NRA endorsed me very powerfully every time I ran, every time. My sons are members, and I guess indirectly I'm a member too, but they gave me the strongest of endorsements, and that's against very strong competition. People that felt the same way. No, you have to have that right. Our Second Amendment is a very important right, and it has to be protected. Okay, how about you? Go ahead. Yeah. So there are some of the most brilliant people on Wall Street that are saying that if President Trump doesn't win, you're going to have a depression. I happen to agree. I think that's true. Because I know how bad these people are. They like to say that they did this and that. You saw the $7 trillion that they said it was me for $7 trillion. It wasn't me. It was them. They said that I had inflation. They took over 9% inflation. No, I had 1% inflation. I had actually no inflation because if you look at the categories, we had just about no inflation. But I had a very minor, I actually had a positive inflation. It was a perfect number because you don't want zero. I mean, I'm not going to give you a whole course on economics, but you don't want zero. 1%, 1.4% is great. You want a little bit because you don't want to have deflation. Deflation is, in many ways, even worse. I had a perfect number right around the 1% number. It was perfect. And to show you, it stayed there for 2 years. And then he did all of the different borrowings that he did. And then he did so many things wrong. Every time he would do it, I'd say, big mistake. And don't forget, they sell hats and they sell stories. Trump was right about everything. I've been right about a lot. Yes, Maggie? Well, we had a commission like other people do, and it's always complicated and it's always controversial. And we had commissions that, and I think of respected people, many of the people on the commission, and they would recommend to me certain pardons for certain people. Some people were treated very harshly. A fantastic woman, as you know, she served 24 years for being on a phone call having to do with drugs. You know who I'm talking about. She was great. And she had another 24 years to go. And it was largely about marijuana, which in many cases is now legalized, okay? But we had many very highly regarded people on a commission, and they'd recommend, and they'd put a reason why. Some people were, served time, but they served a lot of time for something that today people wouldn't even serve time by. Well, for the most part, I think they did. I mean, they did. They go through. They went through. I had a commission. It was a very important commission to me, and highly respected people. And frankly, they came up with some decisions that I wouldn't necessarily agree with, but I did it. But I let a lot of people out that had no representation. I went to people in jails, in prison that we respected. I said, how many of these people should be let out? We let out large groups of low-income people that were serving like 40 years for something that today you wouldn't even be put in jail for. We had very few people let out because I said I really don't want to let people out where they had a lot of violence, where they had killing, et cetera, et cetera. And for the most part, we didn't do that. Yeah, please. On defense? Federal Reserve. Right. Well, look, the Federal Reserve is a very interesting thing, and it's sort of gotten it wrong a lot. And he's tending to be a little bit late on things. He gets a little bit too early and a little bit too late. And, that's very largely it's a gut feeling. I believe it's really a gut feeling. And I used to have it out with him. I had it out with him a couple of times very strongly. I fought him very hard. And, we get along fine. We get along fine. But I feel the president should have at least say in there. Yeah, I feel that strongly. I think that, in my case, I made a lot of money. I was very successful. And I think I have a better instinct than, in many cases, people that would be on the Federal Reserve or the chairman. Yeah. Yeah. Well, as we legalize it, I start to agree a lot more because, you know, it's being legalized all over the country. Florida has something coming up. I'll be making a statement about that fairly soon. But as we legalize it throughout the country, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's awfully hard to have people all over the jails that are in jail right now for something that's legal. So I think, obviously, there's a lot of sentiment to doing that. Yeah, please.
Okay. What a fucking lackluster appearance. Does it really just seem like he's on his way out? I don't know. He seems kind of fucked. I don't know. Don't want to be complacent on behalf of the Americans, but he's talking like you talk when you're fucked. I don't know. Listen, don't get complacent though. You know, canvass, vote. He seems normal. Does he seem like his usual self? I don't know. He seems a little bit more deflated, but I don't know. Don't want to be a body language expert or anything.
This is open to...
I don't care. Stay positive, apparently. That seems to work so far. Okay. He's definitely insecure about the fact that Harris and Walsh drew a large crowd. You can tell that. And he obviously thinks his crowd size numbers are not being reported fairly versus Kamala's and Tim's, but I don't know. I just don't think the problem. I don't know how deliberate this was, the Democrats. I don't think it was. It's funny that just watching the Republicans try to figure out an attack line. That's really funny to watch in real time because it's probably not very. It's very rare, I'd imagine, that you have this little time to assemble your fucking talking points and to formulate your attack lines against your opponents. And if you're the Republicans and you don't really have that much to stand on anyway, like they're really just having to scramble and throw whatever they can at the wall until something sticks. And just watching them throw those things at the wall is really, really funny. Anyway, Cenk and the son of Hamas. Okay, long intro. Let's just get to the debate.
Through on any of their agreements. Well, it's been decades and decades, and they totally followed through. There was no bombing afterwards. Peace worked. It's actually very elementary. You make peace with your enemies and then see if it holds. That is what has been done every single time. It's absurd to think otherwise.
Thank you, Cenk. And now, Musab, it is your turn again. You are answering no to the question, can Israel make peace with Hamas? Your chance to tell us why, please.
Well, absolutely not. Why? Because Hamas is not a political movement.
This is the first time I've ever seen Son of Hamas talk. You know that. Okay.
Is an ideological movement that wants to destroy Israel to build an Islamic state. And they don't stop there. Their political ambition, their religious ambition is beyond the river and the sea. They want a global khilafah. So how can you satisfy such ambition? The situation with Egypt, with Jordan was completely different. Israel has no problem negotiating and making peace with the Arab world. Since its establishment, Israel extended its hand to make peace with the Arab world, but the Arab world rejected. Then the foundation of the Palestinian narrative is sitting on air because, first of all, there was no such thing as Palestine. If you look at Palestine, it's only an ideology, a very violent ideology. And it took the PLO 40 years to try to...
Damn, he's full on. He's full on. Is this just like, is it just like your typical Israeli Hasbara fucking character, but it's more charming because he's an Arab who's he the son of? Just a regular Hamas dude, or is he the son of like a high up person, or Hassan Yusuf. Mossab Hassan Yusuf. He was an ex-militant. He defected in 1997. Oh, his father's a co-founder. Sheikh Hassan Yusuf. Oh. Ooh. Is he one of the six? One of the six original guys? Or... He went from Christianity to Islam in 1999. Okay. Bro. Interesting. All right.
Destroy the state of Israel since 1948 until the early 90s, trying to destroy the state of Israel. Then they learned the lesson that violence was a dead end. And this is when Yasser Arafat came to negotiations, and Israel had no problem negotiating with Yasser Arafat. But what happened later? We had a new...
It took a little bit of pushing, to be fair. Yitzhak Shamir was absolutely not too keen on negotiating. He had to get fucking dragged, kicking and screaming by Bush Sr., but okay, I got what he's saying.
New generation of Palestinians, Islamists this time, not the nationalists. And that's Hamas. And now they brought us back to square number one. And even Yasser Arafat and the other Palestinian first generation told Hamas, will it take you 40 years to realize that we're going nowhere? We cannot destroy Israel? And Hamas has been trying for the past 36 years, repeating the same mistakes of the PLO and Yasser Arafat. And Israel is caught up in this situation. Tomorrow we will have the communists coming. Then after that we will have more globalists and could be any other foreign entity using the Palestinian cause as a device to just keep trying to destroy the only Jewish state on earth. So bottom line, Israel has no problem negotiating with Arabs, making peace with Arabs. Arabs are an ethnic group, and we have no problem. There are 2 million Arabs living in Israel. They are equal citizens, and they can get along with the Jewish people. But the problem that we're having, that Israel cannot...
Why does he keep saying us? Is he Israeli now? Or is he a citizen? What the fuck? Okay.
Coexist with destructive ideologies such as Palestine and Hamas? Because those ideologies are black holes, and nobody can satisfy their ambitions.
Thank you very much, Mossab. We're going to come up to a break, but before we do, I want to pinpoint where you each see this.
It's not hard to push back against a lot of what he's saying. I just wonder, is Cenk equipped to do this? Does Cenk know the history about the peace process or anything? Is he going to be able to contest this guy? Or what the fuck? Okay. He's Palestinian when it's convenient. Yeah, it's... okay.
Disagreement, lying, by just asking you very, very briefly in 1 or 2 sentences to tell me what you see as your opponent's weakest argument point. Cenk, why don't you go first?
Yeah, this idea that you can't negotiate with people whose ideology you don't agree with, or you might even hate. So what? I don't care about their ambitions or their ideology. I care about what do they agree to in a deal. And so...
You think Cenk is equipped? Yeah, he's equipped for domestic debates to some degree, yeah. He's done okay in some of the Pierce talks, so, okay.
If you said it that way, well, look, then I would say I'm going to eliminate the settlers. The settlers' ideology is that they own the land, God gave it to them. I think they're a bunch of lunatics, and I think that they've oppressed the Palestinians. I think
1.5 speed, please, dear. Sure. $20. 20 smackers for some 1.5. Okay, that's what for free. Who the fuck do you think I am?
their ideology is toxic, but of course I would negotiate with them.
All right,
Who else am I going to
let me
negotiate
stop you
with?
there, and same question to you, Mossab. What did you hear from your opponent that you think is his weakest point?
Look, he's representing Hamas as a resistance movement that can be negotiated with. And I say Hamas is a Nazi ideology, worse than a Nazi ideology. And the leagues, the allies, did not negotiate with the Nazis. They killed millions of the Nazis. They destroyed Germany. And this is how we got eventually for a global peace.
Okay, I'm going to break in so that we can take time for our break. And when we come back, we're going to go further into our question.
Is this just two fucking... Is this just two idiots fighting? Okay.
We'll make peace with Hamas. And if you're enjoying this debate, I want to let you know you can listen to hundreds more at opentodebate.org. Recent topics that we've taken on include things like, should Trump's convictions stand? Is Islam anti-Semitic? And is it okay to pay for sex? Many, many more. Please take a listen. I'm John Donvan. This is Open to Debate, and we'll be right back.
Fuck.
Welcome back to Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan.
That's a
We've got over
mouthful.
300 additional debates that you can dig into by going to our website, opentodebate.org. You can look at our special election series and many, many other topics. Today we're taking on the question, can Israel make peace with Hamas? Our debaters are Cenk Uygur, who is host of the news commentary show The Young Turks, and Mossab Hassan Youssef, who is author and son of a co-founder of Hamas turned Israeli informant. In listening to your opening arguments, what I'm hearing you say, Cenk, fundamentally is that, yes, you can make peace with your enemy because making peace with anybody else doesn't make sense, and that it has happened multiple times, including in the example of Israel having made peace with Egypt and additionally with Jordan and with the PLO in the 1990s. And you're saying that there's no reason that that can't happen again. Mossab, you're saying there's very much a reason that can't happen again. You're saying that Hamas is a different kind of organization, that its ideological motivations make it a distinctive kind of challenge for negotiation, unlike the PLO, which was a nationalist organization, that the Islamists are fired by religion and have aspirations that would not be satisfied by any kind of negotiation. And I want to take the question to you, Cenk. The fundamental point that Mossab is making is that Hamas is different, that it's not just that they have these goals of completely destroying Israel, is that they're fired by religion, that those things can't be moved, that it's an ideological, not a nationalist kind of organization. What about that?
Yeah, it's as if we haven't lived in the world. There's been extremist ideologies throughout history, and we've eventually had to negotiate with all of them. And the reason we were at war or conflict, different civilizations and nations, is because they were extremists, and that's who usually sometimes creates conflict. So that's who you have to negotiate with. So I'll give you many examples. Shia and Sunni extremists in Iraq. We wound up negotiating with them at different times in our occupation of Iraq because that's who was bombing us. And so if you want to talk about extremist ideology, imagine if Hamas thought, hey, you know what? Not only should we capture the Jews, but we should keep them. And every once in a while, if they don't obey us, we should rip their skin off them, and maybe we should hang them by a noose and then burn them and sell their babies and rape their women, all their women.
Okay.
You know who believed in that ideology? The slave owners in the South, the Confederacy here in America believed in that. And that was so extreme that if somebody was doing it now, you would say, you can't possibly negotiate with those people. Those are the worst people on earth.
Okay.
Well, I think the negotiation with the slave owners happened after is he talking about like post-Civil War and Reconstruction, after they burnt they like torched the South? Okay.
Your response to that?
Look, if somebody want to cancel my right to exist, I will never sit down on the table with them and give them any form of recognition. There is no dialogue with someone who wants me to cease to exist. End of the story. Hamas wants the destruction of Israel. They don't want the land. They don't care for the land. It's basically like someone entering the negotiating room and saying, let's negotiate. But after this, I'm going to shoot you in the head. So what's the point of the negotiations? If tomorrow you're going to kill my children, if the day after you're going to attempt to annihilate me, then what's the point? Israel tried many times to extend their hand. For example, my father was one of those people in the prisons and outside the prisons, abroad, to find a common ground with Hamas. But Hamas totally rejected the existence of the State of Israel. The best they could offer to the negotiating table, a truce that is limited to 10 years. This is what they offered Israel, that we give you a truce for 10 or 15 years, but after that, we don't know what we will do. What kind of negotiations is this? What type of dialogue is this?
Okay, so first of all, the right to exist, I find this to be the most ironic point that the Israeli side makes. So they say, we are not allowing Palestine to exist. We've occupied them for 57 years. And now Netanyahu's government says, I will never allow them to exist. And then turns around in the next sentence says, can you believe they don't want us to exist? I mean, that's patently absurd. You do exist. There's nothing they could do about your existence. You're backed by the largest military in the history of humanity. But meanwhile, you are literally preventing the state of Palestine from existing. And then you say that is such an evil concept that you cannot even negotiate with it. But that's the concept that you not only believe in, but you're in the middle of doing right now. And nevertheless, I would negotiate with Israel. Even though they have prevented the Palestinian state from existing, even though they have oppressed and occupied, and then this whole idea of, oh my God, these people are uniquely anti-Semitic. What did you think was going to happen? I hate that they're anti-Semitic, but if you occupy someone for 57 years, did you think they were going to love you? And then go, oh, yes, oh, you know, after 57 years of brutal occupation and humiliation and endless slaughters.
How's he going to push back to this? How's he going to push back to this? This is the rejectionist argument for not negotiating with Israel. I don't think that's the reason. No, wait, sorry. Why did the rejectionists stay rejectionists in the mid-90s? Through Oslo and Camp David. Why did they literally do fucking terror attacks to try to stop it from going through?
Expected them to love the Jews. And if they don't, then I'm never going to speak to them. I'm never going to allow them to have a state. But my God, my feelings are hurt because
not the reason, but the argument. Oh yeah, they'll say that the argument, yeah, for sure.
The other side also doesn't want me to exist. It's patently absurd. The only reason you would say crazy things like that is if you never wanted a peace deal in the first place.
Well, so you're building your argument on the false narrative of occupation.
Okay.
So this whole story of occupation and the victim mentality and why they are entitled for revenge and inflicting pain on Israel and destruction on a peaceful communities because they have been occupied. But then we say, did Palestine ever exist?
Oh God, he's really fucking stupid, isn't he?
No, it didn't. It was not a country.
Because I think he opposes two states as well, obviously. Yeah. He wants
It's
it all
not
to
a
be,
people.
He wants it all to be Israel, so he can't really use the... oh no.
It's not an ethnic group. It's not a race. It was just a colonial entity created by the British. Then it was terminated in 1948 when the Jews had the right to declare their independence. They did, but the Arabs refused. There weren't Palestinians at that time. The Palestinians were Jews, Arabs, Druze, Christians, everybody who lived in that territory during the colonial era. All of them were called Palestinians. It's created by the British. It was not a country. It was not like an ethnic country, an Arab country that was called Palestine. So if this is the truth of the situation, then there is no such thing as occupation. And the entire tale that you are building on the occupation allegation is false.
So we're not strictly debating whether the occupation exists or is real as defined by most of the world, but I do think that the point requires a comeback.
Yeah. So thank you for proving my point. So you said, well, we can't negotiate with Hamas. They don't even recognize our right to exist. And then you turn around and said the Palestinians don't exist anyway. Palestine doesn't exist.
I said Palestine
the occupation
as a country
doesn't exist. Nothing exists. Who cares? They're
Arabs
dirt.
exist.
So, and by the way, you're
Why
wrong.
the fuck
You
are we
said
watching
that,
this, bro?
I think that the
This
Hamas
is
is
so
allowed
shit.
to inflict pain. I never said that.
Let's
I've
keep
never
going.
said that. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's the right strategy. I think the right strategy is diplomacy, civil disobedience, going to the United Nations just like Israel did. Right. But this idea that there is no occupation, it makes you guys sound like you live in an alternate reality. The rest of the planet realizes there's an brutal, horrible occupation of 5.5 million people. It's happened for 57 years. I don't know what version of the multiverse you guys live in where you think that's not an occupation. Are they having a picnic? Do they look like they're happy? What do we do with those 5.5 million people? Do we make them citizens of Israel? Okay, no problem. I don't like that idea because I think it would wipe away the Jewish state. I don't want that for Israel. I want it to be a safe haven for Jews. But you either make them part of the state, or you give them their own state, or you say, no, you're my prisoners, you're my hostages for the rest of time, and I'm just going to make sure you never.
He's actually being fairly sensible here. That's kind of more or less the argument I would make. If you have these people here, you either make them your citizens, which is mental, or you separate from them. You either annex or you separate, or you deport them all and become a pariah state. It's just like fucking. Okay, hang on. What we got here? This is about net contribution of migrants. Apparently, non-European Economic Area migrants actually are typically a net negative in the short term because they have to educate their children, but they become contributors throughout the course of their lifetimes. Okay. But here it's saying they pay more in income tax than they receive in tax credits and child benefits payments. So if you subtract the cost of education, they're contributors, but why would you do it that way? Why has the government done it in this way to make it look like they're net contributors overall, even though I don't think it seems that they are? When people say a group pays more in taxes than they take out, do they just mean directly like taking money in terms of in the form of benefits? Do they not mean cost of education if they have children, or cost of any healthcare if they have to go through the system, or anything like that? Do they just say cost like in terms of hard cash in and out? That wouldn't be the most accurate way to do it, would it? Welfare? No, because that means I give like a fuck ton to the government and they give me nothing because I don't claim money from the government. I get like services, but that also ignores VAT. Yeah. Yeah, it ignores VAT. I feel like a lot of the research ignores VAT. This is just tax credit and child benefit. But apparently everyone is a net contributor, basically, apart from people from wrong graph. According to this chart, everyone is a net contributor. Pakistanis? No, they're a net contributor. Apart from Bangladeshis. They're the only ones who are taking more than they're paying. Why even vote no solution to come for the Palestinians? Oh my God, you are the most fucking annoying chatter I've ever had in my entire life. Like, you literally answered this question 3 hours ago, and now you're saying it again. What's wrong with you? Are you trolling me? Bot. It's a Russian bot. It's a bot. Okay. Total income before tax, non-EAA, okay. Does this say anything about net contribution, or why do they calculate in this way? That's so weird. Does anyone know any, because I know migrants overall are net contributors, but I want to know if every single migrant group is net contributor. Like, is it overall, or is it that some groups are net contributors, like, or more of them are, but then there are some that are net negatives? They just get lumped in. But I don't know any like reasonable study that shows me that. apart from the one I just looked at from Migration Observatory. Indians apparently contribute the most. Pakistanis receive the most. Oh, but Pakistanis still pay more in income tax than they take out in child benefits and tax credits. But that's not the only thing that you would take out from the fucking exchequer. This is just direct cash. But why would they only measure that? Mm-hmm. Key limitations of this analysis. This analysis is restricted to the benefits administered by HMRC only, specifically tax credits and child benefit. This analysis does not include benefits administered by the Department of Work and Pensions. This analysis only extends to income tax and NICs linked directly to the individual's national insurance number. It does not include other taxes paid by individuals such as VAT and business tax. This analysis excludes individuals paying tax using a temporary reference number. Okay. Well, why do I care? Why is this data important? Fuck. What a waste of government fucking resources. Come on. Okay, whatever. Jenk, save us from this pain in the ass.
I could bomb you anytime I want. I could cut off your water, power, electricity. I can make sure your children starve to death, but it's not an occupation. Do you have any idea how absurd that sounds?
Well, I think your narrative is absurd. Because you choose to be in denial. I just told you that there was no country of Palestine. Excuse me, this is very important.
All right.
I admit that there are Arabs as ethnic group in that land, and Israel has no problem of negotiating and giving them independence. But the problem, every time they were offered a state, in 1948, in 1993, in 2000, they refused.
Is he doing the Brianna Wu thing? where were Palestinians offered a state in 1993? I thought they were offered the Oslo Accords and they said yes to it. They were never offered a state in 1993. Were they? They were offered a state in 1937, they said no. 47, they said no. 2000, they said no. 2008, they said no. I feel like these are the 4 states they were offered. And 2000 is debatable. Man. And in 37, the Israelis kind of said no as well, just less of a no. Yeah, okay. Why is he doing this? He's retarded. Okay, fine.
There was no occupation in Gaza. There is no occupation in the West Bank. This occupation...
Musab, let me ask you to get us back on point. How does this point strengthen your argument that Israel cannot negotiate with Hamas?
Look, false narrative, and this is, by the way, just a war of narratives, will lead eventually to violence. And when people believe that they are Palestinians, and we ask them why are you a Palestinian? What makes you a Palestinian? But they don't know how to answer that. It's just a syndrome. It's a mental disease. It's a mental illness.
Can you imagine if I said being Jewish is a mental disease? I mean, that's so offensive.
Jewish
what are
is
you?
an
You're
ethnic...
born a Palestinian.
Okay,
what are you?
Okay, Jewish is an ethnic group. It's a religion. It's a culture. It's a nation. Palestine and Palestinian is an ideology. It was born just yesterday. Judaism was born 5,000 years ago. It's the most ancient nation on the planet.
What are
you talking about? What is Palestine?
Would you consider the 39 white paper an offer of a state? I guess so, yeah.
And what is Palestinian?
What are you?
I am an Arab. I was born in Judea, an Arab. This is my ethnicity. This is my language. Okay? Palestinian, this is something made up by Yasser Arafat, an Egyptian con artist.
Where do you want your brother to go? Where do you want 5.5 million people to go? Do you want them just to stay as prisoners? Do you want them to be ethnically cleansed into a different country? What do you want to happen to them?
Of course, we don't want this. Israel has 2 million Arabs, and Israel did not have...
What do you want them to do with the 5.5 million Palestinians?
As long as they carry this violent ideology, we're going nowhere. I would like for the Arabians to remember who they are and drop this Palestinian ideology so they are able to see things for what they are and be
Palestinian, you call it Arab, you can call it anything you like. But the bottom line is there's 5.5 million human beings there that believe that it's not that they believe, they do not control their own sovereignty. They don't have independence. They can't control their borders. They think they are occupied by their enemies, which is empirical fact. What do you want to do with them if you don't want to do peace?
You need to ask what they need to do in order to achieve.
Oh, we have to so they have to please their occupiers.
No.
Okay, let me please you oppressors of mine.
No.
I would love to, I'm begging you. I will pass all of your tests.
Cenk,
they need to drop violence.
One moment.
This is what they need
one
to do.
moment, because we're going a little bit both off point and in circles at the same time. But if Mossab is making the point that Hamas would have to do something, that goes back to negotiating with your enemy. That there would be an expectation on Israel's part that Hamas would concede something, and vice versa. Is that not going directly to your argument that that's the way things have to go if it's not going to just be all-out war?
So, first of all, this idea of preconditions, I don't agree with to begin with, but Israel's not even saying that. Israel's not saying, hey, here's precondition 1 and 2. They're saying, Netanyahu at this point is saying, I will never give the Palestinians a state. So he is not a partner for peace. If I believe the same thing Mossab did, I would say never negotiate with Israel. Just go straight to war and violence, because they say they're never going to allow you to exist as a state. But I don't believe that. So, for example, I'm a progressive. I can't stand Donald Trump. But when Donald Trump went and talked with Kim Jong-un with no preconditions, I agreed. I said that is the correct thing to do. Now, that's a communist dictator who has concentration camps, the most oppressive nation on earth, even beating Bashar al-Assad and Benjamin Netanyahu. Nevertheless,
this is a pretty bad take, but okay.
I agree that you do negotiations with no preconditions, because that's what you do with your enemies. And that's always the situation you're in. I don't have to negotiate with Finland because they're not my enemy.
The other thing you can do with your enemies is utterly destroy them.
That's right.
World War II ended with the enemy utterly destroyed. Is that the only outcome here in terms of Hamas? Mossab, does Israel have to destroy Hamas?
No, not just Hamas, all the Palestinians.
Well, no, my question right now is Hamas. And there is a distinction.
The what so-called Palestinian people, as long as they adapt violence as a way to achieve their political agendas, they are going to suffer. They are going to make others suffer.
You're talking about Hamas.
And I'm talking about not only Hamas, I'm talking about Islamic Jihad, Public Front, and 10 other gang movements that have been adapting violence against the Jewish people only for being Jewish. And as long as we have this violent Palestinian ideology, that includes Hamas, the Islamists, and the communists, the war will continue. The moment Palestinians drop violence as a mean to achieve their goals, then I think coexistence is possible.
My question was if they don't.
I know why. Fuck me. I know why exactly why this state is relevant now, because the reason non-European area migrants are net negatives to the exchequer in the short term is because it's because of the cost of children's education. If you get rid of the cost of children's education, then they become contributors. That matters because kids who get educated, the reason education is free for kids, among many other reasons, just because it's practical, is because kids, when they grow up, they get jobs and they pay taxes and VAT and everything else and national insurance, and then they pay for their education through that. Like, that's kind of how that works as taxpayers when they're young, because young people are not going to be taking more from the government than they're paying because they're natives. It's like a long-term investment. But it's only education that seems to do this, because if you look here, if you exclude education and just look at taking out directly for tax credits and child benefit payments, it's all less than what they pay in taxes. So it really is just the cost of the primary education system. So communities. So all migrant groups other than Bangladeshis. will pay more in income tax. Credits and child benefits. All right. That's why that's relevant, because it is really just the thing that makes them a net negative is something that is paid for anyway just by living in the country. It's something that by default pays for itself, like education for kids.
Is the only alternative for Israel to attempt to destroy Hamas.
Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, I already got this one. Don't worry. Thank you.
And can it?
Well, they already
that's
did
their
that.
stated.
This is where we're at right now. This is where we're at right now, and this is why Gaza been turned into rubble. And there is no way around destroying Hamas. And I think if there is going to be any other radical extremist Palestinian movement that will continue to adapt violence and pose a threat to the existence of the state of Israel, then they will be eliminated as well.
Same question to you. Can Hamas be destroyed? Is that an achievable, worthy goal?
Yeah. So first of all, Mossab just said that as long as they continue to do violence, there's such an anathema to the idea of peace that we shouldn't even talk to them. Again, by that logic, no one should ever talk to Israel. Israel's dropped 2,000-pound bombs over and over. They've dropped over 100,000 bombs in an area the size of Las Vegas. They have been way more violent than Hamas. If that hurts your feelings, I'm sorry, but those are clear facts, not even close. They are 10,000 times more violent than any Palestinian.
Oh, no. He's mental. This is such a stupid debate. Okay.
Palestinian resistance, because, and I'm not saying that the Hamas wouldn't be just as violent, if not more violent. They just don't have the capacity for it. Israel does, and they execute that violence all the time. If we eliminate people based on that, you would literally never.
Not just as, if not more. Hamas literally were able to kill, 1,200 people, and take 250 hostages in one day, mostly civilians. Hey, okay.
Have any peace negotiations ever. And then the idea of Hamas has to be completely eradicated. That is a purposely unachievable objective. Who comes out and says, okay, Hamas is now officially done? There is no such thing. No one could ever say that. And you could see we had America, Egypt, Qatar, Hamas, a huge portion of the Israeli cabinet, even the IDF leaking to the press saying, we're all ready for a ceasefire. The only people that held it up were Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben-Gvir. And so those people are saying, hey, you know what? I want to continue to do violence, so I'm going to make the standard that you can never, ever match. So how do we know if Hamas is all dead right now? We don't know anything. They keep making up numbers. They say, oh, we had killed 15,000 Hamas members. Then they went down to 9,000. Then they went back up to 14,000. So how do we know when they're all dead? And if you're trying to kill all of Hamas, well, you're going to have to kill a lot more than 40,000 Palestinians. Are we willing to do what we did in World War II, use nuclear weapons? Are we willing to firebomb as we did in Dresden and in Tokyo? That makes us monsters. Why would you want Israel to be monsters? Why don't you want them to have a beautiful independent state of Israel and a safe haven for Jews and a beautiful independent state of Palestinians? The idea that the Palestinians are the unique people on earth that cannot get to peace, that they are so violent, they have such a savage ideology they can't get to peace, is both racist and absurd.
So I hear Mossab saying that Israel really doesn't have a choice, and you're saying Israel has a choice.
Of course they have a choice.
Does Israel have a choice?
Look, what Hamas did on October 7 was barbaric, was a genocide motivated by sick religion. They attempted to ethnically cleanse a race, a human race. And this is a capital crime that cannot be forgiven. The situation
he's so intense. Holy shit.
To legitimize such a movement, give them legitimacy, and after that, in fact, to sit down on the negotiating table, then reward them with a state and political gain and financial gain. This is exactly what they wanted. Hamas on October 7 in the morning, they killed Jewish children for revenge. In the afternoon, they killed Arab children, their own children.
Oh wait, what's the fucking sum here? They say a 1% rise in the share of migrants. The migrant workforce in the UK is 19% of the British workforce. 6.2 million people. So, how big is the British workforce? 33 million people. So a 1% share is like what, a third of a million? 1% increase. So this is the wage suppression. Reduction by 0.2%. Okay. The share would have to increase. What is it like over time? It's gone up from 10% to 18% in the space of almost 20 years. 18% in 8 years. Okay, why am I being retarded? So what's the share gone up by? Fuck me. Oh, we have to include EU as well. That was non-EU. Okay. So EU is 6. So it's really gone from what, 13% to 24. It's doubled. Over 18 years. So it goes up by less than 1% a year. Okay. It's also sectors. All right.
And by the way, this is a Palestinian practice to sacrifice their own children for political and financial gain. This is the essence of their game. And I am a living example. If you look at me, when my father had to choose between his Hamas Palestinian ideology and his own son, he chose the non-existential. He chose Allah over his son. And this is a living example to show you how these people function. They are willing to sacrifice not only 40,000 Gazans, they are willing to sacrifice an entire region religiously for something that does not exist. So with that said, Israel has no choice. It's not only about the children and the civilians of Gaza. It's about also the future of an entire generation in the Middle East.
Being self-genocidal due to
I don't
daddy
think
issues.
there is a way around eradicating Hamas and removing them from power. We may suffer right now, and the Gazans may suffer, but the future will be bright without, at least brighter without Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, he did this ode to children, and I agree. 34 kids were killed on October 7th. That's heartbreaking. 15,000 Palestinian children have been killed.
They killed every child they found on October 7. If they found 10,000 children, they would have killed 10,000 children.
Okay.
It is not about head count.
Okay, so I'm not excusing a single child that Hamas killed.
Oh, God.
But it seems like you're saying, 15,000 Palestinian kids. So what?
Why still 15,000 kids? I don't know why he's... To be fair, that might actually be true now because I think that's the total... Wait, sorry, where's the fucking most recent health ministry numbers? This is what I need Sundowner for. Oh, God. Is it actually this? Is it 35,000 or whatever that they gave to AP? Or is this the fucking health office again, the media office? Like, is this actually the ministry or is this the media office? Missed me already. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, the newly identified figures were 38% of them were women and children, which is actually underrepresenting because Gaza is half children. Okay. Fucking.
Israel had to do it. We have to eradicate Hamas.
Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. And don't think that you hold the higher moral ground.
I do.
Those are my children. Those are my brothers and my sisters. And you are not. Don't pose as the one you care more. You don't care more than I do for the Palestinian children or for the Arab children.
All right.
The reason why are they suffering? This is the most important thing.
And
you
Cenk,
don't mind it.
Cenk, one moment, Cenk. I'm
mad.
going to pull moderator prerogative moment. Let's just take a breath and take it down 10 degrees. I understand you're both riled because you both care about this.
Okay. So there is no need to take the higher moral ground. You know, here I speak on behalf of the Arab and the Jewish children.
You've made your point. You've made your point effectively and passionately.
I'm not being selective, and I don't need him to put words in my mouth.
15,000 children at a minimum are dead, and you're saying keep going.
Why? Man. Why are they dead?
You're saying keep going.
Why are they dead?
So more children, thousands.
Why the children of Gaza are dead? Answer the question.
So it's not because of the Israeli bombs, right? Israel made, the Hamas made the Israelis kill the Palestinian children. It's always the Palestinians' fault. Always, right? You said the Palestinians don't even exist, and you say that you were looking out for them. You were an Israeli spy, right?
I said Palestine does not exist. I did not say Arabs don't exist.
Okay, but you're claiming that you care about the Palestinians, but you were an Israeli spy. And you said your father sold you out. Didn't you sell out your dad? I'm not saying you shouldn't have. I get why you did it, but you sold him out. He didn't sell you out. You were the.
What's that? So you can't. So is he literally saying the guy's like a collaborator? Like the. Was his dad like an average Palestinian? I thought he was a Hamas founder. Why is Cenk doing that? Fuck me.
Trade.
Okay.
So basically right now you're just going on a personal...
Traitor to Hamas or traitor to the Palestinians? If he sold out his dad was a Hamas guy. He wasn't just some average punter who said river to the sea on his fucking Facebook account, was he?
Let me ask you this question.
No, because I'm addressing what you said.
I want to answer you.
Okay.
If you had information about a suicide bomber that is about to kill people indiscriminately, would you report them to the authorities?
I didn't blame you for what you did. I said
answer the question, yes or no.
But you used the fact that he did it to contest the idea that he cares about Palestinians. It's a really bad example. There are a million other ways you can tell him he doesn't care about Palestinians because of like the fact that he says it didn't even exist as a fucking concept or a nation, that it's all colonial. He doesn't seem to have any tangible solution for what should happen to the region that would be just. So that's probably where you'd get him on. But okay.
Would you report it?
Of course I would report a terrorist attack.
Would that make you a traitor?
Well, it depends on the situation. But when you said that your dad sold you out, that's just not true.
I'm going to step in again because it has gotten personal. I understand you're both feeling it, and that's just not what we do here. We want to keep it on the points. So I understand feelings have been hurt.
Yeah, but then I need to answer his question. I
want to move on from that question because it's going to...
You can say Israel has cracked down on peaceful orgs, but I'm just asking, do we know if this guy has ever like sold out a peaceful protester or a peaceful activist? Do we know that?
Keep going in that direction in circles. Fair enough.
Wow.
But can I ask you
No. I got to pull this.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so the reason people would call this guy a collaborator isn't because he just sold out his dad. Although some people would call him a collaborator for that. It's more so that he was a spy and he flat out just denies the Palestinian identity.
Yeah. I know all that. I know he denies the Palestinian identity. Okay, but the question was the fact that Cenk brought that up because he said I care about the Palestinians. But the guy said I care about the Palestinians. And then Cenk says no, you clearly don't because you spied. Like that's not a good fucking.
Well, hold on. Okay, so there is a problem. Okay,
that's not. It's not good using that as an argument, right?
Of course not. No, Cenk is retarded. But the fucking thing about this guy being a collaborator, there's a problem within Palestinian society that there is plenty of people, I'm not going to say a shit ton, but there's plenty of people that take money from like Shin Bet, Shabak,
Mhm.
whatever, and just spy on Palestinians. Whether it's like small time crime or big time crime or anything that would harm the state or whatever the fuck, or even small time shit, they would spy on other Palestinians for the state. And that's why you have lynchings of Palestinians in the West Bank sometimes, because those people get caught by other Palestinians like spying for Israel.
Yeah.
And this guy is like one of the biggest fucking spies for Israel, where he worked with Shin Bet to spy on a lot of Palestinians. It's not just his dad.
Okay.
So yeah, no, he's a collaborator through and through. But I mean, yeah, selling out his dad is like pretty fucking understandable. His dad's fucking Hamas.
People in chat are saying this is the guy who snitched on Barghouti. Is that true?
I don't know about that specifically.
Okay.
I don't know about Barghouti and if he's
Wait,
switched, but
was
I
this
do
before
know
or
he
after
snitched on
Barghouti carried out fucking terror attacks in Israel proper? Wait.
Probably after. There's if he got arrested, they probably put the charges on him from that. Because that's what he got arrested for, right? Like got imprisoned for those charges. The attack on the what was it? It was like a bar mitzvah, right? Like a girl's bar mitzvah.
That was one of the charges. I don't think that one was ever actually became a conviction, though. He was convicted for other things, though.
Maybe.
I don't think the bar mitzvah.
I just know about the bar mitzvah one. That's all I know about.
Yeah, because he had like he was indicted for 26 charges, and I think 4 of them went through. Yeah, he was acquitted of 21 counts.
Also,
But,
for people that are saying peaceful Palestinians, that's not about peaceful Palestinians or aggressive Palestinians or non-peaceful Palestinians. It's about Palestinians who are in the West Bank, for example, that are, for example, planning to attack back on settlers or something, and he would sell those out. I don't necessarily think that's a fucking bad thing. Fucking planning the revenge attacks on settlers that constantly fuck with you. I don't care if you think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing.
All right.
That's considered a collaborator to most Palestinians.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. So yeah, he was convicted for what was Marwan convicted of? Attempted murder for a failed car bomb attack. What else was he convicted for? 5 counts. Organizing the murder of Georgios Sibuk.
Okay, hold on.
Sakis?
Hold on. Sure, he spied on people that were going to do violent attacks on settlers, on non-settlers, on peaceful people, on non-peaceful people. He done all of it. I'm just saying people would label him a collaborator for a lot of the things he done, not everything he's done. If people are not understanding that.
Yeah. Oh, apparently, Marwan, I think the big one that he authorized, it wasn't the bar mitzvah. That was what he was accused of, but acquitted of, apparently. He authorized the seafood market attack in Tel Aviv, killing 3 civilians. I think that was the big one.
How many attacks has Marwan Barghouti been like a part of?
He was convicted of 5 counts of murder. These would be 3 of them, and 2 others were shootings of individuals. But the seafood market bombing, I think it was a bombing.
I mean, it probably is a bombing. Most attacks are either bombings, shootings, or car rammings.
It was drivers and a shooter. Wounded 35, killed 2 civilians, police officer, and one of the attackers. Yeah, someone opened fire into a bunch of diners.
I wonder what makes people think Marwan Barghouti is like done with violence now. Like what? Because there's Israeli leaders saying this, right? Or like Israeli politicians from previous Israeli politicians saying this, right?
So there's a few contesting things here. One is that he definitely advocated for armed struggle alongside negotiations. So he was okay with that, like the Intifada and everything. People contest whether or not he was actually guilty of any of this because he didn't turn up for his trial. I think he was tried in absentia because he thought the trial was rigged. I know that he wrote an article in The Guardian or is it Washington Post at some point during the Intifada, 2003-4, saying that he opposed attacking Israelis in Israel proper. So
that is pretty unique for Palestinians in the West Bank.
Yeah. So I don't know. He might have done none of it, but
especially leaders. If he's popular and he said that is.
Well, what I know is that from people who like him, like from the people I met, Yossi Beilin and Ben Ami, they both support him coming out of jail, and they still have faith in him as a negotiator.
What about Palestinians in the West Bank? Have you asked any Palestinians in the West Bank about him?
Yeah, they still have favorable opinions of him. They think he's a good leader and everything, but but I don't know if they've asked. I haven't asked them what he did, what they think he did.
Well, yeah, obviously I think the way
But
they
the two
has to
Israeli
approach
guys,
this,
Balin and Ben Ami, who spoke to him like before he went to prison, they both basically believe that he went into the that he did actually support these violent attacks and the Intifada, which seems to make sense based on what I've read on the public record. But
yeah, no, that's like pretty much the standard for every Palestinian politician. That like, because you would look like, well, the best word I could say is you would look like a cuck to other Palestinians if you're like not supporting of the Intifadas.
yeah.
That's why a lot of Palestinians look at Palestinians inside of Israel as like cucks, because a lot of them don't support the Intifadas, because some of them were up in the areas where those attacks happened.
Yep. What's this? Apparently there's a report on his trial. Oh, is this actually the... What is this? Whose is this document? The fuck? Parliamentary Union... Okay. Oh, report by a human rights lawyer. I'm guessing this is them contesting the fact that he was tried in absentia. Because he said it was a sham.
Like, what does that even mean, by the way? He didn't show up to trial. They charged him without a defense? Is that
I need to find out. Let's see. So October 2003... Resolution expressing concern at the plight and conditions of the trial. Okay, so the human rights organizations had an issue with the trial. I'd imagine that would make sense because it's not exactly like a regular civilian court or anything. They sent an observer. The hearings were suspended after the statement by the accused of his defense. So these are people they met. This is really long. Holy shit. What are they going to say?
More research for you, huh?
Yeah. Context, the Intifada, and defensive shield. So he was elected for Fatah. Young leader, the Tanzim.
Does he still hold those opinions, by the way? That like resistance within the West Bank, the Green Line, within the Green Line, is like valid? Does anyone know?
I think he called for a third Intifada like 5 years ago. I have no idea. I find it really hard to read anything about what his opinions are now because he's in jail. Right?
By the way, when Palestinians call for Intifada, I'm not sure about the Western ones. The Western ones are fucking wacko. But majority of the Palestinians here, when they call for an Intifada, they don't necessarily mean blowing up restaurants and shit.
Yeah, I know a majority of them actually opposed them when the second Intifada was happening.
Yeah, so I don't know about the majority, but I know I've come across quite a few that were against what happened in the second, and I've also come across a lot that were for it. Even if you could bring up the context of like buses getting blown up or restaurants.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
if we keep talking about like, oh, he planned this and planned that and planned that. It doesn't matter what he did in the past, because like, if I'm talking about what he did in the past, 99% of Israelis I would never want to fucking speak to.
Yeah. Just whether or not he's a potential candidate for negotiating.
Yeah, I mean, he's better than what apparently there is.
Yeah.
I mean, people. I don't know. By the way, I don't know why Destiny likes Mahmoud Abbas. Does he not know he's like very fucking like corrupt and just steals money from Palestinians?
No, we know he's corrupt. It's just that like I think the thing about Abbas is compared to the alternative, which the alternative right now is Hamas.
Violent.
Yeah, well, he's non-violent and he's the fact that even Ulmer, of all people, still sees him as a potential peace candidate who just wasn't like wrong place, wrong time. Like he just didn't have the fucking
I wouldn't
minerals
mind
or whatever.
I wouldn't mind him if he actually cares about his people.
Yeah.
Like he's just there for money.
I think it's also that based on the guy that was with us in the West Bank, it does seem to be kind of, I don't know how much Abbas is to be responsible for this, but it's kind of amazing that given all the fucking history and the current conditions even, that Palestinians have been able to build any kind of like society at all in the West Bank. The fact that you can go around to like shops and restaurants and fucking people doing their businesses and things like that, and even the places that don't have any police or anything, that they have some kind of system that stops it from just being like total chaos. And or the kind of like area A and the education and everything. Like it's kind of amazing that like out of like the hand that they've been given, they've been able to produce like the second best educated Arabs in the entire Arab world and all these other things.
But isn't the best like
So
aren't the
I think
aren't
some people
Palestinians
hold
the
Abbas
most
like responsible for some of that, like the PA.
okay?
Yeah.
So but the thing is about Palestinians being the most educated people in the Arab world. Isn't that partially thanks to UNRWA?
Yeah,
Rather
it's UNRWA, but
than
it's also the PA, right? Because I think is it Ramallah where they talk about like how they're like the really well educated people, like compared.
Ramallah's the high class people. Where
Yeah.
Ramallah, just so you know, I don't know if did you guys go to Ramallah?
Yeah.
You guys went to Ramallah, right? Did you like actually like be tourists there, or did you go for like a day, film the fucking burnt market, and that's it?
We were there for a few hours. That's where we met.
Oh. So about Ramallah, Ramallah's pretty much in line with how expensive Tel Aviv is. That's how much people go to it. That's how high class it is. It's
Yeah.
also very liberal, unless it comes to Israelis.
Stars and Bucks. Yeah, they have a Stars and Bucks. Yeah. That's how you know.
I'm glad you find out about those because those have been memes in like the Arab communities for a while.
Yeah. But apparently a lot of that success in the West Bank and like Area A isn't even because of Abbas. Apparently it's because of Salam Fayyad. But that, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, so for example, there was this Palestinian billionaire who, I'm not sure about billionaire or millionaire. He's really rich. He built this fucking huge mall in Ramallah, like huge mall, bigger than like probably 90% of the malls in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember this when it was like finally finished and we actually went to it. I started seeing videos from Israelis duetting Palestinians in the mall, like that are like filming in the mall, saying, "How can you be under an occupation and have a bigger mall than us?"
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? But yeah, no, that mall's amazing. That also like not like cheap prices as well compared to Ramallah.
Yeah, so apparently there are a few critiques of this trial about how it was made into like a media spectacle, about how they pinned things on him that he might not have done because he was like a big name. Obviously, he was a big name.
Oh yeah, get
I
ready
don't know.
for the trans debate because a man won gold apparently.
Hey.
I'm so glad. Those fucking rightoids are gonna be so fucking fuming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even a fan of Algeria. I'm just thankful this Algerian woman won because all these right wingers are gonna be mad.
Why are you not a fan of Algeria?
So a lot of the conversations I've had on TikTok with Algerians, we talked about how the Jewish massacres in Algeria.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of them justify the Jewish massacres in Algeria is because, for one reason only, the Jews were treated better by the French than Algerians were. And that is a fact. Jews were treated better by the French than Algerian Muslims or non-Muslims were treated. That is a fact. The problem is, I am kind of in a similar situation with Palestinians here. I am treated better than Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza by Jewish people, right? And I brought that situation to them, like just to like see how would they think. They're like, oh yeah, you would get killed too, just flat out. Like they don't even think about it.
Wow.
Nah, that's not true. Not all of them were French citizens. Some were. A lot of the Jewish people weren't French citizens, but they were still treated better.
Goddamn.
Yeah, but that's one of the core origins for the increased anti-Semitism or like the super anti-Semitism from Algerians.
Super anti-Semitism.
Yeah, no, Algerians are the most anti-Semitic I've met.
Okay. Sucks for them.
More than Palestinians. It's insane. Anyway.
Yeah, apparently
anti-Semitic
attitudes are more prevalent in Lebanon than they are in the territories.
In the okay, so have you noticed that? Remember I told you how women might have more extreme views than men in the territories?
Yeah.
Did you notice that when you spoke to people?
I didn't speak to enough of them to get that impression.
Unfortunate.
But it did seem like a lot of the men were they were surprisingly, I don't know if it was like because they knew that we were Westerners or whatever, but they were surprisingly...
It's not about you being Westerners.
They were surprisingly fucking normal about like Jew stuff. Like they didn't really care that much about...
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's not about you being Westerners. They're normal about it is because majority of the men in the Palestinian territories, whether legally or illegally, will eventually work in Israel and work with Jews.
Yeah.
Like some of them at 15, some of them at like 20, and unfortunately, some of their hatred gets festered through that is because when they get caught, and a lot of Israelis will probably fucking contest this when I say this, they'll get their shit beat in just for being caught in Israel. Well, like whether illegally, even if it's like when they had papers, but then after, you remember how after October 7th, all the fucking permits were like pretty much canceled, while some people were still trying to get back to the West Bank and they were caught in Israel. They also got their shit beat in.
Yeah. Apparently, there's a video here of the Algerian military chanting about killing and slaughtering and skinning Jews.
What the fuck?
There's a whole bunch of them. They're like marching away. I don't know if this is like the official army or something, but the Algerian National Gendarmerie, is it a French word?
I do still need to what's it called? Read on the French treatment of Algerians to see how bad it was, because I know
think
it
it was
was
pretty
really
bad.
bad.
Yeah.
I know it was really, really, really bad, but I don't know the extent of it.
Didn't they use napalm on them in the war? Some crazy
I am
shit.
not sure. I know they in France. I'm not sure how true this is actually, because I heard it somewhere. I didn't like research it myself. The river that the Olympians are swimming in, or like the boats that went through, it was like, wasn't there like huge massacres where they dumped a bunch of like North African bodies in there?
Maybe.
That's the one thing I heard. I'm not sure how true it is though. But it's France. I believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're bad people still to this day. Okay, well, I'm gonna fucking do this debate soon, so I need to chug along, okay?
Goodbye. Hope it goes well.
Yeah.
And hope you embarrass them. Chat.
Nice one. Take care. Bye-bye. Let's go.
Move on. Okay, very briefly, I want to go to a question that just comes out of the news, and it's the fact that Hamas has a new leader. Yahya Sinwar has taken over. He was the architect of the October 7th attacks, or certainly is given credit for that after the assassination of Hania. I just want to get your take.
You know, people keep saying like, "Oh no, they killed the chief negotiator, Hania. That's really bad." I'm pretty sure every deal that happened in between Hamas and Israel, or every negotiation, is it not the case that anything had to go through Sinwar anyway because he was the leader in Gaza? That's what I heard, but I don't know if that's completely true. But I'm almost 100% sure, like Sinwar had to sign off on whatever the fuck they did. Like they couldn't do anything without Sinwar being like, "Yeah, sure." Yeah, okay.
On whether that changes in any way the dynamic for the possibility of any kind of negotiated settlement between Israel and Hamas, which you say have been saying is theoretically possible, you're saying is impossible, but does that change the calculation whatsoever?
See, this is why I don't think, well, it's not that I don't think that Israel wants peace, and we should distinguish between the people of Israel and the government of Israel. I believe the people of Israel do want peace. I think that they're greatly misguided these days about how to get there. They believe that just killing more Palestinians might get them there. It's never, ever going to get them to peace. It's going to get them to more war. But their government is very clear. And one of the ways that they have prevented peace is they just killed Ismail Haniyeh, who was the moderate within Hamas. Now you can say, oh, no, Hamas has no moderates. They're all Nazis.
A lot of people say that.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But
that's not really the argument, though. It's that, like, if Haniyeh put through a deal that Sinwar didn't like, Sinwar would say no. Pretty sure that's the problem. Also, the way that the word moderate got translated here is so fucking annoying. Like, Haniyeh was moderate in the sense that he built bridges between Hamas and the rest of the world, like Qatar and Iran and shit like that. Because he was pragmatic, yeah. Because he was also willing to make concessions just for like for immediate benefits. But he wasn't moderate in the sense like that he was more likely to humor a two-state solution with a recognition of Israel, or that he was like had a more of an issue with October 7th or anything like that. I don't think he was moderate in either of those senses. I think if you were looking for that, it would be What's his name? Mashad? Oh, what the fuck is his name? Mashal, yeah, Khalid Mashal. Is he? I think he's seen as more of a moderate because of his contribution to the fucking 2017 charter. But I don't know. Are there Hamas members who opposed October 7th? Are there prominent Hamas people who thought that's a bad idea? I don't think Mashal ever supported the two-state solution, or at least the 2017 charter doesn't. No. So what do they mean by moderate? Is it just the fact that they're willing to make concessions to other countries? Because I know that Iran froze funding to Hamas in 2011 because Hamas opposed Bashar al-Assad in Syria. And a pragmatic move by Hamas was to actually withdraw that support because that got them funding from Iran again. Mashal suggested a long-term truce in 2006. Okay.
Every movement has somebody who wants to get to peace, wants to do a negotiation, is more moderate relative to their movement, right? And Hania was that guy, and Israel knew that. So they killed the moderate, leaving more extreme.
Okay, Jenk. Is this real, chat? Far left thugs, Asian males were running around Hanley, Stoke-on-Trent, town centre with weapons held up, attacking innocent people. Most relevant? Okay. Whoa! That was from a film. Fake. All fake. What am I looking at? What are they doing? Where are the blades in this footage? There's the cops. There's some running around, chasing. The mouse there showing someone getting attacked. These guys are going to get attacked, right? No, they're getting run past, so they're chasing someone down here. Oh, okay, there's someone getting... What? This is just drone footage, okay. By Asian males, is he talking about Pakistanis? Yeah, of course he is, yeah. That's what they mean in the UK. Someone got a head injury for being white. Okay, this guy's retarded. He's just like ascribing intent, motivation based on a photo of a guy with a bloody head. Okay. Whatever, bro. I need to go to the bathroom. All right. And then we're going to do debate. We're going to smash. Okay. Ooh. All right, let's go into the room. Let's smash. Okay. Huh. Discord. Do I have to go to the fucking vetting room? Huh. Are we live?
We're on my starting soon screen. They can't see or hear us, so.
You're live
yeah.
on my side, so be careful,
Oh.
okay?
Yeah, okay.
Watch
Damn.
yourself.
Got you. Can I just say, right, how difficult it was to find British people willing to come talk about this?
Yeah. It's they're a difficult demographic to get a hold of.
That and the people I did talk to who were initially interested backed out because this is going to be a live broadcast. I don't want to get arrested or fined or anything like that. So what's going on over there with it?
Who was afraid of getting arrested that didn't want to come
There's
on?
quite a few people.
Wait,
Quite a few people.
do you have any names? I would. These people deserve to be fucking shamed. What?
They're nobodies, right? Like they're just British people I knew that were more right leaning. But yeah, there's like 3 or 4 of them who just wouldn't come on. But I got some people for us, so don't worry.
Okay.
They'll be here soon, hopefully. Let me give them a.
Why is it so much harder to show your camera on Discord now? Where's the fucking button?
What do you mean? You should just turn on cameras.
Oh, here it is. It's down here. All right. I thought there used to be another way to do that, but. Huh.
How's it going, man? By the way, how you been?
Oh, I'm fine. Just trying to keep my country from the brink of destruction. No problem. How about you?
Oh, same actually, right? A little different. We're having an election soon, so I'm working on that. But you guys are doing the whole riot thing. How's it feel, right?
Yeah, it's just really annoying. I really don't like this. There's this like annoying centrist quotation marks impulse where people think that just because a riot's happening, there has to be a good reason for it. It has to be that these people have some kind of legitimate concern that should be reflected by government or whatever, but it's being ignored. That's like that's not always true. It can also be because people are being fucking fueled by years and decades of propaganda and misinformation, which I think they are. So, you know.
Give me a second. I have to give everyone roles. Everyone's having trouble.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Well, we got one. Hello.
Is my voice okay?
I can hear you if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, is it too quiet or
You are a little echoey, but
really? Can we just switch to the mic?
give it a second. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure everyone's get roles and all that. So
Yeah, no worries.
Paula, hello.
Hello.
Hi, Paula.
Hello.
Just let me equalize everyone's audio for a minute. And we are still waiting on Sohail. I'm going to have to ask him how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd do that because I was thinking exactly the same thing myself. So
He seemed nice enough this morning when I talked to him. So
yeah, he seems a cool guy. I mean, he's been on a journey, so I suppose it gives you a lot of experience of certain things that most people would never get to go through. So
cameras, if we got them, please.
how do I turn that on here?
It should just be a button that says turn on camera. It literally looks like a camera. There we go.
Yes.
Paula, hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Mark, nice to see you.
Yeah, I put a shirt on for this. It's really warm as well, so I'm sweating for you guys. I'm not lying either. Oh dear.
We are not.
Okay,
We
is
are on
your
my.
camera on? Because I can't see.
Your
I can't
camera
see.
is
the-
on. We can see
Okay.
you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Just FYI, we are not. We're on my starting soon screen, so they can't see or hear us on my end. But Lonerbox is live, so they can see and hear you on his end. So we're just waiting.
Okay.
We'll give Sohail another moment.
Mhm.
He just joined the server about a minute ago. I tested his stuff. Sorry, again, forgive me, just making sure everyone's ducks are in a row.
There we go.
Okay, excellent. The gang's all here. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes.
Beautiful. Just for my edification, Sohail, is that how you say your name, sir?
That's
Forgive
correct,
me.
yes.
Sohail. Okay, great. If I mispronounce it or something, please forgive me as we go. So
Not at all.
here's how this is going to work. Just a format for you guys. I will hit the start button in a moment here, and then I will say hi to my audience. I will introduce the topic, and then I'll pass it to you guys for a brief, and I stress this, brief, concise introductions, opening thoughts on the topic, etc. Then we'll get into the actual discussion. If you have problems getting a word in, if you feel like you're being talked over, raise your hand, get my attention, and I'll make sure you get some space. Any questions? Well then, let's get this party started then. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, have we got a show for you today? Recently, in Britain, there has been a spat of riots, of violence, and other incidents that have kind of sparked off across the nation. There has been a lot of talk about why this has happened, what has led us to this point, and what we can do about it. And so I have gathered a team, okay? I have delved into the British Isles themselves and pulled off the best of the best to talk to you about this topic today. So thank you all for being here. Take a seat. I know for my American audience, some of the this may be foreign to you, but we'll try to explain as best we can what's going on and why. So I guess the first thing I'd like to do is pass the ball to, we'll start with Paula, ladies first. Tell us who you are, and give us your overall view on the situation, what's happening, etc. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm an evolutionary psychologist. I'm Sexist and Sexist on Twitter. I'm also a feminist critic, academic feminist critic, and a writer. I've written for the Post-Millennial. I'm pretty not based in anywhere politically, but just more kind of empirically based. I am working class though, so I do have a perspective on this. I did go and visit one of the towns where the outbreaks of violence first broke out. So I spoke to the locals there. So
Okay. Well, thanks for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Sohail Ahmed, please.
So, my name is Sahel. I'm a part-time physics student. I'm doing a combined bachelor's and master's in physics. I work in counter-extremism. I work in the counter-extremism space. So I go up and down the United Kingdom, speaking to students, other people, government ministers, civil servants, etc. And I speak to them about extremism, kind of trying to raise the kind of understanding and the awareness regarding the threat of Islamist extremism specifically. I work alongside actual victims of terrorism. I work alongside experts in terrorism, and we kind of work with former far right individuals, and we do panel discussions. So that's me.
Okay, well, I appreciate you being here, and I'm sure we'll get to know your takes as we go. Next up, someone who helped me put this panel together, introduced me to some of these guests. Mark, please introduce yourself. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm Veteran Gamer UK from X, formerly Twitter. I'm a working class northern man in the UK. Currently reside in Doncaster, where there has been some protests. I was also present in Rotherham the other day when a hotel was being sort of targeted by what you can only describe as far-right extremists. So, yeah, I've got a perspective on this, I believe.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm hoping to hear it. Last but certainly not least, no stranger to my channel, Lonerbox. Tell people who you are, what you do.
Hey, I'm Lonerbox. I'm a YouTuber, and I like arguing with people on the internet. And I guess since other people are mentioning it, despite appearances and despite the snark, I'm also from a working class background in the UK. So, yeah.
Well, great. Well, I guess the first question is, what's going on there? What is actually happening? I see and hear all sorts of incidents and violence. There's images going off of people breaking into shops. There are reports of people setting hotels on fire. Paula, why is this happening?
Well, there was a murder of 3 girls in Southport, which is in the west, is a seaside town on the west coast of England, and the information coming out wasn't well, there was no information coming out about who had done it. So there was frustration about that, which is kind of there's a historical thing to that, because going back to kind of the Rotherham scandals and things like that. So people kind of have an inbuilt distrust of the media and of the police in that area. Now, there wasn't any violence immediately. There was a vigil held in Southport, and just after that, a man was arrested with a knife near the vigil, and photographs came out of that, and he appeared to be an Asian Muslim man, and that was the trigger for what we're seeing now.
Okay. So like when they talk about far right violence, is that what this is about? Is this far right extremism? Is this what that looks like? Is that actually what is going on in the British Isles? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have no idea, because there isn't a big far right presence in the UK. The EDL hasn't existed for over 10 years. What I'm sure there are racists in the UK, and there are kind of men going around with who have English flags because of football, and there's a lot of testosterone involved. It's also the beginning of the school holidays. Now, when I went to Hartlepool, which is close to where I live, the locals were saying they didn't recognize any of the protesters. They saw them coming in taxis from what they thought were Middlesbrough. What I saw on people I captured on their mobile phones were a lot of kids being given, like, just picking up stones. And it is the beginning of the school holidays now, so it just looked to me like kind of distant, maybe like, well, what we call chavs, basically, in the UK. It's just kind of like just the kind of the rough, they're not working class, they're kind of underclass. They're better. And Hartlepool is a town that's been in decline for over 20 years now, and it does have a high population of asylum seekers. There was a rumor apparently going around online, again, nobody knows where this came from, that there were going to be another 10,000 asylum seekers put in the town. So there's nobody can say for sure who these people are. They just suddenly turn up. The locals don't know who they are. It could be, it's not beyond. They could be organized, fringe right-wing groups who are going to these places, or it could alternatively be, certainly now we're into the second week of this, even kind of the government sending people in to kind of just mess things up and get and rile up the Muslim population there, so that, and now we've got the Muslim Defense League mobilized, walking around towns shouting Allahu Akbar with swords. We've got councillors, like people in Parliament who have been local representatives, saying that the racists should have their throats cut. But there is, what I've seen mostly, is a massive hundreds of thousands of people mobilizing online peacefully under the hashtag, this ironic hashtag, because Keir Starmer came out and called everyone who was protesting a far-right thug. So now there are hundreds of thousands of people. If you put this hashtag into X, you'll see multi-ethnic people ironically calling themselves, I'm a far-right thug, so called, and I want to ask questions about immigration. So there are much more people peacefully protesting online, but the media are totally concentrating on this minority. There's a couple of thousand of these people. Nobody knows who they are, but apparently the government does.
Okay, I wanna get more perspectives on this. I guess we'll go to Lonerbox. What do you think? Why is this happening? What's going on?
Almost everything in that retelling of what happened at the beginning is nonsense. People were not just skeptical of what the media said. We knew that the person who did the killing in Southport was a teenager, and it's not protocol for the police to release the name or any details about suspect who is a teenager. That's normal. The person who was caught with a knife at the vigil was a white guy. His name was Jordan Davies. He's been arrested ever since. He's been arrested since. The reason that people went
But he didn't look
towards
white in the photograph, which is what the trigger was.
So you're making the point for me then. Yeah, that's what happens is people blame Muslims when they have nothing to do with what happened. Because after that stabbing in Southport, people like Tommy Robinson and Andrew Tate, people like Tommy Robinson and Andrew Tate went straight to social media and started spreading this false claim that he was an asylum seeker, that he had come on a boat, that he was being investigated by MI6. We saw these tweets, we saw these posts. They had like 20 million views, these videos. Andrew Tate was speaking about how like if you don't use your if you don't pull the trigger then at the border, then you won't have a country. Tommy Robinson, I think, spent about 1 minute talking about how tragic it is to lose these 3 girls at this dance class, and then spends the rest of his 6-minute video talking about Muslims. Yeah, they were scapegoated. That's what happens. Yeah, all it took was one trigger of one unspecified person committing a stabbing. When you're talking about the people being far-right thugs, well, yeah, of course, when there's rioting, that's going to take more of the media's attention, especially this many riots and this much damage being done in the space of less than a week. Of course, that's going to take the media's attention because it's a disproportionate event. It's something that we're not used to seeing very often. As far as the response from people like Keir Starmer, it's not really any bit different from how he responded to the 2011 riots in London that was mostly done by left-wingers and ethnic minorities. He did the same thing with making sure that the courts were running around the clock. He's done the same thing with making sure that people are sentenced very quickly to kill the momentum of the riots. And that was when it was mostly left-wingers and minorities protesting. There's no double standard here. There's no two-tier system. And like you're kind of laying off yourself, it seems to be the case that Muslims bear the brunt of this even when they're not doing anything.
You can respond if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, like I said, there's almost a 20-year history to this, which what we call two-tier policing began in the grooming gangs in Rotherham and the northwest of England, where thousands of girls basically were groomed and raped and trafficked by what we found out were Pakistani Muslims. This is is an independent report on this, right? It's all there, and it details the explicit cover-up because the authorities were afraid of inflaming racial or cultural sensitivities in the area, but which allowed these gangs to continue raping, trafficking, and grooming young, vulnerable girls on the streets. And we think this has got this. The scandal was then, and we think it was all over. But just this year in Newcastle, where I live, there was another grooming gang, and all of the information about the racial and cultural. It's more cultural. It's nothing to do with the color of your skin. There are so many multi-ethnic people who are actually want to know questions. My sister-in-law works in the NHS. She was walking to work in Sunderland and she was sexually assaulted by an asylum seeker. He was convicted but wasn't deported. We are now being called racists for wanting to ask questions about that.
Okay, so as far as the independent report on the Rotherham scandal, which was, I think, 10 years ago now, but if we're talking about the Rotherham scandal and the report...
It's still happening.
So,
Grooming's still happening.
Yeah, I know, because if you take any subset of any ethnic group in the world, yes, some of them will commit crimes. Some of them will commit horrible crimes. Yes, we know this. When it comes to the grooming gangs in Rotherham, talking about the independent report, I agree that report did say that at least some police officers, not all of them, some police officers said after they had been caught fucking up, the authorities said that they were afraid of political correctness, and that's why they didn't pursue things further. Yes, we know this. Okay. Just out of interest with the J report that mentioned that, can we also agree that that wasn't the only reason that the police had failed those victims in Rotherham? Do you know any other reasons they gave for in that report? Much more substantial reasons?
You inform me.
Why do you not know that, out of interest?
Because I don't it on me. Like you say, it was 10 years ago.
It matters though, doesn't it? Because that seems to be the go-to that people point at, even though when it came to policy recommendations and when it came to actually much more substantial reasons that story was like under convicted for so long. The other reasons they mentioned were, for example, were victim blaming. Cops in Rotherham and South Yorkshire Police have had an issue that has gone back decades, even as far back as the 1960s, when it came to young working class girls being abused, and that was before Muslims were there at all or had anything to do with it. Yeah, those cops, when it comes to working class girls, are fucking dog shit when it comes to taking people seriously. There was also under-resourcing, the fact that there was no middleman between the police and victims, so that victims could either just go to a police station, not the nicest place to go if you're accusing people of crimes. There was no outreach, there was no youth groups, there were no women's groups, like there was nothing like that to go to. There was also actually a failure of communication between the police and non-criminal aspects of the Muslim community, because the only people they were willing to speak to were like local imams who either didn't know or didn't care what was happening. They didn't go to other Muslim groups in the community, and they didn't have any connections with them that might have actually shed light on what was happening. Would you also acknowledge, for example, that the J report said that the councillors, who their part in it was that they didn't want the story to become national press. Do you remember why they said that? The J report said why.
I don't remember. You tell me.
Because they knew full well that if, first of all, out of thousands of people who commit grooming every year, not all of them get national press headlines. They were worried about this particular one getting national press headlines because of the response that would come from the EDL. And it turned out actually they were right. The EDL rioted. They caused like millions of pounds of damage in Rotherham. And one person was murdered. One innocent Muslim man, who no one seems to know about, by the way, Mushin Ahmed, was murdered outside of his front door by two guys accusing him of being a groomer. So I feel like this is what I mean when I talk about legitimate concerns. When people talk about these riots being born of legitimate concerns, the problem is that these are not...
I'm actually
one at a time. We gotta let veteran go. Mark go. He hasn't had a chance.
It's a simple question.
Yeah.
You made the claim that there's not a two-tier system, but then make the statement that the police treated working class people differently based on their prejudices.
Is that what people mean when they're saying two-tier system on Twitter? They're talking about working upper class people?
Well, yeah.
No, they're talking about Muslims and white people. Stop. When people say two-tier, they're talking about Muslims and white people.
That's not strictly true.
Let Mark go. Go ahead.
Because you can describe this however you want to describe it and say it's a two-tier system based on race, but it's just not the complete picture whatsoever. There is the working class and the middle class in the UK. You can look at this two different ways. The working class see this very differently. A working class individual will look at the Rotherham scandal and look at other scandals like that, and they may read into it in detail, or they may not read into it in detail. But at the end of the day, they will see that there has been people, those girls who were subjects of abuse, were treated differently. Now, you can argue that's because of political correctness or failures of the state or institutions, or you can blame it on police attitudes towards working class girls. But no matter how much you argue against it, there is a two-tier attitude there. And we can argue that, is this the right attitude to take from the working class people? Should they see things that way? Maybe, maybe not. But ultimately, they will see it as something that's not being addressed. They will then look at commentary happening now in relation to these events, and they will see that they've been demonized. They will see Starmer's statement as being demonizing the working class. He's obviously having to make that statement because there are riots occurring. But if you're a working class person and you are looking at this over a long history over time, and we're talking whichever generation you are, the older generations probably see this more negatively because they've gone through the economic decline of the industries in their areas and the government not addressing that. And then that creates a vacuum where you've got young men who cannot work because there is no opportunities. And then you get far-right agitators who will move into that area and they will say, look, this is the reason why you can't find a job. It's people who look differently than you. And it's an easy message to sell to those people. And why is that message sold to those people? Because government failure. And we can argue about this all day long, but there is government failure at the core of this.
Yeah,
whether it's Rotherham or to this point, it's complete government failure.
Okay, we got. Hold on. Sohail, go ahead, please. He hasn't got a turn yet.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm going to try to deflate the kind of biases and clear kind of emotionality that's being expressed here. I think everyone's made a reasonable point and everyone's made a valid point. That includes Paula, that includes Lona Box, that includes Veteran Gamer. Now, I do reject Paula's assertion that somehow the far right doesn't exist in the United Kingdom.
No, I didn't say that.
Unfortunately, okay, that you were. Forgive
I
me
said
if I'm misrepresenting, but you were kind of minimizing it and saying it doesn't really exist. There's not very many of them. I disagree with that assertion because when it comes to MI5's casework, there's evidence to suggest that actually a lot of their cases are more far right. This is the thing. You notice all the terror attacks that are being committed by Islamist extremists, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing. It's the far right is more prevalent, but the intensity is lower. That's why you don't hear about much of this stuff. But when it comes to Islamist extremists, they're less prevalent. When they do stuff, they really do stuff. And that's the kind of difference you see in the media. And that's not the media's fault, it's just the nature of the whole thing. As for the grooming gang scandal, I would like to point out that the person who was in charge of the investigation and the prosecution against the grooming gangs was actually a Muslim man. And he went all out. He was blunt, he was brutally honest, and he pointed out to systemic endemic issues within the Muslim community. I, in fact, stated that actually the reason why this was so prevalent, and it was disproportionately prevalent amongst South Asian Pakistani men. I am Pakistani of origin myself, so I don't say that with any glee or happiness. But the reason why all of this happened was because there was this kind of perception that white girls are somehow, forgive me, sluts, slags, whatever you might want to call it. And they believed that they were easy target for that reason. It was based on prejudice. It was based on hatred. It was based on the idea that non-Muslims are somehow lesser, which is kind of a core issue within Islamist extremism, but more broadly within radical Islam. These issues are real. And we can't minimize, and we also can't over-exaggerate the severity of everything. We need to take into account the far right, the people rioting and protesting, right? Protesters, I would assume that some of them got kind of ensnared in it and they're not really far right. As for the people actually rioting, attempting to actually burn down a hotel with absolutely everyone inside because those people happen to be asylum seekers. Now, I'm quite strong on immigration myself. I think we need immigration control. But to do that, that's evidently and unequivocally and undeniably far right. And I
would say it was psychopathic. I don't know. I can't look into their heads and say that.
See, this is the thing. The people that engage in violence, in my experience, whether it be far left, Islamist, or far right, they tend to be the actual extremists. They really are extreme. And unfortunately, there's a subset of people within the far left, far right, and Islamist extremists who literally live for violence. And that's all they do. They love it. And that's why a lot of protests break out into violence.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I'm not an expert on the far right at all. So yeah, I'll absolutely take your word for that. But I am an expert actually on the misrepresentation of rape within institutional, British institutions, the police, certainly the media and the government. That's one of my specialities. That what's your name? Loner Box?
So,
is that how I?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh no, just Loner Box. Is that what I call you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned that there were always these kinds of things about endemic kind of rape myths and victim blaming and all this. These are kind of tropes that come out in all government kind of things about rape. What would you say that the conviction rate for rape was in the UK now?
I think it's very low. I don't know the number though.
It's 1%,
No,
isn't it, or something?
I would just say it's low. I don't know the number though.
Is it 1%?
Is it 1%? Well, that's kind of that is the percentage that's put out in the media and in all of these reports. Actually, it's over 60%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for my edification, why is there a difference there? Like because 1% being the common thought versus 60% being the actuality. Can you connect these dots for my audience?
Absolutely.
Please?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've written a very detailed article about this on my Substack called Feminist Lies and Damn Statistics. Basically, feminists, and because feminists are much more represented in the corridors of power and in politics and in media, they take basically all claims of rape, and they count them all as as actual real, as going to court kind of statistics. The percentage of actual rapists that go to, and I've been through this process myself, my family's been through this process, and and it was absolutely amazing. And when they go to court, the percentage of rapists that are convicted, at one point it was 74%. Right now it's about just over 60%. But feminists will misrepresent this to say that the institutions are institutionally sexist. They are patriarchal. The thing about feminism is its main aim is to dismantle patriarchy. It's not to help women. It's not women's rights, as we can see with the whole kind of trans rubbish going on. It's basically to dismantle patriarchy, and the criminal justice system is one of those institutions that it wants to dismantle. So, and the media are culpable in this. They constantly trot out these kind of ridiculous statistics. If any other crime was like kind of calculated in that way, the whole world would seem to be falling apart. No other crime is calculated in the way that feminists and feminist politicians and feminist media do with rape.
Can
And
I
that's
ask
how
a-
they gerrymander statistics, basically.
Might I ask a question to clarify?
Go ahead.
When it comes to, so if I understood you correctly, are you referring to cases in which it's obvious to the court that the claim was false, and
these are cases
that's why they fell through?
No. These are cases. My statistics, the official statistics of cases that go to court. The main reason that cases don't go to court is because of the supposed victim withdrawing the claim. It's not because the police don't find enough evidence to support the claim. It's not because the CPS don't find enough evidence to support the claim. The CPS and the police want people to go to court because they want the message that over 60% of the time you will get justice. But feminists instead...
I think you understood. I think I was saying that what I was saying, in fact, was, are these cases that have, including that, but are these cases that have gone to court and the court's been like, wait a minute, you're lying?
No, she's saying that the conviction rate is 60% plus, but that's if you only count people who actually make it to court. I think if you count everyone who makes a report, the conviction rate is like 2%.
Who don't make it to court are because, and this includes male rape as well, male on male rape, is because they themselves withdraw the claim.
Is there any evidence that the majority of those are because of withdrawal?
Not find evidence.
So
yeah, has there been a survey?
How do you fill that gap though with the withdrawal?
Yeah, this is it. This is if you look at all my statistics are in my Helen Dale wrote an abridged version of it on her Substack as well, because mine is 2,000 words longer or something. But Helen Dale, if you look that up, it's just basically the core statistics. So yeah, it's all of the, it's all publicly available information, government information, CPS information.
Just to draw us back a little on track, perhaps. Are you saying
it's interesting because although it's slightly off track, what she's talking about is disinformation, and what we are talking about here in relation to what's currently going on in the UK. Is that not completely fueled by disinformation? I mean,
no, not really, because
it's
not really disinformation, because like when people talk about a lack of conviction rate, they talk about like they're including every rape case that's reported to the police. But yeah.
I'm talking about the civil unrest at the moment. Talking about the riots.
I actually have sources who are directly involved in this, who are actually saying that there are entities formally investigating the involvement of Russian bots in stoking the fires when it comes to these riots.
Yeah,
now, of course, I think that there are some of the points that the kind of the rioters are making. I can understand where they're coming from. What is absolutely not justified is literally engaging in violence and kind of looting things. Let's just be clear that I kind of disavow that.
Sure. So Hill, when you say that they have some points, can you elaborate on that, please?
So I'm I identify as Muslim. I used to be an Islamist extremist, in fact. I was raised as such by my family from the age of 6, and that's why I kind of stayed within the ideology. Unfortunately, I didn't leave the ideology very soon, not quickly enough, I think. I left it when I was 21, and I take full responsibility for that. So I'm not kind of shirking responsibility. At one point, I was even considering engaging in violence. So I always feel ashamed to say that. But I think it's important for people to know, because this is a threat that is real. We don't want to over exaggerate it, and we shouldn't under exaggerate it. And I kind of see both sides kind of under exaggerating and over exaggerating. Now, when it comes to these legitimate concerns, firstly, there's the prevalence of very extreme but also regressive ideas within the Muslim community generally, not even just amongst the extremists. For instance, a survey was done in the United Kingdom that surveyed British Muslims, and only 1% said that actually they believe in gay rights, as in it shouldn't be illegal. 99% said it should be illegal, not that they disagreed with it, but that it should be illegal. Now, there are other regressive ideas. For instance, the rejection of Britishness. And I don't say this in a really far right kind of way, like you have to be nationalistic, like hyper nationalistic. But there's a kind of view, trend within the kind of Islamic landscape. And this isn't by all means the majority. There's a significant trend within which British Muslims feel very much anger towards Britain due to Britain's colonial past, and therefore hate Britain, and as a consequence, don't integrate and don't even identify as British. And I think these kinds of concerns are very real. There's other concerns, for instance, the rate of immigration, the impact it's having, the effect it's having on cultural and national identity. And I don't mean that in a far right sense. I really do believe that national identity is important to hold the social fabric of a nation together, especially a multicultural society. I'm okay with other cultures, but other cultures should be under the umbrella, the greater umbrella of British culture, as in other cultures should be aligned with British values and Western values. And I think a lot of these concerns are justified. It's just that when you go extreme and you engage in violence, that does make you far right. But there's a large swathe of people who have these concerns that are justified and valid. They're not hateful of non-whites. They don't hate Muslims. They just want to see change.
Go ahead, Lana Park.
I don't know how I feel about this kind of like impulse to think that just because like there's a riot or because there's unrest or anything like it, that the idea that there has to be a legitimate concern is always, excuse me. Shit, sorry.
Don't choke and die. That would be really bad for the
I'm okay. All right. I reject this idea that there always has to be like a legitimate concern whenever this kind of unrest comes up, because you can talk about legitimate issues. I don't deny that there are legitimate issues with like working class communities and deindustrialization and being politically abandoned and every like political party just going towards this mythical center that seems to exclude a lot of people from more difficult situations.
And the Muslim demographic.
But at the end of the day, when you talk about legitimate issues, like for example, I don't think anyone would say that the race riots in the 1950s were born out of legitimate concerns, right? That they were angry that black people were coming to the UK in fairly small numbers. I don't think the National Front were born of legitimate concerns. The race riots in the 80s, was that because we had too much immigration? No. Cable
That's
Street?
not strictly true.
Absolutely
That's
not.
not strictly true.
What's
there's been two phases of mass immigration
one at a time,
in the
one
UK.
at a time, one at a time.
Sorry, I do apologize.
Go ahead, Mark. Then we'll go Paula. Then we'll go Sohail. And then
If you look at the history of immigration in the UK, there were two phases of mass immigration. There was one after the Second World War, getting towards the 1950s, where we went from very low numbers to mass immigration. That was then dealt with by the politicians at that time because they recognised it was too high and it was causing issues such as the riots that occurred then. But then the Blair government decided that when the EU was expanded to include Eastern European nations, that there would not be a massive influx of people based on a study produced by the University of Sussex, I believe, but I might be incorrect on that. They estimated that 13,000 people would come to the UK, ended up being massively more than that, 600,000, I think, in that year, and it's just continued ever since. If you look at that and the other the previous riots, they follow on from mass immigration, and whether you could say, is that indicative of the attitude of the people in the country? But if you look at the UK, up until the 1950s, the UK, for its whole history, was an ethnic monoculture. And then in the 1950s, it's become a multicultural country. And it's the norms and the cultural values of the UK formed over that time. Now, I'm not making any claims about any other cultural values of any group, because we're all human beings and we all want the best for each other. That's the underlying factor. But there are differences. And if you do not integrate properly, or, if you've got mass immigration, and in the UK, we don't have great state capacity, you've got mass immigration, how do you expect people to integrate if you don't provide the resources for them to do so correctly? It was the same back then as it is the same now. People on the right claim all the time, well, why don't these people just learn to speak English? Well, to do that, you would have to have state capacity. You would have to have immigration figures. You'd have to employ people to teach people to speak English. That takes years. And is there any state capacity? What's happened in the UK in the last few years is, because there's a lack of capacity, is councils, because of austerity, which is a big important factor here, have been offered money to take sort of immigrants into those areas. They've done so because they need the money, but there's no integration other than they will then pay for a hotel. And then the people in that local area are like, because the local news doesn't exist anymore in those areas, so they can't report on this. And in that vacuum where there's no local news and no reporting, all it takes is a social media rumor that somebody of a certain skin color who looks a certain way from a certain country has done something in that area, and then the people will sort of the Chinese whispers will occur, and it'll spread via social media, be it Twitter, X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, whatever platform it is, and all of a sudden people who are angry for valid reasons, and I'm not justifying what these far-right idiots are doing. And in relation to the hotel, I believe the maximum sentence for that is life. I'm quite happy for those people to be given life for that, because they can think about what they've done for that whole time. But at the end of the day, you've got all these structural issues where you've got no local media, you've got no support for immigrants, you've got no support for the people who live in that area, because we're talking about communities in the north-south divide where the industry's gone. It's in many of these areas. These people don't have social mobility, because if they're from an older generation, they used to work in industry, they do not have transferable skills. They can't move anywhere. Maybe they just want to stay there because they have a sense of local community. But you've got all this melting pot going on, and the government's just not addressing any of it. And leaving the EU is another factor, because the EU used to EU handled border control and all the sort of bureaucracy involved with that, because it was a EU-wide initiative. When the UK left the EU, that capacity went, and because of austerity, did they flesh it out? Not at all. So you just got it's a mess, honestly. I don't know what to say.
Sorry, I thought you were only going to cut me off for like 5 seconds, but that was like a whole.
Sorry, I apologize.
We went from like mass immigration to what, like a English speaking test, which if you want a visa in the UK, you have to go through. You have to have a level of English understanding. The people who can't speak English in the UK, the people
I think Samael would say that if you've got, depending on what culture it is, let's say you've got attitudes towards the education of women.
Well,
and then that doesn't help with integration, because if you've got women that from a culture where they're not given access to education, they will move to the UK because there's a failure of integration. They may not learn to speak English. They're raising the children who might not speak English.
Okay, I'll try speaking.
Yeah, we got to give it back to Loner.
For a visa, you need to have at least a B1 like level of English, and if it's for people who typically don't need that, it's people who are like either healthcare workers or they're from countries where you would have a level of English anyway. The people in the UK who can't speak English in the UK will mostly be like a minority of asylum seekers. But when I was talking about the Notting Hill race riots in the 50s, like these were just racist people attacking like black communities. Like what the legitimate concern here was that a 99% white country takes a group of like West Indian people who basically helped us in the Second World War, and also were filling shortages in the labor market that even Enoch Powell identified. No, I don't think that was necessarily born of a legitimate concern. If we're talking about the riots
assuming
today,
that everybody who was raising issues then.
We gotta let Loner finish, and then other people need to go.
I apologize.
We got a whole line. I promise. We'll get to you guys. Lots of time. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
if we're
Loner,
talking
finish.
about the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
rioters, about the people who are actually doing these protests now, I don't know why it's always to assume that just because there are problems with immigration, and I'll admit there are problems with immigration, like you'd be mental not to, but that's just like to assume that the people rioting are sharing those same legitimate concerns. No, they're not. They're getting all their information
That's
from
not what I'm
people like
saying.
Andrew Tate and Tommy Robinson and people like that. So
That's not what I'm saying. Just to
Okay,
clarify,
I,
that's not
I
what I'm
want
saying.
to say that when I raised the issue of legitimate concerns that some people have, I was not in any way justifying the far right riots.
no, I know you're not justifying
And
I know
in
you're
any
not
way
justifying the
justify
riots. I know you're not
bigotry
justifying the riots, but I'm just
or
saying when it,
extremism.
yeah, but when it, I'm
But
saying when it comes
this is
to attitudes towards immigration, like when we look at UK polling, we know that as far as the UK goes, some people, I think it seems to be like the majority opinion in the UK is that they want net migration to be reduced by like a bit. There's not really any like massive call for some like huge, just like lowering to these whatever tens of thousands levels that the Conservatives used to promise or anything like that. So that's why when we talk about rioters, like I just feel like it's like there's something kind of like frustrating about allowing the conversation and the tone to get set by like this particular event. Yeah.
We gotta
I'm just
get
going
to
to
more
explain
people.
my position. So essentially,
Briefly,
in the
then we gotta go to
beginning,
Paula.
when
Yeah.
oh sorry.
Briefly,
sorry,
then we gotta
okay.
go to Paula. That's fine.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
initially,
briefly.
I my position was that look, when it just started off, I was like, okay, maybe the government should acknowledge these concerns. As soon as it became violent, as soon as they started burning down hotels, I was like, fuck it. Do not give in to them one bit. If we are going to address immigration, if we are going to address these concerns, it should be because we want to, not because some thugs rioted. And I want them to go after every single one, regardless of race, and go after every single one, prosecute them, and I want to see them cry in court as they're handed their sentences.
I agree.
Flat. Paula, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but I wouldn't disagree. The people who are upfront and being violent are, just the dregs of society. Nobody wants to see that. Again, I'll just remind everybody just to look up the hashtag. I'll remember it in a minute. But there is a massive, hundreds of thousands of people are peacefully protesting online. But we've now been told by the British government that we are liable for prosecution if we post unapproved media. We don't know what that unapproved media will be, but we are certainly on a watch list. Just to fact check loaner boxes kind of thing, Tommy Robinson did put a tweet out, but it wasn't about the murders in Southport. And
So he put out a
just
video.
about why do you have to hark back to the 60s to talk about today?
Because it was an
shows
example
that
of
you're
riots
more-
not being always born out of legitimate concerns.
We're talking about how many generations ago. We're not talking to anybody that's actually here.
Yeah, so I'm giving it as an example. It's an
Your
example.
argument.
If I'm going to illustrate that, like, just because
It's a
there's
very
rioting
weak
doesn't necessarily
example of
mean.
your argument.
Well, sorry, but you were just wrong about what you said about Tommy Robinson. I spoke about a video that he put out. Do you want me to show you the video? Are you denying that he did that? Also, what you said about the Labour Party.
In Sterling. Well, I'm just looking at the reports here. There was a stabbing in Sterling. He was wrong about that being he said, an alleged Muslim. He was wrong about that.
No, he put out a video. There's a video. I can just send you the link in the chat. There's a video of him talking about the Southport stabbing, and in the first minute, he goes on immediately in this random tangent to just ramble about Muslims for 5 minutes. Like that's not false, is it?
Whatever Tommy Robinson is, he was, and I'm not a fan of what's his name, the bald guy.
Tate.
Andrew Tate.
He's just using it to raise his status. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, but no, sorry, carry on.
Also, about the government saying that people are going to get in trouble for social media posts. Are there any examples of people?
Someone just got jailed for 12 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I'm going to.
So my follow up question is, what did they say on social media? Like, what law were they breaking?
I don't know.
There was some cases, so I reviewed this before I came on this stream.
They were inciting violence. Yes, that's.
Yeah, because that seems to
there
be
were some
the
cases
problem. Isn't
where
that
it was quite horrific stuff.
Yeah, because I blame the press for this as well, because the press will say, because the press will say, and people on social media will say, oh, this person got arrested and jailed or charged for saying mean things or saying racial things on Facebook. But you look at every single story, it's like they're inciting. They're saying that people should go and like attack this hotel or whatever. I think there was one exception with that 55-year-old. But
the context of people last year being visited by police for saying that men can't be women.
Visited by the police. Are these criminal charges?
No, non-hate crimes, they're called.
Yeah, they're called. So that's a problem, okay? And
It is.
yeah,
yes.
and non-hate crimes are stupid, okay? But this is not what people are being charged for now. People are being charged for
Oh, no,
stirring up
I
hatred.
agree.
Right?
But
Yeah.
in relation to the 12 weeks, apparently he made that comment in a family group. Now, you can say he shouldn't have made that comment, and I agree that he shouldn't have made that comment. But I think there's a difference making that comment in a family group where people just might be saying.
Yeah, but can we just find the example, because I want to look through the details of it, because like I feel like every other example we get of this is they're actually doing something that would be criminal in just about any country.
Oh yeah,
But,
look, if you interpret it as they have interpreted it, it definitely is a criminal charge.
See, this is my position. If oh sorry, I can't.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. So hell,
Okay.
please.
So this is my position. If you unwittingly retweet or share falsified kind of news or conspiracy theories, and it's unwitting on your part, I don't think you should be arrested or prosecuted. But if you fabricated those lies, prosecute them.
It's difficult to determine intent
because they're
in those
inciting
situations.
In the courts have to like always give the benefit of the doubt to the defendant. That's how the court system works. So
Do we
I think
remember
that would
the video footage of the girl with autism who was arrested for saying
lesbian nana.
yeah, that the policewoman reminded her of a lesbian nana, and the policewoman on the spot determined that that was a hate crime and arrested an autistic girl in the middle of a meltdown.
wait, with this the autistic girl
dragged her
who's
out.
wait, hang on, where's the can we see that video again, or the story about it, the news story?
I don't have the link to that specific
Because we're not.
incident,
This
on
isn't
hand,
the girl who
unfortunately.
was just being searched during a pro-Palestine protest that everyone said
No,
came
no,
from
no,
this
was
one.
info. She was
Okay.
arrested for, I don't know, hate crime, breach of the peace, something like that.
Autistic girl.
And she was dragged out of the home, if I remember.
Hate crime arrest, and this is a recent thing.
Yeah, hate crime arrest lesbian nana. Type that in.
Lesbian
Yeah.
nana.
As weird
Sorry.
as that sounds.
It's a funny
Crazy.
thing to
It
type
was
into your
crazy.
Google. Okay. I as we're looking that up, I guess I have a few questions when it comes to what's going on and the incidents that are happening. To what extent?
Oh, I'm so
is-
sorry, Wick. This is an old story. This is from like February. This is like a police officer who got in trouble as well for doing what they did. But yeah, this is old. Yeah.
Well, it's from February, right? That's not.
Well, it's not from
terribly
the.
old.
It's nothing to do with the riots. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
No, but it's to do with the history of.
Yeah, police are
Never
bad
mind.
sometimes. Yeah,
See-
everyone agrees. Yeah.
See, this is the thing. I think that. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. This is.
Oh,
is-
so
go
I
ahead,
think that
Jesse.
essentially,
This is a
you know,
stop
these
session.
accusations of two-tier. I wouldn't call it that. But what I will point out is that for too long, people, the reasonable individuals, the respectable society, has refused to comment and to discuss the issues with immigration, honestly. And because of that, that's created a vacuum. And people who otherwise wouldn't have become ensnared in the far right become ensnared in it, because the only people talking about it are the insane extremists on the extreme right. Furthermore, if people then actively suppress discussion of this by throwing unjustified accusations of racism or bigotry or Islamophobia, then people will just become extreme. You're just going to turn them far right. And I know people who are former far right. I work with them, and a lot of their stories kind of revolve around that. It doesn't justify it at all, ever, but we have to understand it in order to combat it.
Yeah, the explanations, not excuses.
So I know Keir Starmer in his manifesto pledge and even coming up to it did say that he wanted to lower migration, like legal migration. And his plan for the boats was not the Rwanda shit, because that's unworkable, but it was to target smugglers, which would reduce the number of small boat crossings. Like, I don't know. So what legitimate concern about migration is being like just completely ignored by the government, according to you guys?
Well, can I just ask? So you think that it's a myth that there are no legitimate concerns?
Oh no, I think they exist. I just don't think we're hearing them from the same people who are making any kind of apologies for like what's happening or talking about two-tier policing or anything like that.
Nobody
Yeah.
here is making any apology.
Well, you're talking about the people who are complaining about two-tier policing as well. Like, yeah, I think you tend to not hear them very often. Yeah, but I'm sure they
See,
exist.
this is what the legitimate concerns I would raise, and these are actually my concerns too. So the rate of immigration, right, is unsustainable in that it's very difficult to integrate immigrants if there's so many immigrants coming in. You can't spend that much resources on it. You can't spend money on integration programs and have them be effective if there's so many. Furthermore, there's kind of concerns regarding security threats and extremism and kind of divergent values and views. And I think the solution to that would be something that's race blind. Right? This would apply equally to countries like my country of origin, Pakistan, and Russia, and some countries in Eastern Europe. If they're homophobic or if they hold kind of values that are counter to ours, if they're anti-democratic, anti-human rights, anti-women's rights, I think that we should therefore then be careful about the country that we get these immigrants from.
How would that look just to question that, how would that look when it comes to like when the rubber hits the road? Like, would you limit the amount of immigrants coming from those countries per year, or how would that
be so
implemented?
stringent as to ensure that most of them don't pass? And I'm not saying that because I don't want them to pass, but because we have to be stringent and it should be provable that they don't hold those views. If it's not provable, unless in very exceptional circumstances, I would kind of not allow them in. And I say that as someone who's brown. I say that as someone who's from a Pakistani origin background. I don't think this is about race. Those who do make it about race are literal racists and bigots and far right. I detest them. But this is about values and about the culture and about the social cohesion of our country and the safety of our country. And unfortunately, when it comes to de-radicalization programs, I shouldn't say that was underprivileged, so I won't say that. Make that point.
I think the problem you run into there is that for citizens who come into or people who want to come in through visas to the UK, which is like the overwhelming majority of migrants, is that they do still go through.
Well, I'm particularly not really bothered about legal immigration. I'm more bothered about the undocumented and the people, because this is what the people of Hartlepool were worried about, that
So
they were
that's
going to
like,
get.
just to be clear, that's like less than 10% of the people who come to the UK every year, right?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Actually, we don't know.
It's a huge
Hold on, let
number.
Paula go. Paula, please.
But that's why I'm saying when we talk about migration,
Paula,
like net
please.
migration.
Yeah, I want Paula to finish her
okay, sorry,
point because I'm
Oh,
trying
sorry,
to
I
figure
thought
out
you
what
were
she's saying.
interrupting me.
No,
No,
go ahead.
10% is a huge number of people, especially when they're put in towns that have been, as you were saying, under austerity and are declining working class towns that have no jobs, that have boarded up shops, that just have no opportunities for the people who live there, and then thousands of people are put in and they're not integrating with the communities. They can't, it's just a tinder box. It really is. It's ridiculous.
So just to
Integration
clarify, I'm
takes
not
time.
accusing you of it, I'm just asking. So if net migration last year was like nearly 700,000, the number of asylum seekers coming in was 80,000. Like the problem is the 80,000, right? Like that's the ones you have an issue with, the undocumented ones.
Is that you saying the 80,000 undocumented immigrants?
Asylum
No,
seekers.
he's saying asylum seekers.
Which
but
would
you
be
were
a form of
referring to
undocumented.
80,000 people.
We had 80,000 asylum seeker claims last year, right? Coming into the
Okay,
UK, yeah.
just so I can clarify, you guys are talking
No.
past each other. Just real quick,
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that he's asking you whether or not you have a problem with the 80,000 asylum seekers, whether they count as undocumented to you.
No.
So who are the undocumented migrants? Where are they?
Legal migration.
How can you migrate legally if you're
other means?
So small boats would be asylum seekers.
Not just small boats, but through smuggling in kind of vans in other kind of modes of transport.
So people who are smuggled in would come here to claim asylum.
Human trafficking problem that isn't being addressed on these boats.
So people who come in here, who are trafficked or come in on boats, they would either be asylum seekers, they would claim asylum, or they would get deported. So I'm just wondering.
No,
no, that's not strictly true.
Well, we deport like
is.
tens of thousands of people a year, but yeah, we do, yeah.
We're an island, so we're not, it's not as bad as the US.
It is the problem, yeah.
Yeah, but
the issue is state capacity. I mean, to do
okay,
what
I'm just trying to
he
figure out which
suggested.
migrants you guys are
The
talking about
NHS
now. I'm
is on
confused.
its knees, literally. It
Okay.
really is on its knees.
Right, so I just want to make sure I know which migrants you guys are talking about then. So we're not talking about the legal ones, the 600,000 like net migration. Those ones, okay.
No.
We're talking about the undocumented ones who are coming on boats, but not the asylum seekers. What?
Oh, for God's sake, stop being an idiot.
Why am I being okay?
Personally,
Tell
I'm
me
referring to
which
all.
category you're talking to.
Personally, I'm referring
I've
to
said
all.
specifically what they are.
Undocumented, but not asylum seekers.
So
The ones
personally,
who-
I'm referring to all of them.
Well,
Yeah, I know. I know. I can have a
Oh,
discussion.
hold on, because I think we have three different definitions going on, and we're
I've
all
got
kind
nothing
of
to say about it. That's ridiculous semantics.
It's not
Fair
semantics. It just I have a feeling you don't actually understand the immigration system the way you're talking about it.
Okay, you can feel what you want.
People
So-
have issue with illegal migration.
Sohail,
That's it.
Sohail, however, at
Wait.
least
Unless they're
from what-
racist.
Hold on,
And then they
just
have
real
issue
quick.
with all
Just
migration.
Let me finish my point, okay? So Sohail, as I understand it, and Sohail can correct me if I'm wrong, wants even legal immigration reduced from certain countries, right? And he named some Eastern European countries, Russia,
Pakistan.
Pakistan, and a few others. So that's his issue, right?
That's
so
not
let's-
what I'm speaking to.
Yeah.
He's the expert on that.
But Paula
I'm
is
speaking from what I'm hearing on the street.
yeah, Paula has a different problem, right? So let's
I'm
address these.
just saying what I hear on the street.
Sure.
Now, these
think the
are
two are
people who
linked.
look at the stats,
Okay, so
but their
think the two are linked.
opinions you're saying are
when you say illegal migrants, we're talking about. So up to March 2024, there were about 40,000 people, just under, who were irregular arrivals. Almost all of them, 4/5 of them, came by small boats. These are the people we have an issue with, right?
no. I don't have an issue with them. The people who think they're going to get dumped in their declining communities do.
Yeah. So what you're referring to in hotels and things like that, right?
I don't know. There are no hostels for asylum seekers in Hartlepool. They're all actually. You know, you were mentioning somebody was murdered. Have you heard of a man called Terence Carney?
No.
No. In Hartlepool, he was murdered by. I'm just reading this. This is just this year. Okay, so we're thinking about what might have, inspired some people to kind of just get a bit pissed off. Moroccan asylum seeker Ahmed Alid stabbed 70-year-old Terence Carney multiple times. He was housed in a because there are no hostels in Hartlepool for all of these people that are going there. He was housed with a genuine asylum seeker who had escaped from Iran because he became a Christian. He also stabbed him. And when he didn't kill him, he waited till he was asleep and stabbed him, thought he'd killed him, then went out into the street and attacked the first person he saw, which was 70-year-old Terence Carney, and he killed him. This was logged as a hate crime, a hate crime in Hartlepool. Now, people in Hartlepool were obviously really pissed off about this, and the Guardian logged it as an isolated incident. Was
it not an isolated incident?
But they didn't mention it was a hate crime. If it was a white person doing that to an immigrant, it would have been front page news. This is what we're talking about: two-tier, policing, two-tier media.
Two-tier policing because so in the Guardian article, they say man jailed for life after Gaza, quote, revenge murder, because that's what he claimed his motive was. They mentioned that he said Allahu Akbar. They mentioned that he would claim to be taking revenge. What? Because they didn't mention the word hate crime. That's like this article's in the Guardian. They've given like 1,000 pages
We know
words to it.
That the media now change the text of their things now.
So
I'm just going from what I see on the local, because people don't use Twitter, they use Facebook, and they use.
The Guardian actually described it as terrorism, just so you know. So I don't know what the two-tier is here. Right, okay.
Yeah, Paula, finish your point, please. Go ahead.
No, it's just Again, you're dismissing it. You a few minutes ago you were saying, oh, a person in Rotherham, and as if it was it is a terrible tragedy, but you're not prepared to say this was a terrible tragedy as well.
I'm sorry, do you think I wouldn't say this murder was a terrible tragedy?
Well, you didn't. You just immediately went to coping and explaining away.
It's not explaining. What am I explaining away? What did I explain away about it? That's not an answer because I didn't explain anything away. Okay, that's fine. So what I said was that the Guardian. You said that they were like they two-tier reported this, even though they described it as. You said they two-tier reported it, even though they described it as terrorism. How is that two-tier reporting? They called him a terrorist.
We know the media changed the stories after their immediate.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? If anyone doesn't mind, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mark, please.
If there's a lack of state capacity and you have asylum seekers coming from war zones or areas where they've been subjected to trauma, and this is just probably an example of that, and they're not being supported because, let's face it, in the UK, there isn't even mental health provision for anybody, let alone for people coming from areas where they're going to need extra help to integrate simply because they've faced such great trauma. And to sort of add on to what someone else said before, he's talking about we need a system for sorting people. We don't even have the capacity to sort economic migrants from asylum seekers. So to even get to the point that he's describing, you would need to start addressing that. And we don't even have the capacity to do that. So is it any surprise that when a cash-strapped council who's getting paid to take asylum seekers on a per-person basis houses them in a hotel because they need the money, there's no mental health provisions for those people. There's no local reporting. So rumors spread right through Facebook. This guy did this. But then when you actually look into the story, I mean, Gaza was mentioned there. But, we've all got opinions on Gaza, whether that situation in Israel, because it's a big talking point. But at the end of the day, imagine being a person living in that place, living in that environment where you're being subjected to ideology 24/7. You probably know people who've been subjected to trauma. You're subjected to trauma constantly throughout your whole time while you're there. And then you go to another country and there's just no support whatsoever. You get put in a community that you don't, in a hotel in a community, and you're cooped up in a hotel as well. Now, you could argue that, well, people, they're being paid to be put in a hotel. But at the end of the day, you've got someone who's suffered trauma, is now just cooped up in a hotel. Probably doesn't speak the language. Is not in a deprived area. Can't integrate because they have to stay in the hotel till their claims processed. Mm-hmm. It's a small room. A person's in a small room, isolated, thousands of miles from where they were born, and they're suffering from trauma. But there's no support for those people whatsoever. So, is the issue what that asylum seeker did, or is the issue that there's no support for that person? That the UK government's solution, because they lack the capacity to do anything, is just to pay a council, because of austerity, that council needs the money to take people, and they just get put in a hotel, and there's no resources to support those people whatsoever.
Well, the CPS
that's
said
the issue.
So
surely,
mental issues were not part of the the issue.
Well, I would suspect if you're from Gaza, you're going to have some kind of trauma. I would suspect.
I don't know if he was from Gaza. He said
he was Moroccan. He was Moroccan.
Committing the crimes in revenge for the children of Gaza.
Yeah, he was Moroccan. He had nothing to do with Gaza. Yeah, he just cited that.
I misunderstood. I apologize.
Yeah.
My example stands either way. People who are not receiving support.
Yeah, so I agree with just about everything you.
There's an X account called Peace.com Center, which is a voice for anti-Hamas Palestinians. Now, these are part of the most oppressed people you could ever meet. There is no free speech in Gaza, but this one X account gives them a voice. Peace.com Center on X. Just look that up.
So just coming back to the asylum seekers claim.
I'm just saying it to viewers.
No, not good.
So,
and I can put the link in chat and another point. But I do have a question, I guess. Well, Loner, you wanted to say something, but then I do have a question to kind of maybe drive us along.
Yeah, I
Go
wanted
ahead,
to address
Loner.
the thing about asylum seekers. So yeah, we do know right now that there's a massive backlog, and the processing has been really far behind on asylum seekers coming to the UK. We know that it is in large part because the Conservatives wasted a shitload of money, like hundreds of millions of pounds, with the Rwanda scheme and with Stop the Boats, neither of which actually worked. So I mean, it seems to me personally, if we're talking about solutions and the legitimate issues and everything, I think what the solution with asylum seekers is getting enough resources together to actually process the people who are here, and then
Well, I'm just
focusing on
giving you
targeting. Why, I don't know why you keep talking over me, but and then the other issue would be focusing on for like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Anyway, so one solution would be potentially making sure we can actually process the people who are already here because they need to be processed, but also targeting smugglers, because it seems to be that Stop the Boats and Rwanda were a total failure. But I don't know. Does anyone have an issue with either of those solutions? Or
But the whole boat thing is an issue about modern slavery and human trafficking. So absolutely, it should stop. Absolutely, it should be addressed.
Yeah, I don't think
that's
anyone
what I just said, but okay.
disagrees with you, Loner, right?
Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah,
I
no,
missed-
I
I
think
missed
he's
it.
agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I wanna get your opinion, Loner, because Sohail, I think, has made the most forgive me for using this word, extreme proposition here about very limiting countries, right? Given
I
this,
agree with him on that, by the way.
yeah,
Just so you
sure.
know.
But given that,
I do too, but I think it's a problem we need to address.
Just to
as a
clarify,
country.
we shouldn't ban. We shouldn't ban.
No,
We should just be extra careful and apply more security measures.
understood. However, it would severely limit the amount that are coming in, reducing it greatly from what it is now to what you would like it to be. So I guess to question you, Loner, on this, do you find that an equitable solution? When we talk about, and you mentioned that you had problems with the immigration system as it is now, and you think there are reasonable and rational problems. Can you give us an example of something you think the immigration system is doing that is failing Britain from your perspective? Go ahead.
So I already mentioned the thing with the asylum seekers, which I think is actually the biggest problem that we haven't addressed because it has the easiest solutions as well. For the legal migration, I think everyone would agree that probably like almost 750,000 net migration in 1 year is too much compared to even what we usually have. So as far as security measures, the problem is I don't really know how far that can go, because it seems to be that we already do have like pretty stringent measures for testing people on whether or not they like are willing to uphold British values and all that when they come here. It seems to be the problem with migration is not necessarily first generation migrants, but second generation. And I don't really know how you nationality test for second generation immigrants, because that seems to be where a lot of the crime and even a lot of the terror attacks comes from. And it comes from, there's a very complex sociological reason for that. So I think the problem is more to do with dealing with second generation migrants who are actually born here rather than entries. But yeah.
I think it's both. There is quite a bit of evidence to suggest that actually a lot of the and it's not just asylum seekers, it's kind of immigration generally, but it includes asylum seekers, that a lot of them are getting referrals to the de-radicalization, the prevent program. And you make absolutely salient points regarding the second generation immigrants, but I think that when it comes to that's kind of very related but somewhat of a separate issue slightly, in that we need to deal with that in another way through de-radicalization programs, prevent programs, or other means, right? Within reason, nothing extreme. As for the immigration thing and my views on the immigration issue, I think that it's about ideas. It's about culture. Culture is correlated with geography. Geography is unfortunately correlated with people's ethnicity. Therefore, if you kind of try to control the values of not control them, but control the people coming based on values, you will undeniably then have a differential effect on geography and then ethnicity. That's really, I hate that. I really feel uncomfortable with that. But it's kind of the fact, unfortunately. As for the point that Veteran Gamer made, I think I agreed with most of what he said, but I think that we may be kind of dismissing or underestimating the role of ideology. and religious ideology in all of
Can
this.
you elaborate on
It's
that a
not-
little bit?
So let me. It's because being a former extremist, I know how that is involved. Let me just define kind of Islamism. Islamism is about kind of four concepts, right? It's about believing in the Ummah, which is like the Muslim polity. It's like the equivalent of Christendom, believing that Muslims are essentially kind of a figurative state. From that, and within that comes al-wala wal-bara, which is in Arabic that means love and hatred, right? That means only loyalty towards Muslims, but hatred towards non-Muslims. So it's kind of like a binary exclusionary thing, this in-group, out-group thing. And by the way, I'm just referring to Islamist extremists, not all Muslims, and certainly not the majority. The second thing that then leads to is the Khilafah or the Caliphate. They believe that there should be an Islamic state, essentially an Islamic empire that takes over all the Islamic countries, and then it's defended and expanded through violent jihad. And I literally mean through both defensive and offensive jihad, offensive war, that then annexes other territories, including non-Muslim territories. And from that comes the idea of the other idea is essentially okay. Let me think about this. I'll come back.
It's okay. Just a question on that though. Do you think that this is currently
I
or
remembered.
contributing to the problem that we are facing with the British riots and these things? Can you tie these together?
Yes, I think that is quite considerably, unfortunately. Let me just make it clear. The people really responsible for these riots specifically are the people that spread those conspiracy theories. That claimed that it was a Muslim kid, that claimed that there was a Muslim man who went to the vigil with a knife, that claimed also on the other side that an acid attack had happened on a Muslim woman. But at the same time, this comes
and
with
that was the left,
with a
yeah. That was the left. That was the left,
yeah. And unfortunately my community. That all happens under this background, right? Or over this background. And essentially, so it was what I mentioned before was Ummah, Khilafah. The next thing is Sharia, in which that's how the Islamic State should be ruled, through literalist narrow Sharia that is anti-human rights. So not Sharia in general, but a form of Sharia that is very narrow and very kind of regressive. Then the last thing is essentially jihad. So that's kind of through violent means expanding and defending this territory. That's what makes Islamism. That's what makes extremism. Now, I'm going to quote Tony Blair. Tony Blair was mentioned before. Tony Blair is the only Western politician. He's not the prime minister anymore, but he is very much involved in politics still. He's the only person with influence who has ever stated the following: that Islamism is a mainstream trend within Islam. He clarified later, saying he doesn't say it's the majority, but it's a mainstream trend, one of the main trends. It's that it's a very significant minority. And unfortunately, my experiences and from talking to others, that's true.
Would that be kind of like Islam, the non-separation of church and state, and
yeah? So essentially, they want to
that it's actually a colonialist ideology.
Yes, it's imperialist. It's Islamic imperialism. Yeah. Yet they complain about Western imperialism, which is very ironic. And that's one of the reasons I left and became de-radicalized, because I realized that hypocrisy.
So why do you think those ideas take hold with second-generation immigrants in this country?
That's a very good question. My view is that essentially they've come into a country, they're born, and they're kind of straddling between two places. Are they British? Are they Muslim? Are they their ethnicity? And essentially, because I think that when it comes to this country as opposed to America, we are somewhat ashamed to be British in a sense. We kind of have a lot of white guilt regarding, and I say we, but we do. It's regarding kind of colonial history, which is absolutely understandable, very understandable. But I think it gets to a degree where we kind of almost start feeling ashamed. If anyone flies a flag, they assume that they're an ethno-nationalist or a racist or far right. And I think all of us in the UK kind of realize what that means, what I'm referring to. But because there's no strong unifying identity that's based on, say, the country or the culture, they go for whatever else provides that, and the extremists provide that community. The extremists provide that identity. The extremists provide that culture. We
It's
failed.
a failure of multiculturalism, isn't it, really? In the current form, anyway. I mean, I would also add this. Do you think that possibly, I mean, I'm not going to draw an exact parallel, but if you have young men, and let's face it, people who are rioting, who are become extremists, tend to be young men. We can argue about the reasons why they do this, but I would argue that economic disadvantage, lack of access to what society can provide, creates a space for extremists to exploit those young men because it fills that void with their ideas because there is a void there. And if I may draw a parallel, it's the same with the white far right. You've got disadvantaged young white men in an area where there's no economic opportunity. Because the government is not addressing the deindustrialization that occurred, the far right comes in and fills their heads with similar ideas about people who look like you. So you've got two groups. You've got Islamic extremists and the far right, who are basically using the same psychological tools to target disadvantaged young men to turn them against each other. And then we have civil unrest, which is exactly what's happening now. And this is fed by disinformation because it takes it for someone to go online, and we've referenced that the left have done it, the right have done it, but everybody's doing it. I mean, which is why
Russian
the likes of
bots have
Andrew.
done it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if Russia's doing it, then it's got to be an effective tool, isn't it? At the end of the day, because they're trying to undermine the West as a whole. So
Just to kind of maybe bring this back around just a little. And Paula, I know you want to go, so I'll let you go real quick. But then I have a question for Lonerbox. So Paula, and then I'm going to ask
I
Lonerbox.
just because one of my academic specialities is looking at kind of feminist theory in a kind of academic, empirical, critical sense, critical thinking, not critical theory sense. The thing that's kind of, I think, Sohail, you mentioned that you approach things from kind of a colorblind kind of perspective, which makes sense, from an Islamic kind of thing, because Islamic, as you said, is a kind of colonialist, imperialist kind of thing, and it brings people in from all kinds of
Islamists, rather, the extremists. Not Islamic,
yeah.
but Islamists.
What we're missing, I think, is the big thing that's kind of bringing all this thing together, which is the non-colorblind ideology, which is lots of men have now grievances, the same way that, like, feminists would say women have grievances. So they have these grievances, and they're all adopting this intersectionality perspective, which our government, specifically the Starmer government, the leftists, are adopting. So they're now so they are empowered to express their grievances in that way.
Might I respond to that, or
go ahead? Yes,
because it was addressed to me. I absolutely agree with you when it comes to that. I would describe that as far left. And I'll give you an example. Yeah. This isn't exactly far left what I'm about to describe, but recently what happened is that there was a British Muslim woman, I believe an MP, who was robustly criticized on TV by a panelist of white people. Everyone started screaming, "How dare you? This is disgusting. This is colonial. This is racist. How dare you treat us with kids' gloves?" Essentially, the kind of implication behind that is that somehow we're a bit savage, and that essentially we can't deal with robust criticism like everyone else can. If anyone treated me that way and went kind of soft on me and kind of assumed, well, you know what, he's Muslim, I expect him to hold some backwards views, I'd be furious.
Yeah. So I think feminism, mainstream feminism, and most men and women aren't feminists. I've researched this, but feminists are vastly overrepresented in the corridors of power, and intersectionality, this kind of like this whole identity politics thing, is ripping communities apart, ripping countries apart.
Okay.
British white working class can see it.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, they can, but they don't see it in relation to people who look like yourself, because they confuse Islamists with Muslims who are not Islamists.
I want to,
and that's identity being weaponized, isn't it? But they don't actually understand
the
differences between the two.
Yeah, I want to give Lonerbox a chance to weigh in as well. He's kind of like the odd man out here. But I also have a question for him as well. So we'll combine the two. I'm going to let you respond to all that. But we talked a lot about the causes, I think, today. of the riots, why they're occurring, why they're getting worse, etc. I guess the question for you, Lonerbox, and I want to hear from everyone, but Lonerbox first on this. What are how do we stop this? How do we cool these temperatures down, and how do we kind of prevent such flare-ups from occurring again and continuing to occur in Britain as you guys go forward? So you can respond to anything they've said and address that question, and then we'll go from there. Cool.
Okay, I think as far as how do you stop this at a very immediate level, I think the response from Keir Starmer and the police has made sense. It's basically the same way that they dealt with 2011, exactly the same actually. As far as setting an example very quickly, arresting people quickly, and making sure that the courts are running fast, so that people basically know that, well, I rioted yesterday and the guy I rioted with is in jail for like 12 months, so maybe I'll just not turn up tomorrow. It worked in 2011. It'll probably work this time. As for tackling like broader opinions, I don't know. I think it's, as far as like on the Islamic side, I think I agree with a lot of what you were saying earlier, but I think one thing that's maybe missing is that one thing that gets observed quite a lot about second generation Muslims who get radicalized is that, I think you touched on it a little bit, is that what they seem to get stuck in is that they don't really identify with the British society that they're born into, but they also don't identify with the traditional conservative Islam of the old country that's given to them by their parents. They don't really like that either. And that's why you get this issue where like Muslim radicalism in the UK, and especially people who go abroad afterwards from Europe, is that it's got a lot of modern aspects. Like they listen to things like jihadi rap, which is not really traditional Islamic values, or you get people who go to join ISIS and then they turn up and they find out that a bunch of the other Europeans who went there don't even know how to pray properly. So I think it is reasonable to treat that as our problem as well, like because of the way that a lot of these people get radicalized is not too different from how far right people get radicalized as well, in terms of emasculation and humiliation and lack of a kind of like broad narrative that makes them feel strong and relevant and like they're in control of something or claiming something. So I think that matters, but again, that's a problem that seems to come mostly from second generation migrants. So I don't really know if reducing the numbers overall is going to deal with that. That's like a domestic issue as well. As far as what come up about color blindness and a lack of, or people talking about intersectionality, I don't know what that has to do with rioting in particular, and with the far right thing happening right now, because I don't know. I think it's maybe a little bit telling that we started talking about a lack of race blindness and all that for intersectional people, and not for the protesters and the rioters, because I feel like at the end of the day with the UK, even when we've had very low immigration, even like Cable Street, right? Sometimes you get people who are just angry and racist. I don't know how you deal with that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When it comes to the far right people, if you're literally going around trying to lynch brown people, right? You're fucking far right. You're a racist. You're a bigot. And whilst I might describe the background of this, in why I'm describing it and why I'm explaining it is because this has allowed the far right to grow, because the far right exploit this and they kind of like rally around and they gain numbers. And that's why. But when it comes to these specific riots, I think that whilst there is a connection, I think that's more about conspiracy theories and more about kind of people that are violent just wanting to be violent and people that are racist being racist. I don't think I made that point previously, but that's my position on it. As for the point that this is how I would describe Islam. There's Islam. Within that is a subset of traditionalist Islam. Within that is a subset of radical Islam. Within that, radical Islam is Islamism. And within Islamism is jihadism, right? So necessarily, if you're an Islamist, you're going to be a traditionalist. Now, you made a salient point, though. You did make a good point. In that, when you said that they're not particularly religious, I've noticed that the Islamists tend to be not as observant.
I think also it does just help to be a little bit like more accurate on the facts. And I think you can blame liberals for this, for not setting the record straight all the time. Because if we're talking about even Islam in the UK, well, if we're looking at like different forms of crimes or anything like that, like at the end of the day, if these people were after people for high crime rates, I don't think they would go after Muslims first. They would go after people from the Windrush generation, people like from like descendants of them, because like the highest crime rates in the UK on ethnic lines is from Black Caribbean, not from Muslims. That's just a fact. As far as the grooming gang issue goes, well, I feel like it would behoove people to know that in terms of sexual abuse of children, 89% of offenders who are charged with that crime are white. Like, the idea that there was ever this overrepresentation of Asians in grooming of children has never actually been substantiated. The Home Office did a whole investigation on this in 2020, and they found out that that wasn't the case. They found out that I know you're shaking your head. You can tell me what you've seen that I haven't. But if you were going after terrorism, yeah, you'd probably go after like the Islamic population. But even then, they haven't seemed to have done like 7/7 and all that was quite a while ago. But and the broader Muslim community, every time this happens, is they come out and they condemn the shit out of it. So. Yeah, I feel like setting like people straight on these issues should also be like a top priority, because
I think it should be pointed out that the person who prosecuted this and actually essentially forced the government to deal with this was a Muslim man. I think his name was Afzal something, or maybe that was his surname. And look, when it comes to the grooming gang issue, I'm looking at specifically grooming gangs, and within the subset, within like there's pedophiles, and within pedophiles there's grooming gangs. So within that subset, if you compare the absolute percentage, yes, obviously, they're a small minority. But if you look at it as a proportion of the background population of, say, Pakistanis, then it's much higher.
That's what I'm going to ask you about, though, is because the Home Office investigated proportions as well. There were a small handful of studies from like 2011 that suggested a slight overrepresentation of Asians in grooming as groups, as in sexual abuse of children as a group. But they also found that these studies were basically based on, they had masses of missing data. They called from like 40 police jurisdictions, and they ended up getting like less than half of them back. There's no proportionality sampling. We don't actually know what the demographics of each area these stats were coming from. That's what I mean. Even with group abuse, the idea of overrepresentation was never fully proven.
I've got the stats from BBC News. I think it's quoting that report. It actually, which quote, a study available of data in 2020. It's stated that in 2015, the perpetrators of group and gang-based child sex exploitation were 42% white, 14% Asian or Asian British, and then 17% Black. 14% Asian or Asian British is much higher than the actual percentage of Asians.
Yeah, and what you would see if you, that was Berlowitz, right? That study, Berlowitz et al., 2015?
I believe so.
Yeah, and if you look deeper into that data, they will also say that because they only got data from like 19 out of 43 police forces,
oh no, wait, this is the Home Office report.
No, the Home Office report is discussing the 2015 study. The Home Office report is 2020. Yeah. So again, even if you look at those studies, like even the people who wrote that study, I imagine would admit, because the Home Office said this, is that the lack of weighting or the lack of representation or the lack of proportionality in even knowing which demographic areas these stats came from, this is not enough to conclude any kind of national average. Like the evidence for this has always been shaky at best. Now, it might be the case that there's a slight overrepresentation, but again, we're even talking about like a subset of a crime. As far as sexual abuse of children as a whole, this fact still stands that Asians are actually underrepresented. So, yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, but if you ask,
that we should make clear.
Yeah, go on.
We should make clear: do not demonize Muslims. Never. No one should demonize Muslims. No one should demonize Asian people. No one should demonize non-white people ever, because the very idea that somehow we're all carbon copies of each other is deeply racist. It's also stupid. Like, if you look at averages and you look at percentages and proportions, statistics, right? You can't look at a single data point, a single person, and then extrapolate based on an average. Because it's a single data point, it's a single person. So whenever it comes to real life, I always treat people as people, because everyone has their own mind. When it comes to studying this academically, looking at this, yes, I'll discuss it. Never will that bleed into the way I view people or the way in which I actually behave. I think that should be and I think absolutely everyone should be the same. If anyone becomes bigoted or racist as a result of this, sorry, you're racist and bigoted, and there's no justification for it.
Okay, can I just say, I mean, this happens in rape prosecution kind of stats as well. We're not really talking about one data point or one crime, because what we find in those stats are the same people committing numerous crimes. So again, it's
the point I was making. I think you misunderstood somewhat.
Oh no, I wasn't
if you
responding to you. I was responding to the yeah.
I think
But
it was
otherwise-
basically if you see an individual on the street, you can't
Mhm.
judge them.
No,
That's
no,
just
no,
stupid.
absolutely not, absolutely. Yeah.
I want to talk about something that Mark said earlier, and it's just a question that I have for the panel. He mentioned that this is one of the failures of multiculturalism. Do we think, at least in Britain, that multiculturalism has failed? Why or why not? Go ahead.
I would like to know why. In terms of opposing multiculturalism, and the parties that are most likely to do that, say Reform UK, well, they just ran in an election in 2024, and they won 5 seats, 4 of which were in constituencies that are over 94% white, which is way above the national average of 82. Why is the anti-immigrant sentiment, and this is true of Europe as well, why is anti-immigrant sentiment the strongest in places that have no immigrants? It's kind of insane, isn't it?
It's because people, if they're not interacting with someone else and they make judgments on them, they just see the negative stuff in the news, and unfortunately they become bigoted and racist.
It's not just the constituents. There are constituents within constituencies within those areas. Like in Hartlepool, there are different constituencies in there, and where the riots did break out was near the seafront area, which is more. There's a part of Hartlepool, even though it's got a really bad rep now, that is very affluent. But there is also a part of Hartlepool that is, absolutely destitute. And this is where the asylum seekers are put. They're not put in the affluent areas, and it's that part of the constituency that that are raising the problem, that are voting for reform.
I think it's important for us to kind of state that personally, I've actually supported asylum seeker applications. Every single one got accepted. So I'm not against asylum seeking, and nor am I against I don't have an anti-immigrant sentiment.
But
I
these
do
are from
have concerns
constituencies that are
regarding it,
not
and I need
educated
consent.
on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
what
think
was
it
the
goes deeper
question?
than that.
Sorry.
Oh, well, my question here is for multiculturalism, right? Mark mentioned earlier in one of his statements that this represents one of the failures of multiculturalism. And I am curious to see who here, if any of you, think multiculturalism has failed in Britain, to what extent it has failed in Britain, and if it has failed in Britain, why? And if not, why not? Why is it still a success? That's the discussion point that I'd like to get to for the tail end of this panel.
I think we've already touched on it. When you're talking about an overarching national identity and people invest themselves in that, it's just not there with multiculturalism in its current form. You've got disparate groups with no shared national identity, and it just causes issues. And we're told that we should just all get along, but you have to sort of invest yourself, because ultimately you're fighting human nature. I mean, it's difficult because the best way to sort of integrate is to live next door to somebody who is different than you, and you become friends, and then you realize that it humanizes that person. But if you dump a massive amount of people in a very short amount of time, that process, because it takes time and it sort of evolves over time, you just don't get that. And the issue, and to go to say what Lonabox was talking about across Europe, is exactly that, is that the issue wouldn't exist if immigration was at manageable levels, and then you introduce people into communities in a managed way. You had systems in place to encourage people to integrate, and people, they make friends who look different than them, and then they realize, well, it just humanizes those people. And then you sort of, and then you can, if you want to increase immigration at that point, you probably could do so, but you still got to manage it. And we're just not doing that whatsoever. It is a massive experiment, and we are seeing the results. And we can talk about the civil unrest in the UK as we are doing now, but it's happened in Sweden, it's happened in France. It's just too many people in too little time, and it's an experiment.
Not just with Islamic.
It might not
you know,
even be
Islamic
too many.
immigration,
Hold on, Paula. Go ahead, Paula.
Immigration.
Repeat that, Paula.
sorry.
We couldn't hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you asked the question before. How do we stop this? Okay. And just so speaking from my area of expertise, I think. Well, for one, I think multiculturalism does work in certain areas that are affluent enough to deal with it, and it's clearly. But as for ideology, these days our tribes are not based on communities anymore. We kind of live in what in evolutionary psychology we call ecological release. We don't have to kind of like rely on our neighbor anymore to survive. And certainly in deprived areas, when what they would call foreigners coming in, they're certainly kind of estranged from each other, and everybody's getting benefits. So the tribes are more ideological but not geographical, and they don't speak to each other whatsoever about kind of common needs and common identity within that area. The way to, well, from me, and I know I'm not saying this is the only way to stop it, but one of the ways to stop it is to stop intersectionality in politics, because that is toxic.
Personally, I would like to point out that both David Cameron and Tony Blair have said the exact same thing. Multiculturalism has failed. They are two of the most liberal guys. Like, despite being a conservative, David Cameron was a very liberal prime minister, even though he was the architect of austerity. So economically he wasn't, but socially he was very liberal. This
It's
is
really
the issue.
ironic that Blair would say that, because he was the one who
That's the thing. So after his premiership, Tony Blair, his job was representing the Middle East Peace Quartet. So Russia, China, EU, and America. And as part of that, he actually went on the ground and spoke to everyday kind of Muslims and Arabs. He immediately realized that actually there's a big problem. So initially, it wasn't the Tony Blair Institute that he set up. It was something about religion, right? It was like, that was the name. And he was focusing on all kinds of extremism with all kinds of religions, but especially within Islamist kind of radical Islam kind of sense. He's drastically changed. Actually, that's why I like him so much. I'm a Labour Party member myself, by the way. I'm quite a Blairer.
Used to be.
I don't agree with everything he did. Sorry?
I used to be.
Yeah.
As soon as he went down the identity politics route, I was out. That was it. I was like, I can see problems with this.
I'm from the northeast coalfield, and this is kind of the socialist heartland up here. So yeah, everybody up here is born to vote Labour, and I've been on a journey.
So I would point out that ghettoization is the issue. It's geographical distribution. And even actually the rate of immigration might actually be workable if there wasn't geographic kind of clustering. I live in essentially a Muslim ghetto in London, and most of the people here are Muslim. In my previous area, the school I went to was 80% Muslim, 80% South Asian, 10% Black, and 10% other. And the other included white people. So no wonder I was radicalized. I knew very few kind of white people, and I hadn't kind of integrated well. I've noticed that Muslims and immigrants generally who live in kind of, when there's a good mix of people, right? Not just like mostly white people, but actually a good mix, say like 80% white, etc. They integrate so well. They become very liberal, they become very progressive, and they just integrate. And I think that one of the ways in which we can deal with this issue with kind of extremism and with lack of integration is if we actually use the Singapore model. So Singapore, what it did is that it looked at social housing and it said, okay, no one ethnicity is going to dominate any of the blocks. So they essentially designed it so that there was ethnic mixing, and that worked so well. They've very rarely ever had issues with kind of race riots or anything, and they are very ethnically diverse, Chinese, Indian, etc. Yeah.
Okay.
You would have to build housing to do that, though, wouldn't you? Really?
to
Which is
build
probably the
housing.
problem, really. I mean, I didn't even consider it until now, but I was like, if you're not building housing for people, people are competing for less resources, which increases competition. And then
Yeah.
when competition increases and you've got distrust and whatnot, it can be quite a potent mix, I imagine. And as we can see,
Yeah,
it is.
I think a lot of people are just, that people are just been put in like multi-room houses that are Victorian houses that are falling apart, and yeah,
Abusive
they used to be.
landlords, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, gang, this has been a robust discussion. I think we've kind of circled the drain a little bit. We've covered all the bases. And now I know a lot more about Britain than I did before, and I hope my audience does too. I don't know if we've solved any issues, but we've certainly discussed them. So I want to thank all of you for being here, and I'm going to give you a brief chance to shout yourselves out, tell people where they can find you. I have links to all these individuals in the YouTube description. Please check that out. If you've enjoyed this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It really helps me out, and I really appreciate it. But yeah, thank you all for coming. And when they tell you where they can find you, where you can find them, I should say, please go do so. Give them a follow, give them a sub, give them what they need. We're going to start with Mark, and we're going to end with Lonerbox. Mark, tell people closing thoughts, where they can find you. Go ahead.
I'd just like to thank everybody for the discussion this evening. I've enjoyed myself, and I apologise if I spoke over anybody. It can get quite heated. Obviously, not as heated as we've seen on the streets, but it's still, I apologise for that, if that is the case. You can find me on X, Veteran Gamer UK, if you want to follow me. If you don't, no. It's your choice.
Fair enough.
I'm not that interesting, to be honest.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate your input. Really.
No, I appreciate the invite. Thank you very much.
I follow you.
Sohail.
Yeah, thank you.
Ahmed.
I want to actually, one of my closing thoughts is that I really want to thank Lonerbox, because we needed an opposing view here, and he actually made very salient points, very, very salient points that many of us missed. So I especially want to thank him. Secondly, I want to say that we didn't actually discuss the solutions to this problem. And in fact, I'm very, very optimistic that essentially integration will happen, that Muslims will, my people will change, I'm already seeing it on the ground. Reform is happening. And I'm very optimistic. I don't think that one should despair. I don't think one should certainly go out in the streets and riot. I don't think one should just go, oh yeah, we're fucked. Or just go, yeah, Britain's gone to the dogs. No, it hasn't. It's going to work. And I believe that. So that's what I want to leave with. My X handle is Sohail SN Ahmed. Actually, you might as well just want to look it up down in the YouTube description. Oh, thank you.
He's worth a follow, definitely. He definitely
thank you. Oh, what a little hug box here. No, thanks for coming. And yes, the description and the link is in my description, so please just click on that. I really appreciate your perspective and being here. I appreciate you bringing your expertise. Thank you very much. Paula Wright, please.
Okay, yeah, so I echo the thanks for everybody. It's good to discuss things and have robust exchanges of, opinion in a civilized manner, regardless of how robust they are. That it always should be allowed. So yeah, I'm at Sexy Isn't Sexist on X. That refers to an old essay of mine, which was kind of when feminists were trying to get rid of grid girls and the girls who make lots of money modeling, and just because radical feminists don't like women monetizing their youth and beauty. And I'm on Substack, Paula Wright at Substack. I have I write about evolutionary psychology, and my Substack's called Dysmemics, which is about bad ideas that multiply furiously and destroy civilizations. I'm also starting a new stream on YouTube called Non-Feminist Majority. That's at non. Oh God, what is it? I've written it down. NF majority. I'm just starting that because, as I said, I do believe intersectionality, feminism is a fraud. It's not to help women. It's just basically to gain power over women and over men who are not feminists. So we should stop the stigma of criticizing feminism as being anti-woman, because it's not. And yeah, that's it.
Oh, thank you for being here. Check her out, gang. Her X handle is in my description. You could probably find all her other links. She'll probably post them out. So give her a follow there. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate your perspective. Last but certainly not least, Lonerbox.
Yeah, I think people touched on the issue a little bit earlier. I think separation is a big problem. As far as the UK goes, I don't know. I feel there's a bit of a lack of national pride sometimes. Honestly, as far as attitudes towards immigration go across all of Europe, UK is still one of the most positive countries towards immigrants. Like when people say, "Oh, we're the most tolerant country," like we kind of are, despite the rioters. Like, yeah, they represent a minority, which is a really good thing. We do, like London, for example, has its problems, but compared to Paris, like what the fuck? Paris they just have a second circle outside the city and just throw all the migrants there, and no one cares about them. Yeah, so we do. Yeah, we've definitely got things we should be proud of, even if there's room for improvements. No one said like it's an unprecedented thing. Like there are challenges. As far as where to go forward, yeah, I guess it's good to have common values. I think it's probably good that second generation, first generation migrants believe in things like democracy and equality and all that kind of shit. And I guess it would also be a good thing that locals are not so racist and stupid. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Where can people find you, Lonerbox?
YouTube, Lonerbox or Lonerbox Live.
Okay. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you all. And yeah, I'll see you all next week. Wait, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye.
That was that was not as fun as it expected to be, but okay. I wish it was just I wish it was just me and the feminist lady. Like that would have been so funny, but fuck me. Oh well. I hope you got paid for doing that. Listen, that's up to you guys and the AdSense people if they monetize the video. Kamala Rally, let's go. Do you see what it's like dealing with British people though? They're so fucking tame. They're so polite. They're so soft. What do you think of Aaron Gamer's argument that immigration needs to be better managed, slowed, or dispersed? I don't know what the fuck that means. Like, I don't think we had really, really high immigration last year because of fucking Ukrainians, mostly. At the end of the day, I don't fucking know. I feel like if we had a conservative government for 14 years, like they were taking immigrants in for a reason, right? It's because the economy needs them. We're an aging population. We don't have that many kids. Yeah, we're gonna need migrants. Even if you want houses, you need immigrants for fucking construction workers, like Polish construction workers. The ex-radical dude was interesting. Yeah, he's like kind of like Majid Nawaz was before he lost his mind. Yeah. At least we got to that illegal immigration versus asylum seekers undocumented. I don't know what the fuck that meant. God. I was shit talking you in Whick's channel. Sorry, Bubs. Can I just debate more people? I want to fight more fucking right wingers. God damn it. That was underwhelming. Okay. I feel like I've bottled up all this rage for nothing. Seemed a tad one-sided. Yeah. Or there are a bunch of people who were like, well, I'm not going to join because I'm afraid I'll get fucking arrested or something. Whick let the undocumented asylum seeker. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just like all the interrupting when I'm trying to cut. Like that was so clear that those people, they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. The asylum. Here's a shortcut to UK migration debates. Okay, no one knows how the asylum process works. It's true in America. It's true here. Anyone who complains about asylum seekers or hotels or anything like that, they don't know how the process works. They don't know anything about it. The Tommy Robinson YouTube video of him shitting on Muslims got taken down for hate speech from YouTube. Oh no. People don't realize that the people coming in on small boats are mostly asylum seekers. They come in and they either claim asylum or if they don't have any claim, they just get deported. That's what happens. And some of them get stuck claiming for a long time. But most of them, their claims, actually, I think it's like 80% of like more recent asylum claims are accepted. So, fuck. You should call into LBC. Yeah, maybe. The problem is the backlog. Yeah, and the backlog got built up by Tories because they were fucking about with Rwanda. Yeah. Basically, we had asylum seekers coming in through small boats, often after COVID. I think it was due in part to the withdrawal from Afghanistan and also just destabilization not ending in fucking Syria and shit like that, or North Africa. So people came over here, and the Tories just wasted a fuck ton of money on trying to stop the boats, didn't work, and trying to give immunity to people for turning them back and shit, and also for trying to process people in Rwanda. So they didn't actually address the problem. People weren't adequately processed. They had to start using fucking hotel spaces to do it, like just buying up space in hotels to put people in there, whilst the hotels were basically shut down and turned into asylum centers. So, and then people suffered like mental health crises in those asylum centers and those hotels. So yeah, it was a bit fucked up. Yeah, pretty bad. Pretty shit. Ugh. Fuck. Oh, God. Just give them their own country, giving people independence, yeah. Oh, God. Where are they? Where are the fucking... We didn't even get to debate two-tier policing. I looked up all those cases and found they end up using one that didn't even happen during the riots. Fuck me. Fuck me. What now, guys? Call someone out to debate then. I do call outs. People, no one fucking bites. No one responds. I need more. I'll maybe just be a little bit more shameless. I always feel a bit cringe being like, hey, come on my stream and debate me. Fuck it. I'm going to do it more often. This person, this anti-feminist lady, is followed by Joe Rogan. Oh, God. I think she calls it an expert. I don't know what the fuck she does. She's like writing a book. I'm pretty sure she's a writer and cartoonist. I think she just does like blog posts. Post-millennial. Academic. Okay, she's got 9 publications on ResearchGate. Amazing performance. EvoPsych. Cartoon illustration. What's this? What? Oh, Alpha Man, you step into danger without a moment's notice, without fear of failure. You're so brave. What's your secret? A combination of complex variables, my dear. High self-esteem, non-diffusion of responsibility, alien DNA, and a pathological lack of self-awareness. Explains the costume. The fuck? Okay, that's not my debate to have. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Bro. Caliph won gold. Yo. What did she send me that I chose to ignore? Hang on. Before they're scrubbed. Police telling them to stash their weapons. What did I ignore? Hang on. Wait, what is this video she sent me? Hang on. MDL search. Oh, she's just searched MDL. Let's see. Where was the crimes? Fuck me. Sorry. Violence. All right. Oh, this guy added me. Let's go. Follow. Okay. Fuck me. Why didn't we get to the fucking two-tier policing debate? Oh, God. Literally just fucking Twitter thread arguments. Hmm. Where did Whick find these people? What the fuck? What a crowd. Are you at 100 words per minute with a new style yet? Nope. Maybe on all lowercase, but not on fucking typeracer. Okay. Why did Sargon run? Because Sargon has realized that every time he debates, he looks like a fucking clown and there's no point in him doing it. He doesn't gain anything from it. He stands to lose things from it if he's showing up looking stupid. So, yeah, why would you? He'll just do his little podcast. Fuck's sake. Oh, God. I'm dying, you guys. Should have had Molyneux on. Yeah. All right. Was it 3 on one side and you on the other? I mean, I kind of like. I just, yeah, kind of. I just don't like giving weight to this shit when it's like coming from fucking. It starts because of riots, and we're like, oh, well, now we need to have a serious conversation about lack of integration. Fuck off. The fact is, you can do like very little immigration, and you'll still get race riots. It just happens, you know. People are fucked. Even that guy on the bottom left, he was like a both sideser as well, to be fair. It was really just the woman. It was the Paula girl who was very, she was a bit kooky. She was insane boomer vibes. Oh my God. What, two-tier policing? What? Because of working class and upper class? Oh my God. What the fuck? The Facebook academic. Yeah, man. It's good that I didn't talk to her for too long, though, because I would have turned me racist against white women. 100%. Kamala isn't speaking yet. She hasn't spoken yet. I liked when you said you're also working class. I am. That's not even a lie. I'm from a fucking deprived area, bro. That just wasn't good content, though. That was shit. That was shit content. I did. Is your grooming gang video still good? Yeah. Whick doesn't do good panels. Yeah, he does. He just needs to get the right people. To be fair, those guys were not like entertainers, shall we say. They didn't sound like they were thinking that much about the content. It's only 1 a.m., by the way. It's not 2. Stop lying. Disinfo. I tried adding Lauren on Discord. I couldn't get her to talk. How do you feel about this as a migrant? I'm not a fucking migrant, you retard. I'm not even a second generation. My mom's a native. My mom's a farmer's daughter from Turriff. Like, what the fuck? Maronite phalangist. Oh yeah, I guess that makes me a half migrant. Does that even work? Am I a half migrant because of my fucking dad? I don't even know. God. I don't even know if I ever feel like I would own the migrant label. That doesn't make any sense to me. What do they mean two-tier policing? They think Muslims are getting let off by the law. They think the police are on the side of the Muslims because they're all intersectional, not intersexual. Yeah, they think the cops are being nice to the Muslims because they're intersectional and they feel bad about colonialism. And that the fucking white people are getting abused by the cops unfairly. When what's actually happening is that there's a riot, and the solution to riots for the last few decades it's been the case that the way you deal with rioting is to set an example on them really quickly. You come down on them like a ton of bricks, you get them sentenced quickly so that people realize what's happening and decide they don't want to continue it. That's it. That's what you do. And how many buildings have the Muslims tried to burn down in the last week? Have they done that? Have there been Muslims burning down buildings in the last week? Have they been doing that? Or are they mostly counter-protesting? How did your mom agree to call you Nassif? You know what? I don't know. I think my grandmother is like very matriarchal. Apparently that's why. I don't know. Also, because it just sounds cool. Sounds cooler than fucking Steve or whatever the fuck I'd have been called if I was Scottish. Spud. I'd have been called Spud. Or Begbie. Police were worried about Rotherham because of the far-right backlash. No, so the police, some officers said they didn't want to pursue it because they were afraid of not doing it in a politically correct way, which is retarded, okay? Which is actually kind of racist. But anyway, the councillors didn't want it to become national news because they were worried that the EDL would jump on it and trash the fucking town. Which they did. They were right. And also, not every fucking grooming case is owed a national press story. They get a national press story because when they're Muslim, because that's what people like. People care more when grooming is being done by Muslims. They soy out. They love it. Isn't that two-tier policing? No. That's not what people mean when they say two-tier policing. This is the one she was looking for. Okay.
Telegram groups, and he saw on that a suggestion that there might be a far-right protest in this part of Birmingham. Telegram groups, and he saw on that a suggestion that there might be a far-right protest in this part of Birmingham around this time. And
so he's got what looks like a weapon.
Telegram groups, and he.
Okay. Looks like a truncheon, right? Is it a sword? Is this a sword? Um, $700 arrests now. Okay. 300 charged. Do they break down the arrests by race? 5 Muslim men. Oh, first Muslim men. So this is what she sent me. Is that definitely a sword? Why has it got this thing on the side of it? Open carry katana. You're not supposed to carry swords in public in the UK, just so you know, if it is a sword. Muslim man with sword, UK riots. Someone charged with a fray in Leeds. Oh, this is an LBC. All right, let's see here. Man charged after being caught carrying a sword. Oh. Where? So here we have Hassan, Nizam Hussein, Anis, Adnan. What's a fray? Hang on. Threatening. Unlawful violence. Nothing to do with weapons, right? No. Charged with a fray. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck me. Who's the guy with the sword? Hang on. Birmingham. Crown Prosecution Service named and shamed. Oh no. Offensive weapon? Oh, is it this guy? Don't miss tweet. UK. Sword? Oh, it's this guy. Ah. No, it's... I don't know if it's him. They just say man charged possessing an offensive weapon. Where's the fucking video? Why don't they have the video? Bruh. Journalists were chased by a group which gathered to protect a mosque. Sarwar. Because it's from the headline down to Sarwar, it sounds like it's him. It would be him, right? Birmingham. What was he arrested for? Offensive weapon. Okay, this is the guy. A wooden stick. Where's the fucking video they're talking about? Is it the same guy? Images. It's him! It's the fucking guy! Whoa. Fuck. No, we have to do a jumble. Claims reasonable excuse to carry a religious staff. I don't. Oh, the Free Palestine fuck the EDL guys as well. Okay. Okay. Oh god, how can you be so fucking chronically wrong? It's just oh god, it keeps on going. Spreading lies on my social media. On Beyonce's internet. Fuck. Okay. Literally ruining my online experience as a user. But I heard in the streets that it took the social media pressure to get him arrested. Walls is speaking. Ooh.
Through the trenches and across the finish line.
Oh my god. Damn, are people donating to fucking this news website? What the fuck? Nice one. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should just restream. Maybe I should become a news network and just sit. It's so easy.
No little Gabby was a zone.
Tim. Tim. Come here.
Please welcome.
Also, guys, you notice I don't beg as often as I used to, okay? Because I'm fucking based. But also, there's no way I did that entire fucking panel for free. Fuck you guys, okay? Jesus Christ. We were in the fucking red zone, okay? In the combat zone. In the trench. Being held back by Whick. Against the crazy anti-feminist lady. Fuck.
Future Vice President of the United States, Governor Tim Walz.
Well, I was born in a small town, and I live in a small town. Probably die in a small town, oh, small communities. All my friends are small town. My parents live in the same small town.
This is like the most Tim Walz song I've ever heard in my fucking life. The new attack is that he's twitchy. He does the thing. He does that kind of shit.
Hello, Arizona. Wow. Hey. Yeah. Wow. Well, you might have seen a few people showed up in Philadelphia the other night. And then 10,000 plus walked into a field in western Wisconsin.
Have a fish supper on me.
And then...
Hey, thanks for the £10. Much. I really appreciate that. A fish supper, eh? You know what? If it wasn't 1:20 in the morning, I would totally get a fish supper. Shit.
On Wednesday,
the
largest crowd of the campaign showed up in Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, this guy's really polite. But look at this. Look at this fucker. Wait. Oh shit! Look who liked the tweet. It's him. It's our guy. The fucking the sleeper cell. The incredibly polite fucking both sides are silently assassinating this fucking crazy lady. Oh god.
But Arizona just couldn't leave it alone, could you?
Oh no, he is twitchy. There's no getting around it, man. He's fucked.
Wow.
He's dead.
You know, it's not as if anybody cares about crowd sizes or anything. So. Wow. Let me begin by giving a few thanks to some people here and a few dear folks to us. First of all, I want to thank Arizona for sharing Senator Mark Kelly and Gabby Giffords with the rest of the country. Gabby was a classmate of mine in '06, and they are both national treasures. Thank you, Arizona. Also had the privilege of serving with Congressman Gallego, and I'll have to tell you, He was an amazing colleague, and I have to tell you, he's going to be an amazing senator. But we get a twofer with Ruben because we know who is never going to be a United States senator.
Ooh. Michelle, thanks for the £5. You should be paying me for having to watch that panel. Damn, touche. Fuck. Curse you, Bale. Thanks for the £1.99. Thank you for your sacrifice. Hey. Well, Middle Eastern, you know.
To all the local elected officials, thank you. But the most important thank you to each and every one of you. Look, you took time out of your busy lives. You found babysitters. You took time off work. You walked for miles in. Look, I'm a Minnesotan. I'm like a damn snowman. I'm melting here. We walk on water half the year in Minnesota. It's so damn cold. But
apparently you're on the next Hippy Dippy. I know I am. I don't know what we're debating, though. I just know I'm on a fucking 4v4 chaos panel. And I think, well, maybe on my side, depending on what we're talking about, is President Sunday. So I hope it's about the boxer or some stupid shit.
not you. You came. And you came into this space with neighbors. And you came here for one beautiful, simple reason.
I thought it was today. Wait, it's not fucking today, is it? I thought it was next week. Wait. Let's find out. Friday the 16th. It's next week, you fucking lying cunts. Good. Damn it. Okay. God, if I was late for that. Shit. It'd be Israel, Palestine, or the riots. It's a Hake lecture fan. Kevin Castley. This guy's cool. I don't know who this is. That's President Sunday, obviously. What the fuck are we debating, though? Something needs to be done about falsified news and disinformation. There needs to be live monitoring to detect when unverified claims go viral. They need to be stopped when that transpires. The PM is going to demand social media companies remove such material. What a guy. What a guy.
You love this democracy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Wow. Well, I couldn't be prouder to stand with you, and I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket.
Oh. The topic is what caused our political divisions and can they be mended? That's the topic.
You know what's at the end of this little journey?
Okay, this is so British, man. You'll never understand this unless you're from this country. This is talking about the 2J policing thing. She just says, I enjoyed the debate. Kudos to you as you were outnumbered. Very glad we could agree on one thing at the end. Talking to Sohail SN Ahmed was fab as I was in despair beforehand. Doomsday clock reset. Okay.
Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
It's kind of that is the most that you won't understand that unless you're British. That's actually a very normal thing to do, I think. That's not really
This is a leader who wakes up every day on the side of the American people. She will take on the predators. She will take on the fraudsters. She will take on the transnational gangs, and she will stand up to the corporate interests and put middle America first.
The what national gangs? What about the white gangs, racist?
And she's been effective. She's been willing to reach across the aisle no matter what, just to make sure it improves people's
Oliver
lives.
Martin, thanks for the €2.49. I've seen the arrest of Israel soldiers for SA. Love you. Yeah, that was good. It's good they got arrested. Fuck those guys.
And I'll have to tell you, I know a little something about commitment to people.
Oh,
Some
yeah?
of you heard this. I was born in a small town in Nebraska. And we talk about small towns.
I heard that.
These are those Nebraskans that moved out here for the winter, so. But look, small town was all about community. My mom and dad, they taught us to show some care to your neighbors, show some generosity, work towards a common good, be a decent human being to your neighbors. My dad, and some of you know him in here, you had him, a chain-smoking Korean War era veteran, cared about his community, but 2 days after I turned 17, he took me down to join the Army National Guard. And for 24 years, I proudly wore that uniform. I'm proud of that service, but what my nation gave my dad and millions of others and me was an opportunity to use the GI Bill to get a college education. My dad was a teacher. My brothers and sisters and I. My brothers and sisters and I all became teachers. And we married teachers. I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies for 20 years. And you might have heard, coaching a state championship football team.
You got Twitch. He's gonna do a twitchy face. He's gonna do a face. It's coming. Watch him. He's gonna do it. He's got a very elastic face, isn't he? Go on, it's coming. Any minute now.
Now if the Vikings could just win.
Where is it? Oh, there's a little one. Okay, he's controlling it. Okay. Where is it? Oh, okay, a little bit losing control there. Okay. Where is it?
That worked better near Green Bay, I'll tell you. So.
Oh, he did a joke. He's gonna.
Look, it was my
No?
students. It was my students who
It's gonna be
encouraged
huge.
me to run. They saw in me what I hope to instill in them, a commitment to a common good. The belief, the true belief that one person, one of us in here can make a difference in somebody's life. I wasn't very politically savvy because I did not know it when I decided to run for Congress that there had been one other Democrat elected in that district since 1892. But my neighbors...
I fucking despise this, man. It might seem despairing at times, but the reason I keep going is because I can see things improving quite rapidly at that. There's so much hope and potential. I agree. You've made me think and reassess. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no. What?
believed, and they graced me with an opportunity to serve them in the United States Congress for 12 years. And I'm proud of the work I did as ranking member on the Veterans Affairs Committee, working on the Agriculture Committee. And I worked hand in hand with Republicans to make sure that we were crafting legislation that improved the lives of veterans and people all across this country. I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. And as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I brought all of those experiences to the challenges facing the state of Minnesota. This idea about a common good, this idea about something bigger than ourselves, this idea of kindness, generosity, and compassion, that this building, which I have been told, by the way, might be the largest...
Why are they going crazy after every sentence? It's an American politics thing. They do that. It's like in Congress, you know, when Netanyahu turns up and they just clap after every sentence. Like, that's actually normal. They do that for Zelensky. They do that for any fucking guest. Yeah, it's very American.
Political gathering in
State of the Union.
Arizona.
They do it every State of the Union. They clap their fucking knobs off. Lead paint. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I think it's safe to say Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than we do. First and foremost, and be very clear about this, he doesn't know the first thing about service.
Oh.
It's hard to provide service when you're too busy serving only yourself.
Uh-oh.
Again and again and again, Donald Trump weakens our country to strengthen his own hands. You've watched him mock our laws. You watched him sow chaos and division at every opportunity. And that's to say nothing of his record as president. As governors, he froze during COVID and pitted us in a hunger game against our neighbors to try and find basic life-saving needs. And because of him, our neighbors died. By failing to address COVID, he drove the economy into the ground. And let's be very clear. The statistics and the facts are clear about this.
Would Learnerbox like it if we cheered in chat every time he said something? It's only one way to find out, guys.
Violent crime was up under Donald Trump. And we don't even have to count his crimes in that to make it up. So, still.
He's not doing the faces as much anymore. He's not twitching anymore. Has he already managed his twitch? Oh, God.
Look. Those. Better yet, beat the hell out of him at the ballot box.
Oh, my God. That is an incitement to violence if I ever heard one. We need to, we need an instant shutdown on this violent rhetoric. That was raising the temperature. Oh, God. Someone is going to make a Republican Trump tard clip compilation of that and just cut out the at the ballot box part. Because that's what they do, right? They literally use half sentences. They do the most dishonest clip jimping I've ever seen of any community. Normally, clip jimping is like, they'll just throw the context in a little bit. Like, you at least have a full sentence that's out of context. But with these guys, someone will take that, beat the hell out of them, and just leave it there. That's going to appear in a fucking... That's going to appear in a clip compilation. I swear to God. Also, thanks for the cheering, guys. I appreciate it. It's really emboldening.
Beat the hell out of him at the ballot box.
Oh, I'm spitting.
Look, you and I, especially the gray hairs in the crowd, we know our relatives. Republicans used to be the people talking about freedom. Not this group. When they talk about freedom, it means that the government should be free to invade your exam room with your doctor.
Ooh.
Look, in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. We maybe wouldn't make the same choices, but we respect them. And I know in Minnesota and in Arizona and places across this country, you know what makes society work best? Is when you learn a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. Mind your own damn business. We don't need it. I don't need you telling me what books to read. I don't need you telling me about what religion we worship. And I sure the heck don't need you to tell me about my family. Look, this one's personal for me. This one's personal for me about IVF and reproductive care. When my wife and I, my wife of 30 years, because yes, we share family values, we just make our own damn choices about our family. But when we wanted to have children, we went through years of fertility treatment. And I remember it was like it was yesterday, just waiting for good news. And then the phone would ring and you would be tensed up, and then you would hear that the treatments had failed. It would blot out the sun that you just wanted something so beautiful and so simple to have a child. And then one day, and it wasn't by chance, when that news came and we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope. We named her Hope. I'm not crying, you're crying. So when Vice President Harris and I talk about freedom, we're very clear. We mean the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions. And for all of our children to be free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classroom. And in Minnesota, believe me, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws. I remind my colleagues when I was in Congress, Ruben could tell this story, for 3 years in a row I was the top gun in the congressional trap shoot, so we can shoot better than them too, just by the way. When Vice President Harris talks about freedom, it's when freedom is when education is a ticket to the middle class.
You.
Not crippling student loan debt. And this building and what we believe in, we are people that settle our political differences not through violence, but through voting. It's a simple. Imagine every person in here is going to vote, and every person in here is going to get 10 other people to vote. And let's just go ahead and not go through this thing that it's so close. Let's just win big, people. Let's just win big. That's our choice. How often you get a choice so simple that this is going to decide the direction of our country? We have 87 days to decide the direction we're going to go. And I've been saying it. We can do anything for 87 days. Anything. And my mantra is, and look, you can see it on me over the last 5 days, we'll sleep when we're dead. We'll sleep when we're dead. Not now. Not now.
Apparently, President Sunday was reacting to me debating Lauren Southern and shit. What the fuck? What we got here? Chaos.
Guys are proposing.
So the Conservative
just so
Party
you know as
won
well,
on-
just so you know as well, like the Labour Party did not run on tens of thousands net migration or capping or anything like that, and they got the biggest landslide since the 1800s, right? They got the biggest majority since the 1800s. We don't typically have referenda on every key policy. That's why you can have a situation where most people support nationalising the railways, but we don't vote in a government that does it. Same with immigration. You can look at our attitudes. Like I think
you also don't want them because referenda end up referring extremely complicated decisions to a popular vote of people who up to that point have not taken
too stupid.
an expert's level of interest in it.
Unironically,
It's extremely
with
dangerous.
fucking Brexit, why the fuck would you put such a complicated question to the British public, bro? Like, no one knew what the fuck they were voting. Like, and they're too stubborn now to admit that they were wrong and that it didn't actually yield any good results. And now they just say, oh, they didn't Brexit enough, apparently. Fuck me.
There's an extremely, and the reason why people do it is so that they can use things that are talked about passionately at a popular level in order to brute force a radical policy change without having to actually convince peers.
A majority of people want to limit immigration to some degree. I mean, that's true, but that attitude's also been dropping since the 1960s in the UK overall. And, and compared to the rest, depending on how you ask the question, it goes down even lower. So yeah, that's the reform. They ran on a very loud, very clear anti-immigrant first campaign. They won 5 seats. 4 of which are like 94% white, which is way above the national average, which is
but Reform then came in second in vote share. Came third in vote share. Gained more votes than UKIP ever did. Came second in around 100 or so constituencies. And of course, more people would be voting Reform if they voted in a political system such as PR, where they thought, oh, you know.
Also, by the way, just FYI, UK Labour website. Under the Tories, migration has hit record highs. Small boat crossings so far in 2024 are higher than ever recorded at this point in the year. Labour will act to bring down migration. I'm going to stop with the fake British accent. I can't do it. Strengthening wages and conditions for Britain's workers. So
Yeah, they said they would reduce immigration. They're not going for tens of thousands, which is what I said. I don't think anyone heard me, but okay.
They did a little bit. Just a little bit. A little bit. Tiny bit.
Yeah, which is not what I... Okay, so... Do I need to be clearer? I said tens of thousands, like the Tories did. That's what I'm referencing. Anyway. It's going to be quite easy for them to bring net migration down because it's up at fucking... it's massive right now. It was like 700,000, but okay.
A lot of people would not be voting for him because they didn't have a chance. And if you're going to say that Labour, won this, massive majority, actually not to do with immigration, turnout was down, way down to around 52%, which is the lowest turnout we've seen since around 2001, 2005. Labour did not win the election. The Conservatives lost the election. The Conservative support in so many constituencies, like the Labour vote, barely moved at all. It's just the Conservative vote absolutely plummeted because everybody who supported the Conservatives, who supported them reducing immigration, for again when they've been in power for the past 15 years, when they didn't do it, their voters decide, well, F it, I'm not going to turn out and support.
It's such a weird thing to say. It's like, I don't know why Lonerbox is even here. Everyone ran on stopping immigration. Even fucking Biden ran on stop. Everybody across the board. Sorry, liberals and sock dems aren't leftists. They all ran. They all ran on stopping immigration. They are all leveraging the same fear-mongering.
Oh, he's retarded as well then. He's just a fucking moron who doesn't know the difference between reduced immigration from record highs versus stop immigration. You think Labour are going to stop immigration? Do you think they would ever say that? They want to reduce it because there was a fucking net migration spike of 700,000. We're used to having like 300,000, but okay.
There's no difference. You're not better. And you should know you're not better. You guys did a fucking tour of the West Bank amid a massacre of Palestinians in a British mandated colonial state project.
A British colonial state project. So did he forget that the British abandoned Zionism in the late 30s? Okay. What the fuck? A tour of the West Bank and a genocidal British colonial state project. That's just like a bunch of fucking words put through our AI generator and thrown together. What the fuck? Do you believe we need to bring down immigration levels? I don't think 700,000 net migration every year is going to be particularly sustainable. The only reason it was that high, well, in large part, was because a third of them were Ukrainians, by the way. But yeah. As for net migration being like 300,000 or 400,000, that people said was mass immigration is a huge problem. Between 200,000 and 400,000 net migration, yeah, that's fine. I think that seems to be what the country needs. There's no fucking reason the Conservative Party would have kept it that high if we didn't need it. They didn't gain from it politically. They lost from it politically. But okay.
Conservatives because they're not implementing the policies that we want them to do. That's why Labour won, because their support remained pretty much the same. The Conservatives
I'm sorry, the fact is that everyone in the UK knows that that's the electoral system that we signed up to when we had the election. Every party ran their strategies and their campaigns based on winning seats, not winning popular vote. The Reform vote share, by the way, was like, I think they won maybe 200,000 votes more than UKIP did like in 2016. It wasn't even that much of a surge. But again, turnout was low. There was a party there with a very loud voice, Nigel Farage, who gets disproportionate representation on question time and everything else, saying...
Odds on UK lurching even further right next election? I have no idea. Probably. Things are going to get worse before they get better.
I'm going to stop immigration like the Conservatives didn't. And yeah, like you said, turnout was low. So yeah, this is the electoral system that we
I can't stress this enough too. Like, these are all the wrong people for this debate. Like, Destiny's already shot himself in the foot. He's been engaging in Islamophobia himself for like the past year, almost, actually. Like, overtly. Okay. Like, you don't have a leg to stand on here. You don't. The reason why they're talking to you is because you're non-threatening. What's guaranteed lurch? See, there's a difference between the right wing becoming more and more emboldened and being more and more violent and loud, and politics as a whole lurching right. I think we're in the middle of the lurch right now. In fact, I think one of the things that recent history has shown is that we're basically as far right as we can get in present day, while not actually crumbling at an institutional level. Destiny might have said I'm Islamophobic verbatim. He might have, actually.
My point was, you can't use reform being up 14-15% of the vote share to say that, only this percentage of people support reform's policies. I'm saying more people would have supported reform if we were in a PR system. That's my point. So you just can't say that because they only got X number of votes, that means it's only that percentage of the population who actually supports them, rather than it would have been,
we had a referendum on changing the vote system, and we voted against it. We had that 10 years ago. I mean, we can have another one if you want, but...
Yes, please.
Do you think our democratic system is like illegitimate now, or was that...
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the alternative vote one wasn't even PR. The alternative vote system would have helped the Lib Dems more as a third party. So that was just a purely selfish system.
We should probably explain how broken the British system is for the Americans. So you guys get to vote for both of your chambers. You get to vote for the head of state and some local stuff as well. So we in the UK, we don't get to vote for our equivalent of the Senate. They're just appointed. We don't get to vote for our president. They just become the biggest...
Calling the House of Lords the equivalent of the Senate is fucking insane. Oh God, I wish I'd thought of it. Noticed that when he said that. The House of Lords can delay legislation and review it. That's all they can do. That's not the Senate's role, is it? To delay legislation? That's it? Okay.
By the way, speaking of, I am seeing a disturbing amount of white names in chat. A most disturbing amount. I see at least 2 white names for every 5 green ones, and this will not stand.
He knows the technique.
Party's leader in...
Green names. Post Monkey and Duck Nana to demonstrate the eminent superiority. of those who have inducted by money into the cathedral.
The election for...
And I said ducted, not inducted, because ducknana.
Representatives. So we have...
And because the pollen is making me slur my words. I haven't drunk anything in like 4 days. And some of you are. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. That will surely do some small part in purging the grey menace from our chat.
Very little in terms of democracy. We love the referendum, I'll be honest. That's probably the best time
Googling grey menace to make sure I didn't just say something racist.
I've ever had in terms of being proud of...
No, it's just music. We're good.
An economic...
But
democratic
is it racist music?
system. Since then, they tried to overthrow that referendum, which caused a lot of problems and why Boris ended up winning. So democracy in the UK is kind of a sham. I mean, it's...
over and over and over and over.
Of the winner.
Okay.
Which is bugger all, especially in British politics.
Wait, but I mean, like,
So
I don't
that's why
understand. When you say he
elections-
got 33% of the vote, was this because of how you guys do, like, districting or whatever? Or because in the United States, it's
the winner of the election, going back over 20 years. So in 1997, the discussion on immigration used to be, we didn't have a problem with immigration.
Okay, that was really boring. Fuck. That West Bank thing was funny, though. That was a good moment. Let's hear that again. So apparently you just shouldn't interview Palestinians. You shouldn't ask them questions, apparently. No matter how much they really, really liked being in front of the camera and really want their stories to be heard, we shouldn't do it because it would offend President Sunday. That's what I should have told them, actually. I should have been like, fuck. Sorry, mate. I know you're really, really anxious to do this interview, but President Sunday is got a word or two to say about the British colonial project.
They all ran. They all ran on stopping immigration. They are all leveraging the same fear-mongering stuff. There's no difference. You're not better.
Again, the difference between... I know not that this fucking stupid cunt would even bother to check because he read one sentence in one article and didn't even read it properly. Keir Starmer's approach to the asylum problem is to process the people here, to stop fucking around with gimmicks like trying to deport them to Rwanda and shit, and to target smuggling gangs, not people who are actually on the boats. That's like a... So people basically get to claim asylum when they're in the country and they get processed here, which the right-wingers are really fucking mad about because they think it's all illegal immigration. And saying we need to reduce migration after record highs of like 700,000, like almost double what we're used to in 1 year, is not the same as stopping immigration, you fucking brain-dead cunt. God. Why did I...
You should know you're not better.
Why did I stop talking to this guy again?
Tour of the West Bank amid a massacre of Palestinians in a British-mandated colonial state project.
The Conservatives.
God damn. God damn. Those are definitely some words that exist. Okay, fuck you. God. That's our monthly dose of President Cunt Day. Okay.
Look, you know it, and I know it, but I think we need to be reminded. You know exactly what Donald Trump's plans are. You know which direction he's taking us. Don't believe this guy. Don't believe... That's like, listen, no one in here believes this guy, so anyway. But don't believe it when he's playing dumb about this Project 2025. He knows exactly what it'll do. They are not playing. They wrote their plan out. But just like they're getting arrogant about it, they're saying the quiet stuff out loud. It'll take our freedoms. It'll rig the economy for the super rich. It'll underfund veterans. And you know that if he goes back again, he's not only going to let go where he left off, it is going to be much, much, much worse. So look, rising costs, pulling health care from us, you know the whole routine. Look, I get this too. I know I'm preaching to the choir, a damn big and beautiful choir. But practice is over, people. The choir needs to sing. The choir needs to sing. Trump's not fighting for your family. He doesn't give a damn. And his running mate shares the same dangerous, twisted, backward agenda. Yeah. Every kid in my class of 25 studied at Yale, had their career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then writes a book trashing the very people who raised you. I've said it. It wasn't a name. It was an observation. These guys come up with the weirdest damn ideas that you will ever imagine. You know it's true. But here's the good news. We know the stakes. We know who they are. When they told us, we believed them. We know what's coming. But here's the big thing
Coming.
about it is, that's a reality that's not going to happen.
Wasn't expecting this man to be as charismatic as he is. You know what? It gives me so much joy to see chatters who don't know about Tim Walz seeing him and being like, oh, this guy seems pretty cool, actually. What the fuck? Damn. This guy. Who's this guy? I want to see more of this guy. I want this guy to come to my house and fuck my sister. Yeah, that's good. That's a really inspiring response. Yeah, because I remember being told about him about maybe a month and a half ago, and just being like, I'm not going to research anything about any vice presidential pick until they just pick one, because there's just too many people, right? Too many wankers. But I'm like, yeah, I didn't think he got picked. I thought he would be considered too progressive to get picked. I'm like, shit, they picked him. God damn. Fuck. All right.
Because the people in this building and millions across the country. This is a campaign about the future. We know what's there. We know it can come. We're not people who are afraid of the future. We shape the future. Kamala Harris believes in the freedom to make your own choices. She believes in the opportunity for every single person to enter the middle class. And she believes something so beautiful. She believes in the promise of America. The promise of America.
Shapiro would have been too divisive. Yeah, because of Palestine being like such a hot button issue. I don't fucking, you know. It's also just because this guy is like, he's good at swinging votes. He's managed to swing votes in his own district in Minnesota. So he'll be able to carry on, hopefully. Like.
So I want to say thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you placed in me. And I want to say something else, that this incredible leader, this incredible woman has brought to this fight.
Woman?
She has brought back compassion and decency and humor and joy to our politics. So Arizona, bring that joy with you, bring those smiles, bring that positive future as you join me in welcoming the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Do I want to watch Kamala Harris? Not really. Fucking. I want to watch President Sunday. West Bank amidst a massacre of a genocidal British colonial project. Fuck. I'm sorry. That is amazing. That's such banger. He was spitting, man. He didn't miss a fucking split second. Knocked him dead. Okay. She has a better response to protesters this time round. Well, I will never know because I'm very hungry and tired. Sorry. Okay. I'll go this way. Thanks for hanging around though, guys. I'm talking to Whick about maybe getting more debates set up about the British riots because that was very underwhelming. Oh God. That was very underwhelming. Okay. Listen, I love you guys. Okay, bye-bye.